Welcome one and all to the DPC. China kicks off yet again for another tour, building up to the next major of the season and of course, starting the road towards the international. My name is Snare and I'll be your host for the proceedings of the next couple of weeks. And of course, it's not just going to be me holding down the fort here. Does feel like a welcome. This is a return to home for me in the Chinese region, but I'm not going to be alone. I'm going to be joined today to start things off with Sheepstick and Tigav. Welcome y'all. You already had your chance to do the tour last time around, so tell me about the Sheep. How are you feeling? How things changed? What's the future look like for Tier 2?
For who? For this region?
For this region, yeah.
This region, this region's different. I'll say that much. A lot of people disappeared in a little poof. No comment on that. But yeah, things are looking a little different, a little changed. We lost eHome, we lost Knights. We got some new teams. We also lost Dawn Gaming. That was a big win for us.
Yeah.
They did not belong in Tier 1 and Div 1. So I'm hoping that all these teams that came up, I'm hoping all the players that remained, I'm hoping that it's very competitive, good Dota, and I'm looking forward to it.
It is a bit of an elephant in the room, T, and we can't really ignore it. The fact is, ultimately, there was a pretty massive scandal. A ton of teams were involved in it. A couple of squads no longer exist in their entirety, and a lot of players have been banned indefinitely by Valve. It was an awful and sicky and awful and trap garbage situation. But T, there's one good thing about this, right? Already the Chinese region was in transition. We already saw last tour, for example, the relative level of strength of the region compared to other years, way, way lower, right? And we knew that, okay, it's going to take a little bit of time for this region to rebuild. Now you have this particular scandal come in, and in my mind, you could look at it as, well, this is the worst thing ever, the region's going to die, but it also makes sure that there's a lot more opportunity for young players who might have been bottlenecked by the players who were, involved in the scandal, not necessarily playing their best Dota, and therefore not giving an opportunity for younger players to develop either. So down the stretch, this could actually end up being a healthy thing for the region, even though right now it feels like it's completely upended everything we know.
I mean, for sure it's upended everything, but I think it's a great position to be in the fact that they have been axed, right? They have been kind of removed from the scene, be it if it's going to be 2 years, if it's indefinite. Like, I think you kind of need to have that in the scene because imagine being this up-and-coming player, but you enter a division and it's like, who am I going to play next? What's going to happen? I don't know if this team's going to be like the best out there trying to perform. So, yes, right now it will be difficult for the Tier 2 China scene, a little bit for Tier 1 when you think about like eHome and Knights stuff, but great to see them gone. I couldn't be happier. So farewell. If you were actively doing it on your own accord and actually trying to do it, then I hope we never see you again. And yeah, cool. Now we got some really cool Chinese teams. I think the big winners from here is like Asta Aries, for example. They to stay in Division 1. They were the team last tour where we were like, if only, what could have been? Everything was like on the cusp, but they just weren't, So it's like, it's cool to see them, they get a lifeline. And of course, YBB Vichy Gaming coming up as well. So yeah, I think just only positives when you try and forget about the 70 or ban negatives.
It also does mean that now upsets are on the cards again, right? If an upset does happen, you're not going to be wondering, well, is the team actually that good? What actually happened? You'll be very certain that today they were just a better team in that situation, which always makes for much more exciting Dota. And we get to learn some new names and some new faces, see how they come up, see how they fare. In particular, I'm going to be very interested to see the outsiders from China because, as T was mentioning, Asta Aries were allowed to retain a slot in Division 1. The two teams coming in from Div 2, Vichy Gaming and YBB, earned their way here, definitely. But outsiders from China, they were the third place team in Div 2, and they got promoted into Div 1. But it's an entirely different roster sheet. And when I say entirely different, right, I mean, all these players are one of two things, right? Either very, very young, right? One of their players, the support, has only 41 competitive games in a professional setting, or they haven't played in a long time. Their offlane player had 471 games, hadn't played since 2019. So
Jesus.
We are in a bit of a weird situation for them. They're the ones that really are going to be trying to figure it out. But that gives us a chance, like I said, to learn names that we might not have known otherwise, seeing how they develop. But it's a tough region to come into if you haven't played in a while.
Yeah, I feel like that's my approach to this DPC season for China, since all these teams are like, there's, 3 Div 2 teams that came up and stuff. It's just, I'm just going to watch to see how they play and work from that. Because who knows what to expect, honestly. And like T said with Asta Aries, I'm really glad they got to stay. Obviously not new names because we had them last tour, but they are like really, they started sort of weak and I thought ended a bit stronger to the point where I was like, they deserve to be in Div 1. They just were like unfortunate happenstance. So yeah, I am looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to new names. I'm looking forward to learning more players and seeing if they can make it to the major.
I mean, the real question is for, outsiders, I don't know if you know, but like what was the reason why the 5 players didn't stay? Are they like, so you do know?
No, I don't know.
Okay, so
they messaged him personally on Twitter.
After this panel, that will be my job. I will try and find out why, because maybe again, those 5 players, the names when you like Echo, XRF or whatever, like they're kind of chill lads. Maybe Division 1, they're like, okay, that's too much for you. We're just chilling. So it's like, it's kind of cool, like not cool, but it's weird to see a full 5 stack who got this like gift of Division 1 to then be like, nah, boys, peace.
The word on the streets, as far as I know about that squad, is that had they stayed together, it was supposed to have been them getting at least top 1. And the fact that they didn't, I think there was some kind of agreement that if we get top 1, we stay as a thing. I have to still 100% confirm this, but that's what the streets are saying.
That's kind of the vibe I was kind of giving. It's more like we're casual gamers, we play open qualifiers, then suddenly it's like, oh, we're in. So it's like they got the email from about like, okay, due to some unfortunate circumstances, you're now actually in Division 1, which is now a fortunate circumstance. And we're like, yeah, but we've already disbanded. So
a little bit too late for us.
Yeah, so that's probably the one team that's like not the question mark, but not the strongest coming in from all the changes with Aries and whatnot and everyone.
Of course, Outsiders on MCN will be in action later on today, but the action over the next few weeks is going to be coming thick and fast towards us. So to give you just a quick rundown on how we'll be conducting ourselves here in this competition so that you are aware of exactly what happens. 8 teams, single round robin, just pure best of 3s. The best kind of matchups, honestly. Like, we're not going to have any worries about 1-1 draws at the very end of things. The best team should be able to get themselves to the top. And of course, this is the Chinese region, so we have 4 major qualification slots. The top 4 get in. 5th and 6th, they get to stay in the division, and bottom 2 go out. And what I find very intriguing about this region here, Sheep, is that throughout the entire history of the DPC, only once has it happened that both of the relegated teams got relegated again in China. It is always the case that one stays in, the other one ends up just getting immediately bounced out. But this time, since we have 3 teams, one of them relatively very, very new, if I'm YBB or VG Gaming, I'm actually breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief that Outsiders from China has had such a massive reshuffle, because I'm like, whew, at least that's one slot you don't really have to worry about too much, unless something really surprising happens.
Yeah, I do think like Tour 1 was a bit of like a weird exception in terms of skill level, just because we lost so many of the players that have been around in China for so long. It really felt like anyone could take anything, which is why when eHome and Knights and stuff made it to the major, whilst they weren't the most notable of players, they still made it, because 4 slots is a lot for a region that got pretty mauled, I'd say, coming into this year of Dota. So right now it does feel like anyone can make it. Like, there's so many slots. I would maybe say too many for the current state of the region, but that's going to be really good experience for these players if they do get to it. Like, that's why I was saddened a little bit by the ban wave, because I thought, oh, Knights and eHome, they're going to get this experience, they're going to become better players, they're going to have a much better Tour 2. You're gone, unlucky.
Yep, sort of just a young reset that ends up happening. Yeah. And of course, we're talking about some of the teams that will be involved in this DPC run. So let's take a quick look at which these teams are. We already spoken about the new teams from the come up in Div 2, your Vichis, your YBBs, Outsiders from CN also getting a young shout. The remaining teams from the last time, Team Aster, PSG LGD, they're still chilling, hanging out, enjoying life. VG Gaming, I'm really expecting VG to do well. IG, I think, is one of the question mark teams for me. Talk to me about this team. When you just look at this, I know I'd asked for some predictions earlier on, but
I forgot to do that.
Oh, okay. I forgot to do that
Do
too.
it between the games.
No. Before, as soon as the draft ends, I'll do predictions. Sorry.
Right,
yeah, all good.
Hit me with the dark horse team here. When you're looking at these rosters, these teams that are assailed before us, who's going to surprise you and get like much higher placing than they would have just given the billing beforehand?
I will go with YBB. They topped the Division 2, so it's technically the easy answer. But I think, at least in China, the teams that have done well, when you think about the previous tour, these eHome Knights, whatever, the teams that had identity stuck with it the entire time. And these other Chinese teams are kind of like, they don't know what to do. And I think YBB, out of all these up-and-coming teams, they have the most aggressive play style. They have the most relentless need to like get their heroes in their draft. And that'll put them above IG, Aster Aries, Outsiders. And now it's like 4 slots. They only need to come 4th to get to a major. So I think YBB, I feel like they're going to be the ones that will just continue to surprise us as the tour progresses.
Actually, to that point, Sheep, one thing I noticed about YBB, during Tour 2, or Div 2 of Tour 1, although they dominated the region, only losing a single game the entire time to VG Gaming, they had the smallest hero pool, right? And normally you look at these teams and you're like, well, if you have a small hero pool, you just lack ideas. But one thing we saw at the major as well was that the team that has a smaller hero pool, for example, a team like GG who can win the major, is because what T was saying, they have these consistent ideas. They know exactly what they want to do, when they want to do them. How do you break that? Like, if you're one of the teams that's going to challenge them, is there a way to try and put them out of their comfort zone to ensure that they don't play their tried and true strategies?
You're getting banned.
Yeah, I was about to say, guys, you just ban them, man. I mean, that's a hard and complicated thing, because I think other pro players have talked on it. Maybe GPK said that, or was criticized for his small hero pool. He said, it's not a small hero pool. I'm just picking the best heroes over and over and over again. So I think even if you are to ban out these best heroes, they're still going to have like a pool beyond that. It's just right now you're picking what you think is just really good. So I'm not like too worried about it, especially with the new patch coming in. People having new ideas they're testing and flexing. Saw that Liquid game last night. It was a bit weird.
Well, there was a lot of
That
experimentation
was
here.
something.
At least for YBB, ban Nature's Prophet against them,
Yeah.
or be ready to play against it. Like this hero is like, it was their leaner, and like they played leaner a couple times, but like if there was Nature's Prophet, they're on it.
Yeah.
They don't care about anything else. And the nerfs from Point E patch is like, didn't really stop the hero. We
Not
saw
that
Ace
much.
go 16-2-16 yesterday. Like it's
Yeah.
not enough to stop the hero. So at least from YBB standpoint, that's the one hero that I'm looking at least for today.
Of course, YBB is one of the junior teams to Extreme Gaming, and Lou used to be part of Extreme Gaming. I vouched for him a lot, and he let me down a lot, but he's improved quite a bit in Division 2, and he'll be on action today, of course. Let's take a look at who will be in action and joining YBB in today's run of games. We ended the day off with Asta Aries taking on the Outsiders from China. That's going to be the one match I really want to pay some attention to because we know nothing about Outsiders as a squad right now. 3 of their players have played together in different iterations of the squad, but you just never know, right? When you haven't been in competitive action for a while, and when most of your experience comes from like Division 2 and weirder kind of things like that. And of course, as the Aries, they're going to be back. They need to prove to us why they deserve to be here yet again.
Yeah.
I feel like, sorry, I've been Asta Aries for me are like, I don't know if you're gonna agree with me. I just thought of this on the spot, so we'll see how this goes.
Hit me, bro.
They feel like the alliance of China. It's like they should be doing better, but they just don't, and they just consistently are just like, but you like seeing them there, but they let you down. So hopefully, this is the tour where they get to pick their Batrider, not in week 4, but in week 1, and they start winning. But yeah, today's the best series for them to get the momentum. You play up against this like the weak team, etc.
I mean, maybe. I feel like them staying in Div 1 actually robbed them of a different storyline. They could have been the execration of China, right? Execration, if you don't know, last year, they really just flubbed out of Div 1 on Tour 1, right? And then, or maybe Tour 2, I don't remember anymore, it doesn't matter. But either way, they were getting stronger towards the end, but they dropped because, you know, they had a struggle at the start. And then they forged themselves through Div 2, crushed everyone, you know, went right back up, and then made it to the major, as we just saw. So that could have been Asta Aries, but they've been robbed of that. Now they have to suffer in Div 1
Now
again.
they have to actually just be good.
I know, like it's so sad.
Oh, no.
They didn't go through the character development arc.
That's true.
To be fair, it actually is a real thing, right? Getting
Yeah,
that kind
it
of
is.
development. For example, the first series that we have on the cards today, Vici Gaming versus not Asta, it's YBB. It's a rematch of what happened in Div 2. And in Div 2, YBB were by far the best team in the entire region. They lost one map to Vici, but the other 2 games weren't really that close. And one of the reasons why that happened, T was mentioning this Nature's Prophet hero, but the person on that hero, Lu, as well as the mid laner 7E, these are guys who've played in Division 1. Not necessarily that successfully, and you can legitimately see the development in them as players. They are way better now than they were a couple of seasons ago. And it's not just like the playstyle, but let's be honest, T. Dota is a confidence game, right?
Yeah.
And having more confidence in yourself, the more wins you're racking up, you start to build that momentum. You're feeling really good about yourself. You know, you're not going to be scared going into some of these matchups where that little second of indecision because, oh no, this team is better than me, that doesn't happen anymore because now you're in a very good mood as a team overall.
I think it's one of those things where I think we had it in the interview yesterday with Celery on Gaming Gladiators in Western Europe, but it's the idea that when you get to a point as a team that you stop thinking about what players should be doing and you just assume that they're going to be doing it, and whatever they do, you're like, this is probably good. And then you play from the point where anything's happening, it's like, cool, this is what we work with. And I think that's kind of what YBB feel like what they did in Div 2, where it's like every move they're making, it's like they're just doing it together. And it's like, it doesn't feel like there's like conflict within the team where it's like, that was really bad, what are we doing here, why are you wasting that? It's just like, we're going to do it, we win the game, if we don't, whatever. But it's like, they just felt like a very fluid team, and it's rare to see that happen so quickly from Division 2 then straight away. So again, like, I'm still very much going to be selling them as like the next team to be cheekily getting a major slot.
Their opponents for today, though, Vici Gaming, right? We see FY, he's back in business here in Division 1. Been out of the region or out of this particular division for quite some time. The one thing I find intriguing and interesting about this Vici squad, you know, we have some experienced players. You have people like Setsu, who's gotten top 8 at a TI before. You have Erica / Poyoyo, who's like the same mold of player as like a 23 Savage, can easily win you the game, can also easily lose you the game, right? But for me, the really interesting player on this team is BAB, the offlaner. His first tournament at a professional and high level were the TI Last Chance qualifiers, right? that was his introduction into the high level of Dota. Obviously, that didn't go so well. But as time has been going on, this guy's really been impressing me as well. So what do you make of this, having this young player surrounded by these experienced veterans? Like, how do they make sure that they unlock as much of his potential as humanly possible in Div 1?
Time, honestly. I think you can't really force it. I think you just have to play a lot. You have to play. I don't know how many third-party tournaments they have in China. I did check their Dota buffs. Neither of them are playing anything other than just the DPC right now. But you play more and you learn more, and that's just like how it is. Like you talk, or you look at like Saberlight, for example. He says he joined Shopify, got to play with Crit. Instantly, his laning just got like exponentially better, and he's looking to learn from these players and grow. And sure, they did pretty well in the major, right? So maybe in a short period of time, he can learn from them and grow very hard. Maybe he doesn't, but really, it's on him. It's on their process as a team, how well they talk to each other, how much they're practicing, doing lane scrims, stuff like that. Really, time will tell.
Time will tell indeed, and of course, time has given us a draft on our hands. Vici Gaming versus YBB Gaming, the first game of the day, the first game of this tour of Chinese Dota. Vici, they're doing the very smart thing. If you're playing against YBB, free advice, ban Pango. Do not allow 7E to play Pangolier. That should just never, ever happen. So very good start already here, T, from the side of Vici, even though they are going to be second pick. What response do you want to see here from them now that YBB has led with this clockwork?
I mean, I feel like I actually forgot about the Pangolin, to be fair. So I'm happy they remembered. So good on you, Vici Gaming. But I guess the thing here is now Nature's Prophet is still available. Bam! They go for it. So for me, like this response from Vici Gaming, it's very strong, of course, against Clock, some snap DP lane if it's together, whatever. Like very flexible. We mentioned it a lot. But it's like I feel like they're either they're not respecting the Nature's Prophet, or they have a plan for it later down the line with some carry matchup. But this opening isn't like the don't worry, guys, we don't care about Nature's Prophet. Like, these heroes are weak against Nature's Prophet in lane, or at least they don't push out the Nature's Prophet. So, yeah, already Vici Gaming not really caring too much about this hero, potentially.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably one of those things where they're trading their strongest matchup for the opponent's strongest matchup. You're like, right, Lu, you get to play Nature's Prophet, but in exchange, we get either the Setsu Death Prophet or we get BAB on this hero, new, and very, very good on the Death Prophet. When they were in Tour 2 or Tour 1 Div 2, they barely lost with this hero. It was like 80% win rate, something crazy like that. So they know what they're doing with the Death Prophet, and it also gives them some siege potential. One thing I hate seeing, Sheep, when I see one team has Nature's Prophet, and you don't have a way to either stop the push or to make pushes happen yourself. You always have to try and balance that out.
See, the problem with Death Prophet, though, is that she has to commit way too much to siege. Like, anytime you see Death Prophet pop her ult on the map, you just see Nature's Prophet, on the other side of the map, pushing the tower at the same time. And he has to commit way less. And usually Death Prophet has heroes, like, with her, because, she, otherwise you can't just kill her. So I feel like Nature's is a lot more, like, non-committal push, which makes him just still have that edge. I actually would have preferred to have seen Vici Gaming go for a Broodmother, since they played it a lot in the last tour, and it is the similar sort of hero to Nature's Prophet in that she can just also push non-committally and pressure that map. And also it's just a nice matchup versus the Nature's Prophet. He hates it when heroes get on top of him. Brood is pretty adept at that. So I'm not a massive fan of the DP, same as what T said.
All right, let's see. Moving down the stretch in the second phase, YBB have taken out Undying. We have no Ursa available for us. No Coddle either, so 70 won't get to play one of his other specialty heroes. This Undying hero, honestly, this feels way too good right now. I'm kind of surprised Tree has also gotten this far into the banning phase, but it does really feel like Undying, Tree, and Protector. We're going to be seeing these heroes practically every single game, T.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, let me refresh myself on the old Patcherino. Let me get to Undying.
Well,
yep, that's perfectly fine. So when you think about the strong heroes that got nerfed, at least Undying didn't really get hit big enough, so he's still going to be very prevalent. It's like, whoa, your steal duration is 5 seconds less, you're still 40 seconds, mate. That's
so
plenty
long.
of time. So Undying is still going to be insanely strong. But no, I feel like for YBB, they just need to either cover their Nature's Prophet with maybe like one more ban, like a Slark, or it basically depends on what they want to go with, because like you have a ban Slark because you don't have good lockdown with a Clock. Nature's Prophet, of course, is going to get jumped on, or you're banning, let's say, the Naga. Issue with like a Naga ban is I don't know if they care about Vici Gaming having Naga and Death Prophet, because these heroes feel clunky, where it's like Naga's farming whilst Death Prophet's fighting, so it's always a 4v5. YBB can be super skirmishing and punish you, so I think they might not even care about Naga, now that I kind of say it out loud, but I wouldn't mind seeing like one more Slark ban just to make sure that they can be the skirmishers and aggressors this entire time.
Erica is a slog specialist, and what else would be good against the NP? We've seen that the Spectre hero has become a little bit of an option of late as well. It's a bit too early in the draft right now for me to comfortably recommend a Spectre, and it does feel a bit clunky. You know, it's heavy.
Wow.
It's like a lot of big ultimates that they have to worry about. So Spectre might not be on the cards, even though normally on a 1v1 kind of matchup, you'd be like, yeah, this is fine.
I've kind of lost faith in Spectre though.
I haven't lost faith in
But
Spectre.
Radiance is cheaper now.
Now, like,
I
okay,
think it's
just to be
fine.
clear, I've not lost. Okay, I've lost faith in Spectre when teams have like 2 cores that scale. When you have like the Nature's Prophet versus Spectre, of course, I'm bidding for the Spectre, right? I'm going for Spectre. But it's like when there's a Nature's Prophet and then there's potentially some X factor value that throws in. It's like now Spectre has to haunt to kill this guy, but then go to that guy. That guy's got Satanic, but this guy's got BKB. It's like that's when I'm like, Spectre's a Spectre. It's like you wait 20 minutes to have one big moment and you can't do it. So I hold my my reservations on that hero for sure.
My only main problem with the Spectre is just, in the last patch at least, people would pick her against Lina. And I didn't like that because Lina just farms faster. So she's always like 2-3 items ahead of the Spectre, and then Spectre just can't keep up and eventually loses. Whereas Nature's Prophet, I think he's sort of in a similar vein. He does farm pretty fast, so maybe he just like outpaces the Spectre and doesn't care so much. I do think it's better though. I'm personally a big fan of Marcy. I think the hero kind of like came into the majors like this idea of, oh, this is a really good answer to the hero, and then everyone just decided they didn't care about it anymore. I'm not sure if it got figured out in the group stages. I know Troll Warlord kind of popped up as a response to her, which made her a little bit worse, but I still like it. I still think it's a good idea. Maybe with second pick, it's something that could be seen as a core answer.
Okay. It would be intriguing to see like this Marcy come out. It was played a couple times by both teams in Div 2, but
Some offlane, some here and stuff there.
yeah.
Like YBB right now, I wouldn't be surprised if this was Div 2. This is like silencer +1 for them. When they see Snapfire, the aggression of Vichy Gaming, they just want that support to enable everyone else. They'll throw some cheap damage on their offlaner, and then they'll look to fight you. But I don't know if they want to do that again. Maybe they've kind of changed up their playstyle a little bit coming into Division 1, respecting that they can't just go aggressive the entire time. They've got to have some like layers to their lineup. But yeah, for Vichy Gaming's opening, it's Snap Tusk. They hold DP's hand. They look to take the fight, some greedy carry behind. But yeah, I feel like there's an opportunity for YBB to look to match that fight and to just prevent them from really progressing the map.
Well, YBB are deciding on their pick here. She talked to me about flexibility, right? One of the things that we saw at the major was that the teams that were able to do, not necessarily win the whole tournament, but do well, were able to be flexible with their opening picks from the first phase. Here, what I see with Vichy, they have flexibility on the Death Prophet, potential flexibility on the Snapfire as well.
And the Tusk.
And
All
the Tusk,
three. All
yeah.
three.
All three of them can do pretty much anything in a game like this. One thing that's not flexible, though, is the Watermelon. This guy he goes offlane. Every now and then, somebody would feel fresh, put him mid, but he just goes offlane. It feels interesting that the way that the drafts are unfolding is that Vichy are maintaining that flexibility, whilst YBB, sort of what we spoke about earlier, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just do the stuff that's been working.
I mean, so true. I mean, Lou is so good at the Nature's Prophet. I think it would kind of be a disservice to yourself and your team to put him off lane at this point. So I'm pretty happy with this. I think they have a really good mix of team fight and damage. Maybe lacking a little bit of burst, I'd say. So I think that's what I'd like to see on their last pick. I like this response from Vichy. I think they were needing ways to sort of kill the Tidehunter as well. Assuming this is a safe lane SF as well, I think it's going to be really hard for Tide to lane into it. Because you don't want to just give him the free reign to just take over with Anchor. I mean, I guess that's kill threat, right, T? With some Gush shenanigans early levels?
I mean, yeah, so level 1, Tide is always going to have some kill threat. You know, you gush into, if it's a Disruptor 4, you can then just glimpse them back and click them down. If it's a Clock, of course, Barrier Assault, there will be kill threat, but it's like, when Shadow Fiend gets 3, now I'm the one who can potentially be dying, like, pre-hood. So it's a volatile lane. I think Shadow Fiend is very comfortable, but there's chances for it to go accidentally wrong. Like Vichy Gaming, though, it's like all their heroes, they push out lanes, and it's like, all right, guys, now we hug each other. Let's exo for a Roshan, and off we go.
Yeah.
Time to skip down lanes and win the game. So I think YBB, they now need to make sure that, one, they have to decide what Disruptor and Clockwork are doing in the game. Is Disruptor laning with the Tide to put some more pressure? Is Clock just playing with Nature's Prophet just to secure that lane? And what's this like mid hero for 7E that is like, you want to be like a group up Deathfall style lineup, but you never get to do that because this mid lane's just like breaking these fights and doing these crazy shenanigans.
There's also something to be said for Vichy's lineup right now. The amount of like emphasis they have on physical damage is insane. You have the presence of the Dark Lord doing minus armor. You have Snapfire giving more minus armor. You have just your Death Prophet having her physical damage. All SF, who's probably going to go this Dragon Last physical damage build, and then like with Tag Team on top. Yeah, they're doing so much damage.
Yeah. This is
you
like a
pointed out.
15-minute Roche lineup.
Yeah, super easy Roche, super easy. Like you're just going to be tearing through YBB at this point, and they're going to need to itemize. I think Tide needs to get stuff like a Wraith Pack, potentially, probably not Crimson Guard actually. I don't really rate that very well. But like your Nature's is going to need an Assault Cuirass. These are the items that are going to be high priority, but maybe you don't want to rush them. At least the AC. But it's needed.
Yeah.
My God, it's needed.
Overwhelming amounts of physical damage from Vici. We still need them to have something with more magical burst / fight opening. Right now, Vici, they're wholly reliant on the Tusk to create space on the map. And from what we've seen these last few days of DPC action, you definitely want more than one option in that particular regard. And it feels like YBB, they're banning out some team fights. And Vici also recognized that we need somebody for 7E to, as you were saying, T, be the X factor, to make kind of magic happen on the map. So they're going to be banning out like these Queen of Pains, these Void Spirits, these sort of heroes, because Ember's already gone.
Yeah, so, okay, good. The balance is just a nice hero. I think, like, YBB, it's weird because 70's cool heroes from Div 2, they're terrible right now. Because, like, you're not picking Earth Spirit because they can flex DP to mid, see a tower, you can't be cool, you know? It's like, well, let me double check. There was one other hero that I was going to mention. Please hold. Like, Primal Beast as well. You know, these heroes, you don't want to pick them into this, like, just casual DP flex to mid. So I think Vici Gaming, honestly, I kind of forgot about Zeus, I won't lie. It's early in the morning. Good morning, everyone. But yeah, bang and ban. It's like exactly what YBB would have probably wanted. Some, oh, well, you've caught our tide, but everything's behind you. And instead, the old Uno reverse card, Nature's Prophet,
Okay.
we haven't seen it go mid yet, but it is just going to be thrown into the mid. So we're mentioning Vici Gaming go for this Death Ball. Maybe not Death Ball, but a lineup that can group early enough. They're not one-dimensional. It's not like they have to win by 20. This lineup scales beautifully. But now YBB is like, sure, you do that, but we'll always make sure lanes are pushed out. We're either Rocket Flare from Clock, you've got Nature's Prophet, on top of that Terrorblade Illusion. So YBB, this playstyle is the opposite of how I've been describing them. Like Div 2, I was like, they're going. But now this feels like a very strategic lineup. They're going to skip the fights, choose when they want to fight, and then when they're ready, they'll go. Like, it's pretty cool to see a team shift, but is it too much a shift from how they dominated the previous tour?
You bringing up the idea of lane shoving is like so important actually, because Vici Gaming have trash like lane shove, or like dealing with all these illusions is going to be so difficult. So I do like the Primal to sort of wrap the whole lineup up where they're saying, okay, we're going to hit a timing where we do just run at you really hard and try and kill you, and they're just going to try and overwhelm YBB, because yeah, otherwise if this game goes to like 30-40 minutes, I don't think they're going to be able to deal with this very well at all.
All right, so let's hear it. Who's taking game number 1? Sheep, I'll start with you. Are we going Vici Gaming or YBB Gaming to start things off?
I want to say Vici. I don't know. I feel like running at people is so easy.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think Vici Gaming should be able to just like click down lanes, but I have that YBB faith, so I'm gonna go with my heart, not my head. YBB.
So let's see if it's going to be Barbarian Dota from the side of Vici Gaming that wins out the day here in game 1, or if it's the much more considered approach coming in from YBB that's going to get them the W. And to find out, we send it over to our casting pair, the first one here in the China DPC. We have the Lyrical Gangster and Kezu the G. Gentlemen, take it away.
Oh, lordy, snare. Interesting. You know, I thought he was going to go for the sort of, you know, Barbarian Dota from one and then consider it on the other. I was like, okay, Barbarian, consider it. Maybe that's something there.
He's just went with the double gangster.
That's fair. Well, holy moly, we got a great game coming up here. I feel like definitely a tale of two different styles of Dota. What are you seeing in the draft? Like, we were kind of looking at it, and I think both teams sort of made a switch up at the end, you know, running this Terrorblade last and then the Primal.
I did not see the TV pick coming, to be fair, but I guess, I mean, it is not a bad TV game. You have the wave shove, you have a good matchup against SF later in the game, you're good against DP, you can stand your ground, you buy Skadi, so overall for them, it's pretty good. It does mean that you have this Nature's Prophet TB dual core, which they're fairly similar heroes, so it's not perfect if something does go wrong, but then Vici, they just have a very solid draft, and if they can play fast and punish that, I think Vici are going to be up to a very good start.
Yeah, if they can, you know, get online, start making some of these moves. And it feels like a lot of what this is going to depend upon is how that Death Prophet does mid. If she can get off to a hot start in some ways. Is there another hero that you feel like is really important to watch for to get off to a really good start to this one?
I mean, I definitely think this DP for Vici is super important. Like, he even has some Wraith bands queued up already, so he probably knows that he needs to have some armor early on. Maybe Tusk can rotate to him, because I really think this early tempo is super important.
Right. No, definitely. The early tempo is something to watch for if they can get off to a hot start. And of course, obviously, there's a ton of moments here where you can maybe punish Luo on this Terrorblade. I mean, you've got a ton of magical damage out right at the start. Very, very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, he's laning into Snap Primal, which is not going to be a super early task, but he is already like popping his meta, so they're going to try to stand his ground. It's going to be a lot on ZZQ on the clock to mitigate this damage, because Primal Snap, if they catch you off guard as a TB, you're going to die. You're a super low HP hero. Sure, you have all the armor, but your HP ain't there.
It is very much a blow-up that can come out in a moment if they just get a little bit too far forward. And Death Prophet starting off, as we've seen a bunch of times, wanting to build right into a Wraith Band. So, you know, some things never change, even with the patch coming out there. Is Tianming going to get caught? He's trying to get the pull back behind the tower, actually. So even with this position for Disruptor, making the long walk and not wanting to lane into that SF.
I guess he will he fully connect it? Probably not, because the shards from Yang were pretty good. So might be forced to take it into the tower. Let's see how many he can connect it on. He gets 2, which is, you know, okay. And to go back to the Wraith Band, man, this item did not get enough of a banhammer. So you're going to continue to see it, especially on heroes that do want armor, which DP, it's amazing. You're also playing against TV. Nature's Prophet, he already has 1. And I really like how China played as mid DP. I feel like they were one of the first ones to skip the bottle sometimes, go some double Wraith Band into an early mech even from mid, and it's going to really help him later to continue to play through this hero.
Yeah, if he can get off to that, like we've talked about, good start to it. And playing a different setup, you know, this NP that he's facing off against, you do have some avenues to maybe survive ganks, so you can even like Spirit Siphon the Treants if you need to survive if there are any early rotations, which is possible. I mean, the Clockwork probably the most likely to make a move into his lane, but it wouldn't be easy.
No, definitely not. Like, if you're Death Prophet in this lane, you shouldn't be too worried. Like in mid lane, you just nuke out some waves. He's gonna be fine, and as you said, being Dove as a DP is not easy as a Nature's Prophet. Like, you just lag the damage, he's gonna siphon it off. If Prophet ever leaves, DP can take your tower, so I think Setsu, he should be pretty happy with this matchup.
Okay. Well, 12-0, 13-5 on that Nature's Prophet. Already going on over to the side and trying to contest, but Luo up top, brought down very low, but not quite going to be enough to kill him off. Still, no regen, and you can see he's already gone into a Bracer. So, like, realizing I need to sort of survive through this. I haven't seen that on Terrorblade in a really long time.
I've seen it. It was like one time where someone started with it. It may have been yesterday, where they're like, okay, we're playing into this kill combo, so we're going to do it. It's great. Like, even here, he gets to live because he has some magic wand charges, some tangos running, so he barely lives, so they understand. But Vici, they're going to continue to pressure. I mean, even Primal Beast has a Wraith Band. Basically, everyone. Okay, what do I want? A Wraith Band. Cool.
Everybody except for Luo, right?
Yeah.
It's just the Terrorblade. He's like, okay, I'll get a Bracer. You know, I'll make it different.
I already have 20 billion armor, so I'll just get the HP component. Well, seems good.
Down bottom, trying to make something happen. Erica taking some hits from the Thunder Strike, but you can see playing against this Tidehunter, it's pretty easy just to zone him back with a couple of raises. They'd have to kind of go for an all-in play with that Gush at some point, most likely. And, you know, there is a possibility for it, but 11 stick charge is pretty hard to make that move.
Yeah, honestly, for now, they're doing pretty well bottom with the Tide, as we have a glimpse back with the shards. Let's see, Erica.
Good damage. Second raise connects, still going all in, but beyond right there too. Erica, you might be in trouble. It's actually going to be a kill up top. FY takes down ZZQ, but Erica able to survive through it. So multiple options for damage in across all of these lanes.
Yeah, and I think this big one is, this top one is a very big one. They just popped meta. They still got first blood on Vici. And I feel like this is a type of lane where once you get rolling, it can be very scary for YBB here with this TB clock. Like, as soon as one of them are slightly out of position, Vici get a lead, which they have now. The volatility of this lane is very, very high. As bottom.
Erica pulled back in, turns, tries to get some raises off before he goes down. Will eventually fall to Tianming. And Yang just going to have to be there to sort of pick up the pieces. Needs to also be careful. Is there a glimpse when he comes on back? He's going to have it up, so to make sure he doesn't get sent back to Fountain.
Yeah, you better not.
That would be
I've
terrible.
seen too many of these happen lately. But they're doing a really good job bottom. I like their itemization. You have this Raindrop with the Magic Wand, Fairy Fire. So basically all these fighting items to make sure that you can keep going. Tianming on the Disruptor doing a good job.
Setsu. Just taking a ton of damage, too, from 7E.
Taking a beating.
It's, every time he steps up, there's like a little bit of danger at it, but does have his bottle working now, and, you know, a good amount of tangos, too. Yang turning. They're kind of going onto both targets simultaneously. Not really any real kill threat, but up top, maybe a chance. The Cookie tries to step back away from it, but it's not going to happen. FY takes down the Terrorblade. You said it, this is a dangerous lane.
This is a very, like, if you're not full HP in this lane, you can just die from basically whatever you have. Like, once you're at 80%, you're in kill threshold. I think you need a range up here in TBS. Back to bottom.
Yang down low, gonna die, and just blood everywhere. 4 kills, about 5.5 minutes in. New is gonna pull this wave back behind the tower, it looks like, again, or at least away from the Terrorblade.
I mean, both offlanes are doing really well. Also, this bottom hardcam being alive for YBB is really bad for VG Gaming because it just allows the SF to not really have the space to chase down in the lane, and that's exactly what they want to do. At least for them. They also
70.
They're
He's going down bottom. The DD there, it's going to be a quick kill. Erica goes down so rapidly. That's the level 6 rotation.
Yeah, that's just an easy one. He gets the rune, pops the ult, TP's over. Yeah, honestly, they're doing really, really well in this lane. The SF is definitely supposed to crush this one.
So you were telling me that this is a lineup from YBB that likes to really get active and fight more often than they would for a couple other teams in this region. A much more aggressive lineup. It feels like they're definitely sticking with that.
I mean, even though they have like this TB and Nature's Prophet, oh, hold that.
Maybe. Beyond. They can't really go onto him. Tianming being sort of behind his meat shield of a Tidehunter.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just liking the items, as at least for now, Setsu.
Make the move in. Setsu tries to make this kill happen. 7E walks away. A couple more hits. It's going to be enough to bring him down. So they get a counterplay. After the rotation bottom, some good damage onto the mid tower, and Setsu gets the kill on the Nature's Prophet, even going now for more with the Spirit Siphon out and the Scatter Blast, bringing ZZQ low and getting a double. Vici, they strike back in a big way.
No, it's just some beautiful rotations, right? So you're winning the top lane, you already pushed the TP out of the lane, so now your Snapfire, I mean, if you're FY, you're like, okay, I can do whatever I want. I know that my DP is strong, he has Exo, we go mid, get a kill, half tower damage, suddenly, bam, 2k gold lead, just like that.
What a turnaround. Yeah, and I mean, playing around this Death Prophet, and also with all the pressure sort of put down bottom, that's set New up to have a great start to this. Already pulverized you, ZZQ, he moves forward, but with FY nearby, needs to get the Cookie to get him out of trouble. Can he get away? He actually goes back in like a crazy person and gives out the kill to Luo. All right, well, that worked.
Oh, what a monster. I'm not sure I would have turned around and charged in, but yeah, I guess respect to him did not work out, but all right.
Yeah, you miss every shot you don't take, right?
Very true.
Beyond getting ran down here by Setsu's snowball chase in. Tries to get in range. Is it going to be enough? The Ravage to turn it, and Yang will just have to back away.
Just the Ravage Force, not too bad. You know, just checking if it's available. It was, no more. Well, not bad, not bad.
Yeah, it didn't cost him that much. Just a couple Spirit Siphon charges. But now haste. Setsu is going to be glimpsed back pretty far.
Yeah, honestly, this DP, I don't see that much stopping him for now, because if you look at YBB's damage, it's very slow,
right,
which a hero like DP loves, because you just siphon through it. So unless there's some hookshot later into a static or a Ravage, like if you think about it, both TB or MP, they need to hit them a lot, as once again Exo
makes the move in and finds him. 7E in trouble, dying to the Spirits. Doesn't have a way away, and that's going to be the tier 1 tower going down. Now Lu up top, he's going to get caught by the Pulverize, tries to turn, and, well, 4 stick charges. Is he really going to get out of here right now? With ZZQ moving over, it's enough. Lu gets out, just barely. And they will be able to turn now and bring down the Clockwork. Does he get level 6 off of that? Oh my god, Yang? Okay, no, he goes down.
He knows. All good. I mean, for now, Vici, they're just making the right moves. And you can tell that YBB, they're struggling a bit. They don't have the best answers. Like, what do you do when the DP pops Exo and the 2 supports, like, go on you?
Yeah.
Nature's Prophet isn't gonna... He can't protect himself. He can't protect anyone else. And your supports are under level because it's minute 9:50.
After that rotation bottom where he got the kill onto the Shadow Fiend, everything has gone wrong for 7E.
Yeah.
Like, he has not progressed in items. He has gotten dove underneath his tower multiple times. It's been rough.
Yeah, like right now, you need a tome on at least one of the subs. Try and get perhaps a hook shot going or static. Perhaps you can get both if you give the tome now to the disruptor. And you can look for a smoke. Because right now, 5-on-5s, honestly, I don't think they're going to work out for you on YBB. You want to play the map open, have TV farm. They did a very good job opening up the tower here. And then combine your supports with the Nature's ult. Those are like your go-to plays right now.
Right, you can see these moves down bottom. They bring 5 heroes to ensure they get the tower, but then afterwards, everybody's kind of stuck on this side of the map, and you look on the other side, and Vici spread out farming 3 cores. It's a little bit concerning, and Setsu deciding to go for this mechanism build and gonna go into BKB afterwards, not even going in for the Guardian Greaves. You can see the esportsbet.io odds very much into the favor of Vici. I mean, they're playing their draft the way they need to. They're playing it fast.
Absolutely. The mid-nature's profit is bottom net worth. That's not where you want to be. Absolutely not. And for Vici, like, they have this mech, which, again, I love. It's going to allow them to play fast. He can keep going in. He's deciding to buy a BKB now because, I mean, I think he will go through with it because the only way he really dies is, as we said, their damage is slow.
Right.
He's going to need to be stunned or kinetic fielded or silenced. If he gets BKB into Siphons off, I don't think this guy's going to die.
Well, and, you know, Guardian Greaves did get nerfed. Mech didn't really get touched at all in the last patch, unless I'm mistaken. Okay, yeah, that... Where you at, buddy? What's going on there?
Oh, similar move.
Okay, Lowell finds him, pulverized there, and it should be enough for the finish. So both carries just getting caught kind of in no man's land.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very common smoke nowadays. Like, when you lose your jungle or your tier 1, you can't just give it to the enemies for free at all times. So you try to smoke back in there, kick out the carry, whatever. And Mew wants to go in.
Chases, but runs into a wall and forced to back away. They do have that Snapfire 6, and you talked about the level 6 as being online for YBB. I feel like this Clockwork needs to get so much done for them, because their other heroes really don't do that much as far as starting the fight is concerned.
I mean, they actually, they do nothing. Your Titan is going to be a block. He's rushing pipe, so he's going to be like, okay, if they run into me, you guys get a good fight.
Yeah.
But what if Vici just play around that? Or once the DPS BKB, he can be like, you think I care about you, Mr. Melon Man?
Right.
I pop my BKB, have some snowball kisses, and you're going to die anyway. So for YBB, honestly, it's going to be a little awkward to play. They need to like split the map with Treants, Illus, and then Clock needs to like find his balance of, okay, do I break a smoke? And when do I find the small timing for smoke myself? Because I'm telling you, it's not easy to beat a Clock this game.
No. Well, and that's the other thing, too, I would say, is that, okay, if you go late enough, YBB, they do start to look really good, but I don't imagine Vici are just going to sit back and wait. Like, I feel like they can definitely play super fast here. You know, level 12 for Setsu could be the Roche timing. Maybe if they want to go for that, they're taking stacks, pushing out these lanes. Things are really coming online for him.
I mean, that's definitely what I want to see from Vici in like this 1-2 minutes when this DP gets level 2 EXO to just go Roche. There's too many times where I see a team with DP, especially on Radiant, you're ahead and you feel forced to like run into the enemy triangle for some weird reason, but instead you can just go Roche. If they come to you, it's most likely a good fight, and if not, I mean, it's a free Aegis. You're happy either way.
True enough. They're setting up top, anticipating some move from Vici, but Vici playing it safe for now. This Death Prophet is just so unbelievably farmed, and waiting for that BKB timing would be pretty huge also. Erica has gone in for the Mask of Madness into the Dragonlance afterwards, as Neo just keeps control of that area, and yeah, this SF is going to hit incredibly hard.
Yeah, I mean, he's 0-3-0, but I don't think he or his team should care at all. His network, he's top 2. He's going to keep farming at a rapid speed. Once he gets BKB again, it's going to make it so hard for YBB to really combo heroes down. I mean, how are you going to do it? Hook shot into pushback into Ravage, but you're not realistically going to get a cog back anyway.
No.
There's silences, cookies, stuns as Beyond up top.
Okay, just cooking for fun.
Just poking.
Will remain safe here. I think that's the pipe coming out for him too on YBB.
Yep. So they do have that now at least, which is going to help a lot against the damage. But still, it helps you to like take less damage, but does it really stop the Vici train from when they run at you? I don't think so, because sure, you get more tankiness, but the damage is still lacking. So you're not really breaking this DP from just ramping in and being like, yo, what up, boys, high-fiving you and running everyone down.
No, it's true, and that is going to be a huge problem. Now there is a smoke up coming from 3 heroes of YBB. Obviously have the NP that can TP in afterwards, but a counterplay coming from Vici as well. If they take a good fight here, this could actually be okay for him. Yang, he's a bit far forward. Static Storm completely off the mark. Hookshot does connect, but then not able to get the cogs out. The silence from Setsu turned that perfectly. Both ultis doing nothing, and then the run-in from Neo. They do manage to get the turnaround, though. Okay, that was all of the ultis used, and just trying to get away with everybody else. That went okay for YBB. They get the kill on the Primal Beast, but 70 if he goes down right here. Walrus Punch, that one hurts. Yeah, losing this NP, that makes it all the worse.
Yeah, honestly, had he not died, I would have been pretty happy with it because now the map would have been cool. You know, TB gets to farm with his meta because the start actually looked pretty okay.
Yeah.
Neo gets like a 3-man charge, but he gets Ravage and instantly bursts it down. But yeah, ending, you know, getting that kill. Now at Vici, they're up 5k gold. They can wait for the next EXO, then just go Roche with that. And Setsu was still holding a lot of gold, but yeah, he's gonna decide to buy this BKB, and yeah, I feel like this trajectory of what he can do is not stopping.
Whoa, 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 Beyond, he's just dropping. Yang does get hit on for a second by Tianming, but FY willing to run in. Do they have a cookie to connect onto anybody? Tries to get the slowdown, but it won't be there in time. So you can see Vici, even without a bunch of ultis, they're just willing to run in. Neo finds him, finds the chill, and well, they kind of just exploded there.
I mean, I love what they're doing. They're showing their DP mid. He's like, okay, I don't have EXO. I did my job. I'm gonna go, you know, farm up some creeps. In the meantime, they stay bottom. Tidehunter hates like these mixed damage carries, right? Sure, you have a pipe,
right?
But there's a SF with his aura. Suddenly, you have 1 armor. He has Mask of Madness, 200 damage. You die in like 2 seconds.
I mean, the big thing to me also is that they can fight on Vici without their ultis, it feels like.
Yeah.
And that is something that YBB just cannot do. They need Ravage for these fights to go well. And even the last one where it like kind of went okay, you know, they definitely need it if they want to take a full 5-on-5 fight.
I mean, they need Ravage, and meta every time. If they don't have these spells, they cannot fight. Like, we can't stress enough how hard it is currently for them to play.
Yeah.
They need to really try to split this map up a bit. If Vici decide to go Roche, I don't think you can fight it. You need to give it. You need to delay this game, get to your items, hope that your MP and TB eventually get to deal enough damage so that they can stand their ground against the DP. As long as you cannot do this, Setsu just gonna have free reign.
Yo, Kezu though, they do have one thing, as ZZQ is likely about to die. They got the Philosopher's Stone. They're ready. Oh no, there's no camp there. ZZQ goes down. Wanted to get away. The Philosopher's Stone. It will salvage all of this, right?
Yes, Disruptor will get his axe. He will 5-man Ravage into Static. I mean, we're talking about it as a bit of a meme, but honestly, it can happen. Disruptor axe is one of the like game changers, potentially.
Okay, we'll see if he can make it happen. While Roche is being taken, they do find Yang, and look at this coming online with a couple kills. Snowball tries to keep him alive for a moment, but will go down as Erica gets the Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that they don't fight Roche. I absolutely think that you can't contest. There is no way. You need to understand that, okay, if you're Lu, you're like, bros, I need more gold. If you're 70 on Aegis Prophet, bros, I need more gold. So you need to delay, hold, have some people break some smokes, and sure, give up the Aegis. But just keep delaying and hold on.
You know, I will say for a 7,000 gold lead, it feels like a lot of that is on these supports, you know? And that's not, like, the cores still feel like they're in somewhat fighting sort of situation, although, well, no, he's going to pop the BKB, turn, ready to run back in, and as soon as I say it's, like, looking kind of okay, it then looks really bad. That's how it goes.
I like when you see these core players where they get gone on, they don't just instantly default to, oh shit, I need to BKB and get out. He's like playing patient, he's waiting. Okay, how many people are behind the clock? Where's my team? Okay, I can just BKB and kill this guy. Okay, let's go.
Right. No, it's true. In a lot of ways, they have been playing with just so much like confidence, it feels like, on the side of Vici. They know exactly what their timing's going to be. and it's going to hit really hard. You've got triple BKBs now done with an Aegis on this Shadow Fiend. He's about to hit level 15. I would not be surprised if he goes for that Presence or affects Buildings Talent again and they just run at Buildings.
No, for sure. You have the DP ult. He's now going back for the Greaves. He's going to be very happy. I would say that YBB are holding on to the game, but it is a hard ask for them. And in terms of Vici, like, you should know, okay, we want to speed up this game. They need items. Let's, you know, keep the lanes nicely pushed. Go take some tier 2s. Tier 2 outpost, play the map.
Right. And as well as it is going, I think there is that sort of looming threat. Disruptor has 2 components of the Aghanim Scepter just about completed. So if I'm Vici, you definitely want to make the move right now and try and do this, but need to be careful about that Blink Ravage reveal that's coming out beyond. They hook shot in, finds him, the pushback. Oh, but Setsui gets the BKB off, and they do not have nearly enough damage to bring him down after that. What a timing. They just came in a little bit too late. Well, glimpse back one, Setsu being brought lower and lower, but Erica standing in the midst of it. They do finally find this Terrorblade. Can he turn with the Sunder, the BKB? No Sunder target available. Lu in trouble as he gets ran down, but the Sunder keeps him up on the high ground. They do get the Aegis reclaimed and tries to walk away. The glimpse to force back Nuo, and actually kind of works out okay for YBB. Yang does end up barely surviving.
Honestly, I really like the idea of what YBB had going there. They were setting up with clock, they had a nice ward, and if they were just half a second faster, this Setsu just gets blown up and everything changes. So just slight mis-execution, but being down 8k gold, you know, being ready to make this play, it gives me a lot of confidence.
The thing about this game that feels weird is that I'm constantly feeling like it could have been worse for YBB. It could have been worse. Like, they could have lost everybody right there. But the constant story that we're seeing is Vici getting further and further ahead every single fight.
I mean, YBB, they need to now... Lu might be in a lot of trouble.
Oh, God.
This smoke is...
no.
They're eyeing him already.
Run away, run away. He's trying to get out of there. Sends back the illusion. Yang. Do they have an inkling? Do they have an idea? ZZQ tries to keep him alive, catches him underneath the tower, and no BKB available, but the Requiem's already out. New dropping lower and lower. 7E is almost dead. He's going to fall. Yang now under the tier 2 tower. Is this going to be the fight for him? I don't know. Greaves is down. Static Storm is there. They don't have ultis available for Setsu, but he just pops the BKB and runs in, and Lu can't quite get the kill. In the end, it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Well, they lose another. Yang does go in a bit too far. And now the glimpse onto Erica, but he'll get cookied out.
I mean, little awkward. At least now for YBB, before the next fight starts, they're gonna have this double BKB available. I also like the item Setsu is going. He wants to go for a for a blink next. Like, he just wants to get in there.
Yeah.
And like break the formation, maybe get on the supports, pop some BKBs, and just... Because the only way he dies is like some perfect initiation from YBB. But they're not going to initiate on you if you can just smoke yourself, blink in, then you're initiating on them.
Right.
Suddenly you're taking away the one way of how you could potentially die.
Well, and you know, it's definitely felt like he has been sort of this immovable object that is becoming more and more of a problem. I am still seeing this looming threat of the Disruptor Ags. He's got 2.5 components, getting closer and closer to it. We'll see if Tianming can get there. But Vici Gaming still in dominant control of this one with a 9,000 gold lead, and now a Blink Dagger on Tusk too. So Yang has another way to get in there and save his team.
Yeah, they're going to have multiple ways of getting in, multiple ways of saving. Like, maybe you can snowball through the static later, pick some, you know, pick your boys up. Just have multiple people going in to just make it chaotic for Disruptor to, like, just not have an easy time casting his spells. They have 10k gold, and Erica on the SF once again. You have the Silver Edge build-up, it's great for you, more damage crit. You also get the break against Tide, which, now again, not a win condition. Easier way, if this guy stands in front, okay, we don't care, you're broke, bam, you're dead.
So, oh God, that was cool, the little denies with the illusion. How much copium am I sort of sitting here with as BKB 7E tries to get away, TP out, does he have enough? No! Holy moly. How much copium am I thinking that YBB might still be in this? Because I'm seeing plays like that, and it's like, all right, this feels really bad to be playing YBB. But there's moments where it's like, okay, that didn't look terrible. Like, they kind of make some hold happen, and then they lose a couple heroes like this.
There's definitely some copium, but I do think with the, you know, the Disruptor Axe, there is always some way. But right now they're bleeding.
Oh my God, he blinks right inside of the cogs. All right, never mind. All the copium's gone. It's over.
I would say if Vici had less jumping heroes, then they could definitely still win with the Disruptor, but there's going to be a Tusk jumping in. There's a Primal Beast charging in, you a DP blinking in. It might, I would say it's just going to be too hard. If Vici played us out cleanly, they can keep holding the map, wait for the next Roche, and then it's going to be too hard for YBB.
We'll see if they can make a hold happen. Have not lost high ground yet, but as you said, with all these blinks online, the freaking dangerous Primal Beast being ready to go with his BKB and Blink Dagger, it is a very big ask.
I mean, I guess eventually you might get this Skadi timing on TB if he gets there, but it's more like this map is just so hard for you to play. Like, sure, you have Nature's Prophet TB who want to get all this farm, but they can't. You don't have the space.
Yeah. No, and like Erica and Setsu are still just growing in power so much. Yeah. This Death Prophet, this Shadow Fiend, they're so strong. And 7E, I mean, he's still trying to finish off this Gleipnir. Does he actually switch it over? I don't know if he has it done or if he has decided to switch for the AC.
Looks like he switched it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he after dying there, he's like, okay, SF is literally killing me during me TPing out. Okay, bros, we need an AC, and hopefully, you know, that's going to work out.
Yeah. Well, he does have the plate mail now.
They're looking.
They see him. Hook shot, push back. Can they get him? The Ravage is down. Everything dropped for the Primal. But now, they don't have anything left.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, they did get him. But if they ever want to kill heroes, the problem is they actually have to do this until the Disruptor Axe comes out. Like, they always have to pop a big spell. They even pop 2 big spells.
They popped 5 big spells. That was Metamorphosis and 4 ultis.
Yeah, and now when Roach respawns, the problem is you ain't fighting that. And yeah, it's up.
Okay. Well, dodge for a little while, push out lanes, I guess. But they got their kill.
They did get him. And if they try again next time, they'll probably get him again. If they have all their spells ready. There's a gem on FY now. I like that too. Especially when you're up this far, all you need to do is really not overplay too hard and keep shrinking the map. And gem is just going to help you like tremendously at doing that.
Absolutely. So 21-10 and Roche up as they are going to head on into the pit. Setsu has the haste rune bottled up. If they can take this without popping Exo, I'm sure they would love that. Yang looking for a target, can't find one.
This is pretty decent. Like, if you look at YBB's map, bottom is pushing with Treants, top is pushing with Illus. ZZQ was in like a good position to, again, you know, waste a little bit of time from Vici here. Of course, they're gonna take this free Aegis once again and the Shard because they're in no condition to fight on YBB's side, but they're doing the best out of it. It's new, looking a little bit.
Jetpack getaway. Disruptor, 300 gold right now from Aghanim's. Go sell your boots, man.
Sell it all, brother.
Tianming, it is time. If there was ever a moment where you need to come up huge, it is right now, because the Aegis is the big answer to all the big ultis being dropped.
He's gonna need a pretty big static storm, my friend.
Yeah.
Maybe 4-man Ravage, 4-man Storm. That's a good start.
Yeah, I want him to sell his wand. Like, it's whatever you need to do, because they're probably going to be pushing pretty soon here. He might just try and see if he can finish it off, though, without having to sell anything.
Yeah, I mean, they should be happy if no fight really gets forced upon them, unless Vici really make a mistake. They're looking bottom already.
Yang set up Erica. Requiem, it's there. They find him, and look at 7E just explode in that moment. Will get out of there beyond Force Staff to keep him alive, and the chase away is just getting absolutely decimated. ZZQ did not stand a chance.
They're definitely up a little far together, but really nice play. Yang goes there, he sets it up. Oh, they're not done with this.
The Tendrils try to get him out of there. Force Staff walk away, Walrus punch.
Him.
I think Beyond gets out. As well, maybe not. Now the chase in with the glimpse back keeps him alive, but the BKB has already been used. Tianming so low. He just wanted his eggs. Give his boy his eggs, and now, oh no, Ravage forced to be used. Can they get a kill? Yang stays alive. Not so much so for Beyond.
I like what Vici are doing around the map. There was something similar like earlier in the game where they know that they don't need 5 heroes. Like you're up 15,000 gold. The enemies don't deserve to be bottom. This guy doesn't deserve to run away from us. Let's keep chasing him, kill him in his base. Even if we don't kill him, force Ravage, but they do both. And now, poof, Exo tier 3, let's go.
Send in some of these treants to try and soak up what damage they can, but it is Scotty done now, and Disruptor has the eggs coming back to him. This has to be the moment for him, but they're at least going to lose one set of racks, it looks like. Well, Glyph used.
They should. I think SF can just stand his ground. Like, if they kill him once, they need to, again, use all their stuff. He comes back, he's like, what up, homies?
Right. Yeah, you can't really afford to drop everything onto this SF and just have him respawn again.
Yeah.
So we'll reset. Vici take the lane of Rax mid, and YBB trying to buy some more time for themselves. It's still just feeling so much not enough.
It is going to be really hard. Like, even now, there's some big items coming out. They have a bottle DD rune on the Aegis SF. He's getting closer to a Satanic. They have a Shiva's Guard completed after the next wave of Setsu here. As YBB, they're going for a 5-man smoke with this Disruptor Axe. They need something big from this one.
Yeah, they got to get something. And, you know, send out these illusions, try and push the lanes. There is a pretty good idea probably of where they're at. The Clockwork pinging up on high ground. And Erica, he's going to be that first point of contact. Spots him right away. Hook shot in. Tries to get the Cogs pushback. Ravage. Tendrils. They don't drop everything onto Erica. And in fact, they won't be able to get that kill. Walrus Punch is out. And, well, Clockwork does manage to get a little bit of separation. So the smoke will not turn into anything big. Static Storm down, but he BKB'd already. And yeah, they don't have what they need. Although Erica's dropping lower and lower, the Tendrils, it's enough for the kill. Has Ravage back up when he is alive. But ZZQ already dead. Erica just gonna pop the Requiem, run away. They get the cookie forward, find 70 for the kill. They buy back now on the Clockwork. Needs to get the Thunder, but the Fear was there. Didn't have it available. And now they chase for more. Setsu blinks in, finds that kill too. It is all too much for YBB.
As you're saying, it's just too much. Like, they need to pop their BKBs early on to keep fighting, but then, well, there's an Aegis. So by the time he comes back, nothing, you know, is going to be there to stop the SF. Look at his damage numbers. It's 8k. He's just sitting there, right-clicking, laughing at them with his Aegis.
Does not care at all. Erica, way too strong. And they will have a creep wave coming in now, and that should be the setup to take down the rest of this base here. They've got Exo ready to go. No meta for 90. They will have Ravage, but there's just not enough damage.
No, I mean, they're going. Can they just go Megas?
I feel like
run it up top. Let's go. Like, you still have some 15 seconds. Sure, they have Ravage, but they have no meta. BKBs are still also like 20 seconds. It's yeah, I think it's free for Vici here. Just
what
stay.
A good game from Setsu. This guy set the tempo in such a solid way.
I mean, this guy is kind of pogging. I do like his item build too. Apart from the pick pole, you know, at 32 minutes. Ravage!
Ravage in. Where's the follow-up? Static Storm onto so many, but Setsu just walks out of it. Oh, they didn't have the kinetic field down in time, and, well, they run in with new. Find everybody. GG is going to get called. 27,000 gold lead. Vici Gaming looking good in game number 1.
I really like what they did around the map. Like, I'm just very impressed when people and teams understand that, okay, we don't need 5 people to do everything. We don't need 4 people. Sometimes you just need 1 to set it up, bring a +1, 2+2. Easy for them. Honestly, just a very well-played game by them.
Look at that. Smiles all around. FY had already left his chair. He's like, I'm out of here, guys.
Whatever, guys. This was too easy.
I'm going to go talk with Fenrir.
Too fucking easy.
Yeah, man. What a solid showing. I will say that for, like, the way that it was set up, I was worried about like going late game. I think a lot of times in the China region, there's these issues going high ground, breaking the base, and they just knew the perfect answer to deal with that. They got everything they needed. Oh, I also messed up when I chose this shirt. I'm sorry, production. There's green in it, and now I'm like, they can see through me. They got shot.
Don't worry, guys. He's all right. He's all right. I mean, for YBB, when you see this DP, and especially you see it early on in the draft, I want teams to have something ready to stop the hero from running in. Okay. That's how you really break it. And in this game, he pops Exo. He's just laughing. What are they going to do to him?
Absolutely. What are you going to do? We'll find out in game number 2. But first, let's head on back to that panel.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And indeed, Vici Gaming take game number 1. The caveman barbarian style worked out excellently for them because ultimately, Kez was very right. Once DP pops Ghost, they don't really have an option. Tigav, when we started the game and looking at the draft, you were saying you want 7E playing a hero that has some kind of X factor, some dynamism that can stop magic from happening from Vici. Make sure that they just spread across the map. That Nature's Prophet is just not that hero from the mid lane if that happens, especially when you end up building this sort of hybrid carry style that they ended up going for.
Yeah, unfortunately for YBB, this was probably one of the weaker showings that they've had on Nature's Prophet, be it from Tour 1 now into Tour 2. And I feel for YBB, their lineup was about playing the wider map, skipping out waves, you deciding when you want to fight, be it from some Clockwork Disruptor, kind of finding that fight. But I feel like Vici Gaming, we're going to watch a lot of highlights here where Primal Beast is Neo, he's just going in the entire time. He doesn't care. And because this playstyle is just, how does YBB set the map up to utilize their heroes correctly? It's just non-stop run at you, fight, aggression that punishes them. So yeah, I think Vici Gaming playing a very good game to just prevent the playstyle.
Yeah, the playstyle at the very end of the day, they're not necessarily effective from YBB Gaming, despite their various attempts. Sheep, when we were looking at the draft, you said from Vici Gaming, after their first 3 heroes opening, what you wanted to see primarily was them get a bit more burst damage, some kind of way to ensure that they can win these fights quickly. And from YBB, they had decent teamfight options. You know, got this jump in with the Ravage, you get the Disruptor Static Storm, but they just have no punch. It felt like they were tickling some of these Vici Gaming heroes at some point in the game.
I think it's because they were very net worth dependent. They really needed gold and items to do damage. Like you want your Scotty on your TB and so on and so on. Your Nature's Prophet, I mean, he's pretty weak early too until you get those later items. And they didn't reach them just because Vici played much better. I really just want to stress how much faster Vici were playing in general. You look at FY, he's making plays top with his Primal Beast and getting kills on Lu's Terrorblade. Then he's rotating mid and helping Setsu get kills on the Nature's Prophet. He's shutting down so many games on YBB just from his movements alone. And then they're bringing Yang to like these different lanes too. Like he shows up 8 minutes, helps Setsu move to bot lane to go and get a kill on Tide. They don't get it, but they force the Ravage, so he no longer has that playmaking ability. Then he goes to top, and he's going in the jungle and threatening there. Like I think the supports on Vici just played a much, much better game than YBB.
Yang was honestly incredible. New's going to get the MVP for this one. He was honestly very, very effective all across the map, diving in, forcing them to use spells in a very off-kilter fashion and just making the fight afterwards, the re-engage, much easier for the rest of his lineup. But I really do want to highlight, it might not be the MVP, but I want to highlight Yang here, Tigav. It is not easy to move from a core position into a support one and to do it effectively while captaining your team, taking over the reins of leadership. It started at the TI Last Chance qualifier that seems to have continued in that fashion. What do you think about his long-term prospects as a 5-position player, and do you think it helps him to know where to be on the map, given that he used to be a core player himself?
I think, especially because he's from offlane and he's played offlane long enough back in the day where it's like you've been in the sacrificial times to be like a supporting offlane to when you got to be greedy. So I feel like it's probably one of the better examples of a player being able to move into 5. And when you're matched up with the level of players around you, that also will cushion you. And you know, so far it's looking good. I feel like Vici Gaming often have a very good play style and plan to follow. Sometimes you might argue it's not. It's like it has a very face-up value. Like they don't have this like, what could happen with this lineup? Like you kind of know what's happening, but they execute it so well. So maybe that could be their downfall down the line. But for now, when they do get to execute, it's like, look at this Dota. It's just non-stop. You're just going to die. You're just going to lose.
Yeah, it was beautiful to watch. The thing I really enjoyed watching the most about the Sheep was you were talking about when they make moves on the map, right? How telegraphed it can be around the exorcism. But it also means on the other side that it means they have very clear objectives for what to reach for. As soon as Ghosts are online, they're like, all right, here's what we want to do next. We want to go take this Roshan. We want to make a tier 2 tower push. We want to not just force fights in a cavalier fashion, but there's a very clear, you can very clearly see what the plan is in all of their engagements, right? So going into game number 2 for YBB, should they try and remove that kind of clear objective, take away heroes like the Death Prophet so that it's not as directly clear what they want to do, and hopefully it makes it harder for them to play the game?
Honestly, I don't even think that is something that will work, because I don't think they were only playing around Exorcism. Like, yes, they made plays around Exorcism, but it's stuff like smoking with your supports and your Primal Beast and going to that, or even Primal Beast and DP, running to bot, looking for this Terrorblade. Oh, he's not here. Go into the triangle, kill him there. Right? They didn't have to commit Exorcism for that. It's the supports moving from lane to lane, making those moves and shutting heroes down. You don't need an exorcism for that. I think there's too many heroes that can make plays in the game for you to ban them all out. So really, I think it's more of you need to have supports that can sort of match that tempo, or you have to make sure that you're not giving them the kills that they're searching for and understand. Like, I think there was a time when YBB smoked up to look for SF, and he's very aware of it. He's sitting behind his tier 2 tower, not giving them that kill, and instead they're able to bring their heroes down and then take the fight into that smoke and get some good trades off the back of it. So in general, I think drafting wise, there's nothing clear cut you can get rid of.
Well, drafts is normally where the action starts in this particular situation, but YBB, although they'd won in Division 2, right now does seem that VG Gaming have the upper hand against them. The last time these two teams faced off, though, it did follow a similar template, where YBB lost the first game and went on to win the series. So comeback potential is still definitely there for them. We'll find out if they'll be able to make that particular leap happen, or if it's going to be VG's day this day, and we'll find out very shortly after a quick break and to start off Game 2. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese DPC. Game number 1 of Vici Gaming and YBB in the books, with YBB back against the wall. They've been here before, though, so they're going to try and mount a comeback going into game number 2. One of the reasons why they ended up losing that first game, obviously we spoke about the positive aspects of what Vici Gaming were doing, right? But there are some negatives and drawbacks, Sheep. 2 of them, in my opinion, are a little bit sus. Number 1, we spoke about this Nature's Prophet from the mid lane. Not really much you can do if you don't have like an incredible game from mid. But also, the other hero that's in the off lane, Tidehunter. We saw New getting the MVP. Primal Beast can do a lot on the map, can always be active, always be making things happen, right? Tidehunter a lot more limited and one-dimensional in that regard. I don't think the itemization helped that much either. He went for some pipe instead of going for anything that would assist against the physical damage. Talk to me about this. Why do you think they went for the Tidehunter ultimately in this game?
I mean, I thought it was just to give them more like team fight, to make it more straightforward how they want to play their games. But the problem is he was just wasting the Ravage. This guy was insane. Like the rotation from bot, like 8 minutes, he gets gone on by a DP. He's like, guess I have to Ravage. Ravages, loses kill threat, but that way loses team fight potential or the ability to like protect his mid tower. Then later in the game, he's just like popping Ravages, right? Like there was a fight on the bottom tier 2 tower where Clockwork goes in, hook shots, pushes back with cogs. He doesn't Ravage in time. So the DP gets a BKB off and it's completely wasted. Then another time on the bot, when he's being chased in his base, his team's dead. He uses Ravage again. And it's a complete waste because you're not getting a kill off it and you're limiting what your team can do afterwards. Like I think YBB did a really nice smoke into the Aegis where they killed the SF and they nearly like did a good thing. But they had no Ravage for that fight because he Ravaged nothing in his base. This guy needs to have his R button taken away and he can only click it in actual circumstances where it's actually needed.
Well, we're going to be seeing whether or not he's allowed to play Tidehunter again or if he's also going to get banned away from taking up that role, as we do have the second draft available for us. Vici Gaming, they have the first pick, FY Rubik. T. I'm already happy, and you should be happy as well, because you were saying what you want YBB to do is go back to what was working in Div 2. Now here's a Silencer Mars for them. This was working for them quite well last time out.
Yeah, I feel like if you want to touch on that previous draft one last time, it's like normally they have an aspect of 20-minute, this is going to be our way to shut you out, or at least present ourselves as a team. When you have TB and Nature's Prophet in the same draft, Tidehunter as well, it's like there's no moment where you're like, oh, that's cool. It's like our towers might fall, but there's no oomph. So now already with YBB going for this Mars, going for a Silencer, it's like these heroes naturally push your team to find that 15-20 minute fight. They kind of go, we need to do this. If we don't, we're not playing our heroes correctly. So I like the fact that we are seeing YBB shift away. I didn't mind them trying to change things up. You know, game 1 of the Div 1 Tour 2. Like, why not? Let's try and do some new stuff. But fundamentally, YBB are meant to be the aggressive team, so draft for it. And so far, they are going back to that.
Yep. Vici Gaming, of course, still have the memo about this. Pangolier is not going to ever be allowed for 70. I'm intrigued that they decided to ban 2 of the heroes that came from the first draft here. YBB have removed Primal Beast and no Death Prophet. It feels like Death Prophet and this Primal Beast together, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of them from Vici. But Sheep, first phase Timbersaw.
Good.
This is not a common thing at all.
Yeah, is there a
should be more
specialist on
common.
that team that I don't know about? Because Timbersaw is... I mean, I'm not a massive fan of it, honestly. Into Silencer as well. I suppose they're going to be lacking damage. That's kind of like one of the biggest issues with Mars right now, I think.
It was banned in the previous game. I think it's second phase or maybe even final phase. But this hero, at least, so you know, in high-ranked EU pubs and stuff, it's having its return where they see a couple of things like, okay, we're just going to pick it. Because the hero's still the same throughout all the patches. It's not like it's been like stupidly nerfed or whatever. And already, like you see Silencer, it's like, okay, cool, I don't care, right? In lane, you get to level 3, you buy some cloak, boom, your lane's now free, right? There needs to be some carry that now punishes him. So I think there's already enough tell in the opening to do this Timbersaw. And I feel like if this game goes well, this might have like a rippling effect across other regions where it's like, wait a second, Timber is a hero. Because like it's happening in pubs slowly, now we get to finally see it in pro. But I honestly think this hero is very strong, but you have to respect its weaknesses, which is obviously it doesn't provide team fight. It doesn't always buy the best auras, like it doesn't stack all of them, it might buy one. And on top of that, you now need to have your team fight under control from other heroes, be it from some mid laner or something. But the hero is cool, but you need to draft for it correctly. You can easily draft yourself into, wait a second, we have Timbers 40 minutes into the game, what are we doing, right? So
Yeah, I really liked in the Lima Major, Arteezy himself played as Luna into Whisper's Timbersaw, and
Oh,
that
yeah,
went.
he picked him. So, oh.
No, God no. But no, he brought back the Luna versus Timber matchup, which typically was really good. Like quite a while ago, was common matchup we saw when Luna was a little bit better. But he made it look really good. They kind of they killed Whisper in lane. I think it looked really nice. I think you could even maybe put this silencer with Mars and then just straight up pick a brand new safe lane for yourselves against the Timber if that's what you want.
It's possible. I could definitely see that as an option. I think it'll probably tell us a bit more based on their bans as well if they want to try and take that kind of risk. If I remember correctly, at the TI Last Chance qualifiers, New did play one Timbersaw game at least. And I think that game that was one of the ones they ended up winning in their lower bracket run, if I remember correctly. But I think that's what happened. So you're asking if there's a Timbersaw specialist. New is one of these off-lane players. They would never pick, Yang would never allow this to be picked for him unless he was certain.
Yeah,
that,
that's
yo,
true,
bro,
actually,
you
no.
got this.
He doesn't look like a specialist. He's played 9 professional Timbersaw games with a 44% win
But
rate.
Yang's covering it, because like, obviously Yang, before when he played offlane, he was very good on Timbersaw. So
Right.
he's like, you know what, boys, this
give
is
the
it.
tech.
And he's like,
game.
you're taking it. And it's like, now if he does bad, it's like, I'm back to offlane. It's like, this is like really, a crossroads for video gaming. But ban-wise as well, it's
They're
like,
protecting it very heavily.
Oh, he's been practicing it in pubs,
There
boys.
we go.
He's
There
been
we
practicing
go.
it in pubs.
There we go. New.
it's just fun to see, like, this is drafting from like when DPC first happened like 2 years ago, where it's like Timbersaw was very popular back then, and it was always, we spoke about, you pick Timbersaw, you have to ban your monkeys, your Ursas, you have to, people don't really care about Slark too much nowadays, you need to think about Luna still, like we mentioned earlier, like there's 4 heroes or so, but it's like these are 4 different heroes than when the Lena counters, so it's like same type of stuff, but yeah, you have to respect cover it. If you don't use bans to protect Timbersaw, then it's like you're not utilizing this pick position correctly. But yeah, still it's like Slark and Luna are the 2 that are left through that are more standard counters.
We'll see if YBB want to angle themselves towards either of those directions. I would like to see them, definitely I want to see 70 on something a lot more active in this game. I do not want to see him play Nature's Prophet. His Ember is still in the pool, his Pango is still in the pool, his Bad Rider, which was Imperious last season, is still in the pool. So I'm hoping to see if they go for that. They take out this Kunkka. This is a hero that it always feels like a trap when you pick Kunkka. You pick Kunkka, it feels really good, and you end up just losing the game. But this is a classic. Oh, Mars with the Snapfire. Old school DPC stuff coming in from the Chinese here, Sheep.
I'm glad to see them take it away from Y potentially as well. FY, sorry. I thought he was so good on it last game and made everything happen. And it's really nice when you're playing with a Timbersaw because you can just leave him, right? And it gives him more space to go and play around mid. So this time, it's going to be YBB in the driver's seat, hopefully.
Let's see. They're probably going to be picking up Yang's hero here. Like
Yeah.
they'll get Yang, Setsu's hero, because they normally like to reserve the pick for Erica as late as humanly possible. What stands out to you here, T, when you're looking at this? What's required to ensure that this Timbersaw has as good a lane as humanly possible, and also the person can leave so it can help middle, and then Timbersaw can self-sustain in that?
I mean, if Vici want to be really obnoxious here, they pick up some really aggressive support that then can play with the Rubik.
Great.
So,
What
okay,
the
so my mindset for this, if they were going to carry support, I was thinking like they'd go like Naga or something. A hero that can buy Manta, you don't care about Silencer, you don't really care about lane, you push it out, and then your mid, here's your team fight, boom, stable draft previous patch. But we get to see a Wraith King. And again, this I honestly feel like I'm drafting 2 years ago in the past. Like, we got Mars pickups, and you got these Wraith Kings because you don't care about anything on Mars. And the big weakness of YBB's opening is, like, if you don't kill in Modern Warfare Global or Arena, there isn't
That's
a
it.
post-fight for these heroes.
Yeah.
And of course, that's why Wraith King should always be good, but the hero's kind of shit. But now, because of Radiance being cheaper, you should argue that is the hero now back a bit, because it's like, was it 400-500 gold cheaper? Maybe it's viable, but yeah, I think I actually kind of like just looking at Victory Gaming's lineup. It's just nice.
Also super tanky.
Oh, TA's a
Yeah.
good
These
pick.
heroes are really, really tanky.
That's a really good shout about the Radiance. My only fear now is that because you're playing into TA, you're going to be very low on armor if you go for that build, and then you have the potential to just kind of get a little bit railed by. So maybe there can be some Radiance into Halberd. I think that would make him tanky enough to deal with that. Should be fine.
I like the TA pick though, because like you don't expect TA to be too amazing against Timbersaw because it was about armor, but like just level 1 meld, if you play the lane aggressively, you can actually force the Timber to feel, not great. And depending if they put, Silencer Snap, no matter who goes there, they also have kill threat. So YBB, if they want to play out this game cleanly, TA has to do well in the first like 3 minutes of the lane, and then they need to find a solution to killing off this Wraith King kind of ultimate without it being all the spells. Because right now, the damage they have, it's like, it's awkward. It's very, can we fight? Yes or no? If no, run away.
We just don't do anything. To be fair, there's also like a Lu specialist. Like when he was making his name in China, this was the hero that he was known for. Even when he was feeding on like some Terrorblade or whatever, you would give him TA and it's like, all right. I knew that he was good at this hero when Zhao 8 once banned it first phase. It's like, okay, cool. When Zhao 8 gives you the nod that it's worth removing from the game, it definitely makes sense. So Sheep, we're looking at this Vici draft. What do you think is missing from them? What does their draft need to do that it's not capable of doing right now at this point in time?
I guess there's no team fight, really. So that might be it. Like the most glaring missing thing. I think the Timbersaw and the Enchantress together are going to be able to apply a lot of early game building pressure, and then they have like, your Wraith King's going to come online later. I will say one thing I don't like from last draft to this draft is I think their ability to play make on supports is like a little worse. Yes, you can push towers. Yes, you have like nice spells from Rubik, but his ganking is not as effective as like Snapfire's. And with the freedom that Timbersaw should be granting you, I would like to see if he is going to be able to do a lot, because YBB get to choose their lanes here, right, and make themselves a little bit less gankable. Like, TA shouldn't really be dying. We'll see what they're going to pick mid here.
Let's see. Mid hero for YBB. What's 7E going to play? Bat's still in the pool. Can't play Ember, of course, because it's just been taken away. Oh, no, Bat's not in the pool. It got banned.
Go Filthy. Actually, can you go Filthy? You can't Huskar already. No.
No, I don't think Huskar's fine.
It's not great. So, like,
right
now,
doesn't feel good. I don't know.
This is why Vici Gaming lineup feels quite nice here, because you've got this. If you try and counter the Ember, then you're probably not going to have the damage to kill off the Wraith King, because you're going for a laning phase kind of physical damage dealer, and of course that won't feel great against Wraith King Timber down the line. And I feel like for YBB, they need to just double down on, we'll leave lanes, take the first Aegis, and look to fight. And it's like Wraith King, rather than being a hero that gets Radiance, the Halberd, the AC, the Blink, and scales in, it's always like, he has Radiance, but he hopes to get another item, but they're doing a big objective. And that's the playstyle they need to get to. But it's difficult, I think. I'm not seeing the hero right now, which is like, that would perfectly complete their draft.
Let's see. This is going to be 70. Void Spirit doesn't feel that great.
I don't want to see his mid Earth Spirit either, because you're going into Timber Wraith King. It's like, you just terrible. They go Dawn.
Is it a Dawn carry with a TA mid, or is it just a TA carry with a Dawn mid?
It's going to be Dawn playing the offlane, I think. Yeah, it is offlane.
Yeah.
And then Lou's playing the TA.
But
Setmus 7E mid-Mars. All right, so he's known and he does play a lot of these like strength cores in the mid lane, right? And I suppose, given that Mars as a hero, it falls off really easily, very quickly, right? So maybe you want to give him a bit of a better start by putting him mid, but...
This is volatile. I'm going to just jump on this straight away. YBB's whole laning setup, we can find out in 5 minutes that they've already lost this game. Because it's like, Dawnbreaker isn't the most potent of laners. You're against Ench and Wraith King. That could already be impossible. And then it's like Timbersaw, if you don't shut him down pre-level 3 and he gets those motions, now Timbersaw takes over. So, yeah, if YBB don't enter this laning phase with an exact idea, boom, it could be 2-0.
You know what I also feel awful about? Like, what is Mars meant to itemize this game? You're playing with a TA who probably wants to buy the Deso. Even a Dawn probably wants to buy a Deso. So what are you buying that lets you scale as a Mars? Especially since usually a core Mars relies on the damage from Rebuke. Yeah. It's like you're playing into a Timbersaw, Wraithy, like all these heroes are going to have potentially a lot of like armor or like be really tanky. I think it just really sucks to be a Mars core in this game.
Yeah, that's probably why they're like, let's not rely on it from the offlane. And my big concern, if I'm completely honest, cooldown, right? We saw in the previous game that Vici was just playing with very high tempo the entire time. They have a draft that's capable of doing so again, and YBB have to be once more very considered about their spell usage if they want to succeed in game number 2. We'll find out if they have what it takes, or if Vici get the 2-0 lead for the day, and to find out, we send it over to the calming presence of Kezu and the lovely, lovely smile of Lyrical. Take it away, boys, for game 2.
We'll do just that. Ready for some more action here, man. They were talking about what is going to be the answer. What's going to be the pick that Mars is going to go? I know, Meteor Hammer.
There you go. It will work. It will work this time. Just Arena Spear, catch the Ember. It's easy. We'll see if we get to see one Meteor Hammer work out eventually. It will happen. I don't know if it's this one, but I would hope so.
Probably not.
Probably not. Let's be real. Probably not.
It looks like he's going for Soul Ring. I feel like if you go Soul Ring, you're probably not going Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, you're going Bottle, Soul Ring. If you go Meteor after, it ain't the build, my friend.
Well, prepare for a lesson. Comes the call from Setsu, who gets away with a sort of blind Ember pick. We've seen some other teams, some other regions try and punish this pretty heavily. We'll see if Mars is going to be the be-all, end-all answer as Beyond gets that last second switch up playing the Dawnbreaker there.
mean, Mars should be good. I remember seeing like these lanes where Mars usually, he just does well against these Pangos and some of the Spirits.
Right.
You already know that some other teams, you know, a player like Quinn, he would be molding that there's no Huskar being picked here to just, you know, slap his Ember into a different dimension. But Mars still good enough for them. Gives you the counter pick with the Dawn against Wraith King, which is a pretty good matchup, but I'm still scared for the bot lane because of this Eng. I think Yang, he's going to be the difference maker in the safe lane bottom.
He has so much potential to pop off.
Yeah.
And I was thinking that it was going to be the Silencer that was playing together with him, but it looks like they are going to be sending Tianming down their bottom to play with Beyond.
Okay.
So a pretty potent lane in their own regard if they can get the levels, but that's going to be the big thing. Can they get levels against Yang, who, you know, has a lot of different options, either impetusing, enchanting? It can be dangerous.
I would say with Snap Dawn, you should win this lane. Like if you ever catch the Eng slightly out of position, like maybe where Erika can't be in range with the stun to cancel the Starbreaker from Beyond, I feel like you should be being chilling in this lane if you're a Dawn Snap. You have way too many spells.
Yeah, so much damage potential. And speaking of damage, CZQ up top is already super low on that Silencer. FY putting the pressure on as we'll see that spear onto Setsu in the mid lane. But yeah, FY playing on his Rubik. You know, I love to see this guy come back, play Dota. It's been a little while, but I'm sure he's still going to have all the tricks up his sleeve.
Yep, I watched this guy in Div 2 and I couldn't hear the end of FY Rubik. And you're here. I mean, this is like one of the coolest and strongest hero combos. And yeah, I mean, he always impresses. You can already see it now. You know, Rubik, I mean, I feel like the hero's just gotten a lot of buffs over time too. Now he has a lot of damage, armor, and you can see, like, they're kind of owning this lane. Like, they're pummeling them already on YBB here.
Yeah, new. I think Sheep was saying that he's been practicing it a little bit. This Timbersaw hadn't had too many official games on it, but of course, once you get a little bit of practice, all starts coming together. FY just messing with the last hitting there of the TA, making her feel a little uncomfortable, not free to just get these last hits underneath the tower, and we'll be forced back by ZZQ a bit. But the Wraith King, I want to hear your thoughts on this hero, because that's a hero that we haven't seen that much of at all.
It's I mean, I remember that people really loved it against like this idea of Mars, where Mars, you know, he drops his arena all the follow spells as top ZZQ.
Yeah, in some trouble. FY keeps in range. Does not have that much left, but a couple more hits. It's going to be enough. FY draws first blood.
Well, again, just people playing the situation like New. He doesn't take the reactive armor.
Mid lane, Setsu low. He's getting the bottle to try and walk away, but gets the water rune. That keeps him alive. Holy moly.
Well, he gets speared back. I mean, this does happen sometimes where you're playing some melee matchup. Suddenly, you get bonked into a spear back. You can tank some tower hits, so... This is definitely one thing that can upset this lane a lot for Setsu. But to go back to the Wraith King, I think it's just this idea against Mars where you have a second life against this like heavy spell combo, right, with the Arena Snap ult. And also Silencer. You don't care about this hero. You have Wave Shove with the Skeletons too. And I think most importantly, you're enabling the Timber. When you have Timber offlane, you need someone else to make up for it. Blink stun, Timber spells. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, giving that little bit of control that can set up for a quick blow up from New will be really helpful. And oh, the heal creep, you love to see that one. Just going to top Erika off in the lane here. Nice little injection of regen. 115 for such a low cooldown. Doesn't seem fair.
No, it's not. I'm gonna say a lot of neutral creeps. They still don't feel fair. Mr. Frog, if you're listening, some of them need to be looked into, my friend.
I hear that we're getting a patch soon. Maybe you'll think about that one a bit. Dude, when Chen gets that, that's when it's like, it's really bad.
Yeah.
You get like a Chen heal creep on a Terrorblade lane or something, it's like, all right, game's over, I guess.
Yeah, or Morphling. Here you go, have half your HP back, bro.
Well, 19-6 versus 17-4, so it's not a complete spanking, but Mars definitely off to a good start. Down bottom, we are seeing Beyond and Tianming having a decent time. Now that there's level 3 on the Dawnbreaker, it has the Soul Ring already done. It feels like they can maybe get aggro if Vici step a bit too far forward.
Yeah, like for Vici, they need to try and like play together a bit. Now, like Enger's level 3, so second level of the neutral set he can take over, which is going to be pretty strong. But if YBB can ever combo their spells where Vici aren't truly ready, that's really what they have to do. Or go in once, poke like this.
Oh, dangerous, dangerous. Erika turns, wants to stun. They get the clap, hits onto both of them, and Beyond, he goes down. That extra damage coming out from the Eng creep was enough to get the kill on the Dawn first.
Honestly, if this hard camp isn't open, they're just gonna get this kill on the Wraith King without really trading. But now Yang, he has the hard camp, he gets the tomato creep, and I mean, this creep is basically just gonna win the lane. And the next 1-2 minutes, honestly, it might just be the same way, because right now, this is where you want to own as Snap and Dawn. This is your timing right now.
Right, and these enchant creep level 2, it's 60-second duration. Creep's sticking around for a while, and they also have that Satyr to go back to afterwards. Is up top, well, actually, Yang? Okay, they want to go onto the edge. Can they bring her down? Very low and killed off. That is the move they need to make.
Oh, that's just great. Whenever they can get this like 2v1 situation where, you know, Wraith King is slightly too far away, as we have some more pressure top, that's just... When all their 4 spells connect, you're probably dead.
Yeah, it's so much damage that comes out. And Lil up top is going to be left alone for a moment there. Tries to get a half pull, does manage to connect with the silencer. So pulling that lane back into better position so TA won't get jumped on by that Timbersaw, who's level 4 now. As you know, when he gets 6, Lil probably just has to leave the lane.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have too much for him anyway. Like, Silencer is very low damage. I would even say, like, later in the game, it's going to be a lot on 7E. He's going to have to run around. The only way people really die is with, well, Arena into Snap ult, most likely. So most of the moves are going to be on him. Because, again, VG, they have all these heroes that just want to go in. A 6-minute rune. Well, what's going to be happening here?
And it's down bottom, and Invis gets picked up by 7E, so he'll get the bottle refill. Setsu, a little bit... unfortunate for him. ZZQ takes a lot of damage and actually going to chain right now. Thinking about going in. Yang makes the move. The slowdown's there with the enchant. But with the stick charge, it might be enough to keep ZZQ alive. Don't want to dive in with that Ench move. And instead, they go for the cookie, the turn. Good damage on Yang. He's gone. Just like that. YBB. They're making some quick moves here.
Very good of their supports to like be around here, help with the runes. When you play against Ench, I mean, this hero is all about like this early game tempo. You love to go mid with a creep, use the siege creep. So YBB already being here and counteracting that, really nice map movement by them.
Beyond used his full salvo of spells down bottom. Does have the Soul Ring ready to go along with the Mango if he wants to get aggro there as New gets closer and closer to level 6.
Yeah, this timing, if he can ever get Lu lower HP than right now, he can potentially kick him out. But I have seen TAs where, you know, they get the traps, they just kind of chill around, they get to play the lane, go into the jungle, and kind of like go back and forth. And if you're Vici, you really need to stop that. You can't let carries do it for free. Maybe you bring a +1, maybe you have Setsu like just, you know, poke over. It might just be enough for Lu to have to leave the lane.
Right. It would be good for them, although, wait a minute, silence? It should be enough to get him away. Yeah, with that fly moving over, they'll be able to cover it. And the other nice little thing here as, well, actually down bottom, we see Yang coming and contesting with Tianming, getting some good damage in there. He's going to scout out that, hey, there's some stacks going on. So Ancients already stacked up once, as well as that hard camp. So it is going to be a nice little injection of gold for the TA to run back to. Speaking of which, TA is also bringing down the Timbersaw very low, but Yang's stealing these.
I mean, he's just making a lot of space, at least for now. Like, unless they get on top of him. Let's see, maybe Cookie? Nope, can't quite reach. Yeah, he's just being annoying. Scouting out vision for later. You can maybe contest 7E now.
Does have Arena if they want to use it. Setsu playing with them, throws out the scatter blast. 7E,
nice
he's low. Oh, but the miss, that keeps him from being completely brought down. But now the Dawn ulti, and there for the turn.
Erica's here too.
Is it enough? Erica makes the move. They try and find Tianming, but the spear keeps him alive. Those skeletons hoping to find a kill onto this Snapfire. Doesn't look like they're going to get there in time, but they do bring down Beyond's Courier. What a weird series of events.
That was, you know, Setsu he's got the Nikes on. He had some nice starter steps, you know, dodges a spear, goes around there. Dawn ulti gets forced. They go back once, you know, pretty nicely played by both teams, but Vici, they understand, okay, Dawn ult is popped. Let's just go back. It's all good. Now Erica goes back bottom. And yeah, 1k gold lead for now, at least for Vici.
They bring in the Mars. Arena down, a couple hits. The Chakram's there, trying to kill him off, and they will bring down New. ZZQ will die to the impetus shot coming from Yang as FY playing together with his Enchantress. Spear, good angle on it for 7E, but they move on in now with Setsu, hoping to find a kill. Can they bring down this TA? Lil being dropped lower and lower. Does have a meld to dodge, but can't get away, and now Beyond makes the move. They do manage to find that follow-up stun. A couple more hits. Setsu, low on mana, gonna die. YBB, they bring numbers, and Lil gonna give the tip over to that Ember afterwards.
Very nice movements. You have first 7E coming into this lane, getting the first kill on Timber to just help him out here, because this is really good. The longer TA gets to hold this safe lane area, like even just now, maybe the Dawn decides to stay here because he doesn't really have a way of getting out. Okay, so TA TP's here.
Interesting.
Maybe they're looking for a play even.
I could think about it. Yeah,
70 is still here too.
Make the move. 70's gonna be able to find it. So they bring down FY, looks for the spear, not gonna connect. And ZZQ in some trouble, has to double back away. Lil makes the move.
Well, Setsu's here.
Super low, and Setsu shows back up. Everybody run on in. It's battle, battle, battle constantly from Vici. And YB will eventually be forced back. Now, the thing about this too is that while all this is happening, there's still ancient stacks being built up. Tianming able to get a third one now, and this is a nice little injection of gold for TA to run back to.
Yeah, I definitely like that Vici kept bringing heroes here to eventually end up taking this top tier 1 tower, which is good. Also, Eric, in the meantime, you know, he's pressuring bottom. Bot tower, half HP eventually, but now Tia, as you said, he's going to farm his way through the jungle, end up at the triangle. You're going to have Snap ult ready with Mars. So I think everyone is going to have like a very easy purpose in the game of what they want to do.
Setsu makes the move. Wants to find Lil, does have Chakram ready. Forces him back, but now they bring in with the global, trying to run down this Timber Saw. He doesn't have anywhere to go. So Nu going to drop, and you can see their expression on his face. Went in a bit too deep. Ends up getting punished.
One more
Setsu.
remnant.
Okay, they turn, hammer down, looks for the kill. Yang in trouble. Yang going to drop. So YBB, I mean, it's actually a gold lead for Vici, but 10 kills on the board for them. And now,
More kills.
down bottom, they look for it, find the Wraith King once. Can they
Snap
kill
ult.
him again? Snap ult down, FY there. Stolen Snap ult, but he's not going to be able to get away from this one. Immediately gets dropped. And now, Neo moves in, finds Beyond, trying to get away with Tianming. Does he have a cookie to keep alive that Dawnbreaker? It looks like for a moment they move in and able to dodge away from the stun. The Chakram thrown out, but won't connect. So Dawn lives through all of that. And now Nuo makes the move over. Wants to steal away some of these stacks, but I think YBB will protect them.
This is the most active early game with an off-lane Timber I've ever seen. They've all been in like literally every single lane. ZZQ, he has 14 stolen intelligence at minute 12.
Holy moly.
This guy's got a big brain.
That's actually crazy. That's so scary for a silencer to get that much.
I mean, like right now, if you're Vici, they need to... Okay, as ZZQ, maybe big brain not so much.
Yeah,
Gonna die this time.
stepping a bit too far.
Keeping Lou safe. All good. Space.
True. Who is now going to try and finish off these ancient stacks while Vici make the move in towards mid. Beyond can throw out the hammer, keep it alive for now, but yeah, they're gonna run through this one pretty quickly.
I love gold.
That's so nice. Freaking TA games, man.
What can I mean, they're just, you know, protecting it. They're continuously here to just break some smokes if anything were to come out. And I'm a little afraid for a news game here on Timber. He's only level 7 now, forced into a first item Yules. Like, you kind of want to be on the top of the levels, abuse the fact that there's a low damage, but I think his game kind of faltered a lot in the last, like, 3-4 minutes.
It's definitely true, and as much as Yules feels like it's going to be a nice pickup for him, you start thinking about like this TA finishing off a Deso, and maybe you're wishing that that's a Lotus Orb instead or something. Like if TA's got free reign, this Timber's going to explode.
He might need like even a Yules into a Halberd or something like this just to counteract the TA in one way or the other, because now he's ramping up. Like Lou, he's going to have some Desolator in like 2 minutes, but Vici, they're going for a trade, pushing this mid tower for now, which they're most likely going to get.
Stolen hammer by FY. As they make this big move in with Erica and with the Enchantress. There's one thing that this lineup does well. It's throw a bunch of bodies at towers.
Oh, absolutely. You have the skeletons, you have the Ench boys, but YBB, they're smoking up. They were looking for something. I mean, they still are.
Seeing if they can find Yang. Get maybe a little bit more int there for ZZQ. Move in from 7E. Does he manage to find No here?
Arena?
Cookie out, looks for it with the Tumblr's Toy too. Yeah, that'll be an easy one. So more into the brain of ZZQ.
Definitely very, very nice play. Like, you don't have the blink yet, okay, but we have, like, you know, a poor man's blink, Cookie, Tumbler's toy, catch the Timber in the arena, and yeah, he is... There's no way he's gonna live through these spells.
Yeah, feels pretty bad, man.
It's rushing a BKB on Ember too. Okay, I mean, perhaps you have to, especially, you know, you're not on the top of the network, so you want to live through the global and stuff like this. But yeah, I'm a little worried for these items and how this early game has gone, particularly for the Ember and Timber here.
But look at that item now.
Oh, here we go. Radiance is back, boys.
The Relic. It's all coming together. I mean, how much does that change things as a spear goes out, and now Yang found again, going to just explode there. I mean, does sort of Erica carry this game in the late stages if he can get into that Radiance? He can get into a good timing for it?
Like, I would say what's good for especially that draft and why they picked Wraith King is that he's going to help his team a lot. He's going to push these waves. He can go in first in the fight because he has 2 lives. He's also going to put this like miss chance on the TA a little bit. This is definitely a good Wraith King game. Like, he's going to scale well. I would say, again, maybe he can get an AC after, a Halberd, and just make the game easier and allow his 2 other cores to recover.
Fair enough. I'm curious if, like, eventually, you know, I think Cheap was talking about the danger of, like, you know, not having... Oh, wait a minute. Spirit? Not going to connect.
Nope, close.
Of how much damage this TA can do later on, but it's also feeling like it might be that silencer. If ZZQ keeps on getting this int stolen, if he can get into, like, a Veil, get some items, he's also not going to be something to trifle with.
Yeah, I mean, right? His global is very annoying for the VG heroes. I mean, you can see it, how much they respect it in just their items, right?
Yeah.
BKB rush, Yule's rush here. He's stealing all the int. He's also buying a Veil to help his team deal more damage. So, yeah, YBB, they should be pretty okay with the situation of the game right now.
Tumbler's toying around and getting some vision down. Want to find somebody to pick off right here with this Mars. Does have that Blink Dagger done as well as a Haste Rune. Do they camp out this illusion or Remnant out from the Ember? Might be a little bit scary.
Yeah, I guess Setsu, he doesn't really have a real reason to go to this Remnant. He sees nothing on the map apart from the TA, you know, smacking some creeps down bottom.
Right.
So, also, this first Roche is important for both teams. This has to be something that teams have in their mind right now, at least for the next couple minutes.
Absolutely. Well, they have the Radiance done now, and we'll try and farm up some more items as Skeletons head on in. I think that's another one of those that got affected by the damage type change, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So not quite as dangerous, although FY back behind the tower, they find him. The spear will connect onto that tree, and 1 or 2 quick hits, it's going to be a blow-up. Now Erica makes the move over. A great arena, and the Donald's on top of it. Oh, he is in so much trouble. Nice Radiance, bro. Yang, now in the area, they throw out another spear. The connection is there. The damage out. No, look at the hit from Setsu. From Nu, it's doing so much. They take down 3 heroes in an instant. Now Lul in no man's land tries to turn on the Setsu, see if they can get that kill, but he remnants away, gets out of harm's way, and Beyond just has to run to get out of there. Nu doesn't want to chase, but they do have Yang there for the rundown, and holy moly, they went in too far on YBB.
Most valuable Timber buyback I've seen in like mid-game ever. He just gets in there, he charges with like 4 heroes with Setsu, and yeah, YBB kind of overstaying their welcome a little bit. Maybe if you hold like the Dawn ult, which is a hard decision to make, to come in a bit later, it could be better. But yeah, little too deep.
Jeez. I mean, it looked amazing for a moment.
Oh, New.
Is he dead?
Yo, my friend, go think about that one for the next 1 minute. He just got blasted.
That was great for the freaking Tian Ming. He's got mech coming out now. ZZQ in trouble. Cookie to get him away. No! And Setsu maybe can find another one now. Although, they run back in. That's the BKB reveal. The mech coming out. It's going to come out too late. Beyond still sticking around. Hex wants to walk away. 7E there to the side. The spear is down. Doesn't have Arena, but a couple more hits onto FY. Arena now comes out. And Lul making the move over. But do they have the damage that they need? A couple hits from the low ground onto FY. Wants to find some spill damage and will connect onto Setsu, but he gets away. Now they bring down the poor old Mars, and Yang just being in front of him with all his minus attack speed. It's super annoying to play against for this TA. Still a couple more hits. And yeah, he can't run him down. It's too hard.
I'm just back to farming, can't really kill these heroes. And similarly as in game 1, I love when teams have this 2 or 3 man group. He should be okay, right? Toying with him more. Okay, Timber is coming.
Lul,
My friend, run.
you gotta get out of here, buddy. He's gonna escape.
Okay. But I really like the way that they're playing in groups. Again, Erica, he's doing his own thing, which you might be like, oh, this guy's just AFK farming, but they're just using their heroes properly on the map, right? You have BKB on Ember.
Oh, yeah.
He can just go in and poke wherever he wants to force out rotations. And if YBB don't respond properly, well, it's free kills.
I just like the way that they're playing in general in this game for both teams. 33 kills in 20 minutes. This one has been absolute mayhem. I'm loving it.
Same. I mean, YBB is at least one of the most aggressive teams. VG, same. They're stepping up to the tempo right now for sure.
Stepped over, looked for a rune, wasn't able to find it. It's an invis down bottom for Setsu, who's trying to get in towards his shard. And what's next on the docket? I mean, TA's finished off the Dragon Lance. They're going to smoke up now, both teams. Okay, Dawnbreaker is ready with the ulti. 70 reveals himself. Dual Scepter, but has the spear for round 2. Has him caught. Do they have global? Yes. And no answer afterwards. Setsu is in, but starting to get dropped. They have the heal coming in and trying to bring low. Is it going to be enough for the finish? They do have him killed. But Erica starting to drop low too. Gets one last hit out from the Snapfire. The Scatter Blast is going to be there. That's only life 1. 70 wants to TP away. Not going to happen. They kill him off, and Tianming, nowhere left to go, is going to get dropped. So everything for that Timbersaw kill. And it's YBB that lose the most cores, though.
Setsu is doing so much in this game. Like, sure, Erica comes in and kind of cleans up a little bit too, but he's just going in first all the time, getting into the midst of it, setting up the TA. And also these VG supports, they're starting to deal a lot of damage. Like Yang, he's just popping out impetus after impetus, tanking with his hood. FY, you know, stealing some spells, destroying the refraction charges with the urn. So yeah, VG, they're showing up. I love how they're playing right now.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of BKB is very evident in this game. And having it on that Ember Spirit, it's just the difference maker. They're trying to get into BKBs for the Mars, for the TA, even for the Dawnbreaker, but it's just not coming quick enough. And for Vici, I mean, with this Radiance burn going, like you're talking about the Ember Spirit just spamming out damage. I mean, this is the best BKB first Ember I've seen in a really long time.
No, for sure. Like now he also has the Shard. He has a neutral item that, I mean, I hate it personally, this Lance of Pursuit. It's so good on Ember. You have this orb, you have the Lance, you slow everyone, you deal more damage. He's just so annoying to deal with. And if you're YBB, there's too many problems being thrown at you. Sure, you can kill the Timber with your spells, but then there's an Ember. There's Impetus flying at you, a double life Wraith King, now triple life. So it's not easy for them to deal with this.
No. The game feeling really rough. And for Vici, the next couple of minutes feel like they sort of play itself.
Uh-oh, Beyond.
Erica in there after him. Oh, that is a dead Dawnbreaker. Didn't stand a chance. And immediately will be able to disassemble and buy the BKB for himself. 7E tries to get out of there, but Setsu on him. Global out, needs to get away. Spear, TP, not gonna happen. They blow up that Mars. And at the same time, they're taking the top tier 2 tower.
It's just beautiful. It's fast, it's beautiful. They're like, okay, top tier 2 is done. There's a Mars without BKB hitting my mid tower. This is illegal. TP, bam, kill. All right, next one. Now you're up 7k gold. You defend your mid tower, you take the top tier 2, and now you're poking the top tier 3.
And this sort of willingness to just go high ground, say, come deal with me, it's right before the BKB timings. This is perfectly timed right now for Vici to put like insurmountable damage into these buildings, try and take a set of racks. They're going to force to use the glyph, but getting everything out of this. And they still scale well once the BKBs are out for YBB. It's not like it just, you know, becomes impossible for them to play it.
No, absolutely not. Like, YBB, they really need these BKBs. So Dawn, okay, Beyond, he hands it, he splits the Echo. Mars is close, TA is going to be close. But if you look at Vici's itemization, it's really, really cool. You have a double halberd already against this TA to hurt her a lot with Wraith King Timber. He has a Yules, you're going to have an AC coming out on your Wraith King, you have a Pipe on your end, you have Rubik buying the other auras that you can't buy. So it's like, everything is like stacking up to really, well, deal with the lack of damage that YBB is going to run into.
They're going to have so many issues in this game, it feels like. And the BKBs don't solve enough of them.
It's going to be hard. Like, for now, you're losing another tier 2 tower at 24 minutes. So you need to delay until these BKBs, and then, I don't know, maybe just try and jump these supports later on in the fight with the Mars Snap. The cores are too much, I think, for them to deal with. They're going to be too tanky as they're, you know, they're poking a bit more.
Okay. 7E about to have his BKB done. Lu already has his completed. So before Vici are able to go high ground, they will have him done and ready to go for a smoke play, most likely, with 5. This one, you feel like it kind of needs to work.
Yeah. I would say it has to. They did a good job of pushing out top first and bottom, so they already forced Ember to go away.
Oh, running into Erica. This is not the target that you want, but it's maybe the target that you have to go for. He's got 3 lives in a Radiance. There's no way this is going to go well.
Yeah, it's not the one.
Beyond has to pop the BKB to run away. This has not been the fight that YBB were looking for. Oh, that hurts. That hurts so bad.
Yeah, they saw it coming. The scan hit. They have the perfect... I mean... Can you ask for anything better than a guy with 3 lives to break the smoke? No, you can't.
It'd be pretty nice if you had a plate mail and a halberd and a Radiance too. That'd be nice.
Oh, that certainly does help a little bit. Maybe drop your high 5 when the first guy comes in.
Yeah. Almost has AC completed here. So 9,000 gold lead as we're 39 kills into this game, and YBB, they just have to buy time. Find him.
78, just a little bit of poking. I mean, his TP is on cooldown, so Setsu's just gonna keep poking him to get him out of here, eventually.
And there's the blink out. He's trying to go in for a shard too. I mean, I will say, I think Luo being able to just sort of fight unhampered in these engagements now, getting into the, you know, BKB, having Deso with a bunch of charges, it does feel like it will be good for them. But will it be enough? As the root is out, 7E needs to walk away. Lance of Pursuit, it's a problem. Connect with the cookie, try and get that stun. The BKB used. Global immediately, then the TP out, but that is a Yule Scepter. So Beyond going to end up falling there.
Just a cheeky godlike for Setsu here. It's gonna have Manta against the Global. I love his items. I love the way he's moving around the map. Like his impact compared to net worth is, I mean, he has a lot of net worth, but still, his impact is out of this world.
He's running this game.
He truly is as Yang.
Pops the pipe. Cookie, a little off the mark there.
He ain't running.
Should be enough here in just a moment to bring him down. Luo gets the kill. Body blocks though. Oh no. Spear out. Mix doesn't connect onto a tree. Luo pops the BKB, has to run away. That one feels pretty bad. Spill damage going to connect onto a couple of these heroes, but with the BKB running out, do they want to go for any more? Setsu is moving into position now with this Invis rune, and well, the disarm, the stun, the spear back, not bad. Dawnbreaker ulti too. So they bring down 1 life. Can they do it again?
Nice
Duel
arena.
is dead. Erica dropping down lower and lower. He doesn't have an ulti, he's gone. So with the Aegis expiring, they managed to make it work. YBB find a kill, but can't quite connect there. The spear onto Setsu.
More
Cookie,
traps.
a couple more seconds. FY, he is gonna drop. So YBB, they hold out long enough, outlast the Aegis, get the kill onto Erica.
All right, boys, we're back. Nice spell usage. Get a spear back. Hold on with the arena. My good old friend Lou, he just gets to slap in that fight, keep clicking, and that's exactly what they need. If TA gets to hit and the fight lasts longer than these BKBs, you know, that's one way you can definitely win. Now, you're only down 8k gold, and you get to clean the map too, as Yang.
The body blocks are there from the Ench creep. Might even go for a stun here in a moment. And does get the 2 heroes stun. Yang tries to get away, not gonna happen though. So they buy a little bit of extra space. You can see esportsbet.io odds not favoring YBB at the moment. But there was a really big swing, you know, it's not insignificant, the sort of comeback potential that came out there.
And it didn't stop yet. Like, Yang is still dead as he died again. So that when he respawns, I need to take a breather. Let's, you know, stop what's happening right now, regain control of the map, and then look at the next Roche.
As we take a look at this replay here, it was enough time with Yang, and then, you know, Vici, they feel like, okay, we can maybe still go in. End up getting punished pretty heavily.
I mean, they were maybe like, oh, we got the TA's BKB, you know, let's see if we can really dive him. But your Wraith King doesn't have a dagger, so he doesn't. You don't have this clear blink stun, even though the guy doesn't have BKB, and just looked a little awkward. Like that,
Right.
They tried a little too hard to make use of the BKB being on cooldown here.
And even though this, like, you know, Wraith King is so stacked up on farm, he was just level 17 there too. So the timing on that sort of ulti, it's going to be a little while before. I think it might be actually be back up again now. Yeah, it's just coming back up cooldown. But TA ended up like taking one of the tomes. She's level 20 now, has the Meld Dispelled talent. Things looking maybe up a little bit here for YBB.
I mean, Lu is peaking right now. He has a Chrysalis, he has level 20 talent as you talked about. He can dispel. Smoke is broke by Yang.
This is as Aegis is about to come back up. Yang found, Yang killed, and they try and get the Mors. He doesn't get anything
Relift.
off. Oh, but the heal coming up for the Dawnbreaker. They get the BKB Setsu. Looks for the survival. Can he stay alive long enough with all these auras that's keeping him
Donald.
alive? But Lu completely alone, isolated, gets the force down to the low ground. Stole Donald from FY. Turns it now on Tianmeng. Lu has to run away, so too does Beyond. Well, it was one good fight, but now things looking a lot better for Vici as they find their footing, get those kills. They did lose Setsu, but YBB look like they're going to actually get away with only losing the TA Snapfire.
FY handled that fight. He pre-lifted the Mars when he went in, so he basically dropped to like 1 HP, forcing the Dawn to ult, then steals the Dawn ult while Beyond is running away. And, I mean, now they're up 60 gold again, so it looks like whoever goes too deep, they just end up getting punished. And Roche is up too. So if you're Vici, maybe back off, start clearing it, you know, get ready for the area, and force a fight there.
I think Roche is probably the call now.
Yeah.
And there
We
is
have
a
a
TA
DD.
trap in there. Ooh.
And my good old friend, the Roche DD combo, I just can't see enough of it.
But-
happens every time.
Do they have any sentries to lay down? No sentries.
Oh, not this one. The TA trap.
Oh. Do they have any way to get there and come and contest this, though? It's pretty tough to make that move. It looks like it's going to come too late.
I would have loved if they had a smoke. Yeah, like if you smoke up the Mars and he just has the BKB ready, he goes blink BKB spear. If you get the Aegis, you BKB TP out, and if you fail, you just do the same. Simply because you have the trap, but it's all good. You decide not to try it. Now Setsu, he gets the Aegis. I like that. But I want Erika, I want him to buy a blink.
Right.
I feel like it would make his team's gameplay so much easier. Suddenly, Timber, you know, has an easier time using spells. You don't force Setsu to have to ramp in every time. Sure, with the Aegis, it's easier, but Erika, you're top network, bro. Get in there.
Get in the fight. Make it happen. Yeah, Overwhelming Blink's still a pretty freaking good item. Beyond is going for it. If he can get there,
He
you can
knows.
too. Interesting. Okay, so the other thing that we will have eventually here maybe is ZZQ going in for a Wraith pack. There is a smoke up now, trying to move into the jungle. They find the silencer, and it looks like he is going to be the one left behind. 32 stolen it, by the way, because that's a thing.
I mean, eventually, I mean, the stolen int is cool, but how much use can he make of it for now? I mean, he's hurting the enemies more really than
Right.
buffing himself.
No, I think that that's the biggest thing. Is like
Yeah.
Timber has 7 deaths, so he's lost a little bit on Newell. But yeah, I agree. It doesn't feel like it's sort of that, you know, be all end all, doing a ton of damage type of dynamic.
Give it 40 minutes.
There you go.
You'll see it then.
There it is. That's what they're waiting for. He's got a mind breaker, you know.
Easy. Just clap them a little bit.
Well, this game, another situation where Vici are in control. They did go a little bit insane trying to go high ground, get punished slightly, and still, though, trying to sort of dominate this side of the map. We'll see if it works out for them, what the next couple of minutes bring out. Because they do have that Aegis, but they're willing to smoke into it. Okay.
I mean, YBB are looking to like get some buy strat. Yeah, maybe with the traps here. They have some decent vision for now.
Yeah,
I don't know if they dare to go here though.
it's a little bit scary. And Erika, I mean, he's still got that. Although they do find a moment with Setsu here. He just BKBs, hits the root onto 2. Dawnbreaker, ulti comes in. Aghanim Scepter delivered to Setsu while this is happening. The rest of the team sort of separates out. And yeah, YBB, they just give up the Snapfire, and 7E underneath the ward right now. Yang looking for the chase down while Luo is being ran at by Erika.
and he's just forcing so much on Ember. Mars had to BKB. Oh, actually, it wasn't Donald. Was it? It was FY's Rubik ult?
Yeah.
My bad. So he didn't force that, but still, got a kill. He also got the Mars BKB out of 7E, so that's going to make it a bit harder for him to play the map. And now, hello, mid-tier 3 tower.
They don't have that BKB on Setsu, but doesn't matter. He just goes in and snipes one. Disarm onto TA, stun, gonna connect. Erica stepping forward. But they do throw out a couple of these hits as the tower starts to fall. Trying to do what they can. Still a couple seconds. They have buyback on that.
Big spear.
Well, big hit, big stun onto 3. Do they have enough damage for the follow-up? Global comes out as the buyback is there, and now the Mars Arena down very low on 7E with no BKB. He is going to drop. They take down Erica once. Can they do it again? Setsu still just making havoc happen off to the side. The spear back to that tier 4 tower, and now the Dawnbreaker ulti comes out. Setsu low. Do they have enough damage to kill off this Ember? No, it does not look like it. Low right on top of him. Erica still so survivable in this one as they get the disarm. That Heaven's Halberd, a second one now. TA just can't do damage at all. It's gonna be a die back. They have no buyback available on this Mars, on this Dawnbreaker. A couple hits onto the edge, but the Ghost Scepter keeps her alive. And YBB truly do not have the answers at this point.
Uh-oh, lift into Cookie.
Good Cookie with the pullback, and now the control is there. It's going to be the TA falling, and GG is called. They're done.
I mean, honestly, Vici are just outplaying them. I love how they're team fighting, how they move around the map, and for YBB, that's just a little too hard. Like, you're Lu in this game, what, you get halberded once, you get halberded a second time, then you try to kill in, she pops Ghost Scepter, and it's like, alright bros, I don't want to play anymore.
I am really impressed with this Vici team. I think, like, coming into this, you were talking about how good, oh yeah, I know.
It's too funny.
Don't look at me, you can see right through me. So I think that there was, like, you were talking about how good this team was.
Yeah.
After seeing them play, even in just this match against, you know, YBB, which is not the best team in the world, still obviously coming up from Div 2, things feeling good there. I could definitely see this team getting like top 8 at a major or something like that. They look so good.
I mean, Vici are looking insane. I'm most impressed with their support duo and Setsu, like how they go around the map, they set the pace of the game. He just like kind of goes in. I would love to see. I feel like Erica, I definitely want him to like be more involved, especially when your net worth
like
is so high.
Not getting Blink.
No, I really don't. Like, I feel like Setsu, he carried this game very hard, and he was not the top net worth, so you can't always expect that from your mid, but they're doing great. If they can continue on this path, this team is scary.
Scary team, scary series. They take down YBB 2-0. Let's head on back to the panel, let them talk about it.
YBB make their debut in Division 1 for this tour, and unfortunately, they cannot make the double happen over VG Gaming, who showed us their quality, showed us the style of Dota they played, and Setsu showed us a great performance on the Ember Spirit Sheep. He was everywhere, all the time, high tempo, and we have to like stipulate, he was everywhere from very early on in the game. I think it was like around 8 minutes. They spent 2 minutes just fighting top. He's just there every time, diving in, forcing things to happen. And at some point, if you're VG Gaming, you just feel good knowing that you've got this guy on your team that is always willing to put his own life on the line if it allows the rest of the team to carry the fight.
I was actually molding pretty hard during that top scenario because I mean, they weren't coming out on top per se. I think Setsu was coming out on top, but everyone else was just feeding it up. It was, I think, you know, the Mars going top repeatedly, I think was good for them. They were trying to really push that tempo. I think I've never seen a Mars and a Snapfire this on top of their cooldowns in terms of playing together. And I thought that that was what YBB were doing well. But yeah, Ember was getting everything he wanted and more out of that top skirmish. So I guess it all worked out. Like net worth wise, they kept up.
Yeah, I also think just the itemization from Setsu. We don't see it too often, but we have this treads, corrosion, straight BKB, and it's like, okay, cool. So he knows that he's playing for his team. He's respecting that potential YBB timing, and on top of that, he then rounds out his his items with a Manta and the Axe. So Manta now for the silencer, so you don't have to waste your BKB for that. So quick dispel, let me understand the fight, and then go from there. And also, Manta's very good against TA, just because when she blinks on top of you, when you throw out that Manta, it's like, oh wait, which one's the real one? You don't have that explosive potential. So I think, yeah, just itemization-wise was fun. Vici Gaming this game, kind of weird top lane shenanigans like Sheep was mentioning, but overall I think their game plan, their understanding of how to run together and utilize, especially the buyback, right? This mid Timbersaw buyback,
Yeah,
you
that's
just
crazy.
get the 5 kills like that.
Yeah.
If you don't use that buyback, people might argue why would be in a better position to win the game. So just the small things that make teams, contenders for top 4. Vici Gaming clearly displayed that in the second game.
Yeah, this definitely showed their quality, and unfortunately for YBB, we had some concerns about what the draft would actually look like, and the fact that this is a kind of draft, if it's got all the cooldowns down and you get the right targets, then you can win fights. Outside of those conditions, doesn't really allow much to happen. Although I will say they did that one magnificent high ground defense where they were able to layer out their spells very, very well, and that sort of baited Vici Gaming to go a little bit too far. But that's a very niche situation, Sheep, and you can't necessarily rely on that kind of scenario in order to win out a game like this.
It did all kind of come together after some nice decision making. Like they killed Yang's Enchantress to start that, right? So you're already one man down on the side of Vici Gaming, and then they just push high ground, and your Timbersaw is going a little bit too close to the base on such low health, and it was nice that they were able to get that spear back and kill the Wraith King and the Timbersaw at the same time without using Arena. Because the problem with the Arena, and as we talked about in the draft, is you use the Arena to start the fight, suddenly you don't have any spells left, you can't control anyone, and then that's when the Wraith King becomes strong. Being able to use the Arena on the second life, I liked a lot, and Lou from the high ground was able to just get a really good vantage point to keep just dealing damage. But yeah, like you said, it's not going to happen often.
Yeah, it probably doesn't help as well that Setsu had such an amazing performance, 90% kill participation, a bajillion
Clean.
damage being dealt out by this guy. And it's not necessarily the easiest 100% game for an Ember Spirit if he doesn't itemize in the fashion that he did. Looking at Vici Gaming going forward though, T, what do we think about them, like overall? What did you make of this team now that they are in Div 1? They've gotten the claw back against YBB. Is this a trend that you see them continuing on right now? Or was it just, we've got the better of this matchup because we've already been in the situation before, we know YBB Gaming better? Did you see enough sparks that you can overall put them as a very highly placed team in the region?
I think they have solidified themselves as a 4th place contender. I think there were moments in this game where certain pickoffs happened. There were certain cues on certain cores, like the Timbersaw dying quite a lot in the early game. Like those against, let's say, the PSGs, the Asters, that's where they instantly lose the game, right? So I think even though they were very fun to watch, dominating in their own fashion, I don't think they were 100% crisp the entire time. So I'm not going to say they're going to win the league. They're going to be top 2, right? But I think they have easily said that they've come from Division 2 and put themselves in a we are major contenders. And I think that's a very realistic spot to be in. And hopefully they can clean things up down the line because, again, they're picking Wraith Kings, they're picking Timbersaws, they're doing slightly different things due to the patch coming in. So, yeah, 4th place contender right now. Maybe in 2 weeks' time we can revise that a bit, but for sure.
I don't even know if it's a contender. I think it's just like guaranteed because
just straight in.
Because here's the thing: is that you're gonna tie break with like Extreme Gaming, and then they'll just choke.
Yeah.
So you're basically guaranteed the major at this point.
Okay, guaranteed the major so long. Let's take a look at the
Congratulations.
standings. Look where they are.
Yeah.
They're number 1. They are the best team in the region. Lock it all up. Don't worry about that one number next to them. Just look at where they are and know that Vici Gaming look very, very hot at the
They went up
moment.
5 places after
Yeah,
one win. That's
right?
mad.
That's
incredible.
insane.
That is
God
wild.
damn.
Looking at this though, unfortunately, Sheep, we do have to talk about their opponents in the form of YBB Gaming, who rinsed the region when it came to Div 2 Dota, only losing 1 map to Vici Gaming. But now they find themselves at the bottom here. And I think it's, we were talking earlier about momentum and what it means to start off your tour in a very good fashion with some early wins. It's one thing to lose your first game. It's another to lose to a team you just beat like a few weeks ago. So talk to me about this for YBB. What do you want to see them adjust and change before the rest of their matches in the tour?
Probably just make your drafts easier. Like, I don't know. I felt like they got out-drafted and just made everything very complicated for themselves in both these games. I think this Wraith King pick was like very genius from Vici. Maybe they didn't expect it, got caught off guard, but it felt like they didn't have enough fail safes. Like if one thing went bad, game's just over. Like they hit like a 17-minute timing on Vici this game, and this Mars thing just stopped working. Like it was such a bad Mars core game. I don't know. I think they just need to go back to the drawing board on that and go forward. Because their plays weren't the worst. I thought their skirmishing was fine. Like they did this Giga stack for TA in the triangle.
That was really
it
cool.
was good. They were trying to set everyone up for success, but things just fall through a little bit.
Unfortunately for them, it does end up falling through. And for you, T, from YBB, if you're the coach, you've been in this position before, coach them up, hit me. What would you be telling them right now to try and fix the issues in the squad?
I would say they tried to reinvent themselves too much from Division 2 to Division 1.
Wait, hold on. Let's make it more emotional. I'm the
Okay.
team. You tell me.
Okay, Sheep. So I feel like right now, like what we're doing is we just crushed Division 2.
Okay.
We are YBB. Why do we go to Division 1? And why do we try and become Asta? Why become PSG? We should just be ourselves.
You're right.
The BBs.
The BBs.
The BBs.
The BBs.
So now next series we play, we're going to be the BBs.
Okay.
We're going to do our stuff. We're going to fight. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to have timings, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 25, 30 minutes. When we win, we get hype.
Hey.
Let's
And then
go!
it's, you know, it's like, but they're basically, I just want them to be them. Because I feel like this series, they were caring too much about their opponent and like trying to be like so big brain. It's like just, you're not this big brain team. You have like a small hero pool, but you're experts at it.
Yeah.
Go back to it. Just do that. Show us the strengths that you had in Division 2. And yeah, we lost it a little bit today. But it happens. When you enter a new division, you have the nerves, you have the excitement potentially, new patch drops as well. So I can respect all those things hitting this new fresh team to the division. But I would like to see them mature as the tour progresses.
I have no doubt that we'll probably see them mature a little bit, get themselves in order and fully understand exactly the brand of Dota that has been working for them, not necessarily reinventing the wheel. And at this point in time, YBB Gaming, they'll have a lot to consider. They can re-look at the tape, understand the replays, and see where things didn't necessarily break in their direction. Of course, that does mean that this particular series is done and dusted. Vici Gaming have gotten the W 2-0. They're currently at the top of the division, but it's not the last game that we have for the day. We still have Asta Aries taking on the outsiders from China in about an hour from now at this point in time. And before that matchup starts, Sheep T, predictions, who's winning that game and what's the score? Sheep, start with you.
Yeah, Sheep, go on. Take it away. Give me the score. Give me the score. Come on.
2-0. 2-0.
2-0, okay.
Cope.
I think Asta
Quick man.
Aries are going to
Sir.
obliterate outsiders from China.
I agree.
Because track record of 5 players taking over a slot in Division 1, historically,
Awful.
Recipe for
yeah, awful.
Yeah.
I was
This
deciding
is-
how brutal I wanted to go with my one word.
I'll
you know?
say it. It's going to be a Dawn Gaming.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, just context in case you weren't aware. Dawn Gaming last time was the team that had 5 players taking over a slot. They didn't
Yep.
do too well. They're pretty underwhelming. They picked Zeus on mid
went
lane when they needed
0-7.
initiator. They didn't really do too well. Unfortunate though, props though for trying. And this time around, outsiders from China, they'll probably be the same team that does that. I'm running out of breath. Back to you. Snap.
Not bad, actually. Tiga managed to get all of his breath control for that one long sentence. And with that, we are going to be taking a fairly extended break. And when we return, we see whether or not the outsiders from China has what it takes to hang in the region, or if Asta Aries will be able to demonstrate that the positive trajectory at the end of the last tour was not a fluke, and they can continue that momentum into the second tour of the year. With that, myself, Snare, with Sheepstick and Tiga, taking a break. When we return, more Dota 2 action here in the China DPC. Don't go anywhere. Or actually, go outside, take a breath, walk around for a bit, and I'll see you in about an hour to continue the day. Welcome one and all to the Chinese DPC. We continue the tour on the first day of action. Earlier on, we saw VG taking on YBB, and now we move on and we witness the outsiders from China up against Aster Aries. A series that is fairly intriguing for a multitude of different reasons, but we're going to be getting into it in a moment. My name is Sneer, your host for these proceedings, and I'm joined yet again by Sheepstick, and I welcome Kezu. What up, OG? Welcome to China. And
Hello, sirs.
you've been a player, right?
Hey, ma'am. Yeah, sure, I was.
Was he?
At some point, yeah.
Where did you do this thing?
It's a while ago, but it did happen, yes.
So one of the things I was looking at when I was trying to get the lay of the land when it comes to this particular series, right, is that outsiders from China, because of situations that happened sort of outside of their control, their old roster broke up completely. They got a completely brand new group of players, right? 5 new players basically who haven't necessarily played in a very high level. Some of them have had some professional experience, but mostly in these like Div 2 leagues. But I want you to talk to us about how do you gel a team that doesn't necessarily have that kind of long pedigree. You've been in some of these stacks before where you had to just, at the very last minute, right, come up with a new team together. So talk to me about the steps needed to make sure that you can succeed as early as possible from their perspective.
I would honestly say one of the first steps is for the people to feel comfortable, especially if they don't have a lot of experience. You need to have them, like, maybe they're pop stars or whatever. I don't know too much about these people. So I'm just going to say that if they have specific heroes they're very good at or feel really good on, make sure that you can put them on these heroes in your games too. And then other than that, hopefully they have some supporting cast. Maybe they have a coach, maybe they don't, I don't know. And have 1 or 2 people that just help them in the game, help them feel good, make them, make the plays that they want to do, and then take it from there.
On the other side, Sheepstick for Aster Aries. The thing I find very intriguing about them as well is that they've been together for a very long time. 3 of their players, Ulu, Shangse, and Red Panda, have been playing together since like mid-2021. And the other 2, White Album as well as TK, they've also played with this roster since 2021. They've just taken a few breaks here and there. TK took a 4-month break while Panda was in the team, and White Album made way for Yi at the very tail end of last year. But there's good and bad to it, right? On the good side, you know each other very well. You have very positive chemistry. On the bad side, you had very poor results as a squad together, right? So what do you think they need to be doing to make sure that history is only going to be positive going forward, and they're not worried too much about the trauma they've experienced getting trashed by the other teams in Div 1?
Well, hopefully they can just kind of say thank you, God bless, like that we got to stay in Div 1 and continue to get like the good experience up here. And I mean, just keep improving. It's really hard to say because I didn't think they had one glaring problem last tour. I remember thinking like they had a multitude of issues. Like they had good things. They like had good ideas for their fight conditions. Like they would give themselves ways to do stuff on the map. They would be pretty good at brawling early, but sometimes they would like overextend, or they would draft too much of a fighting lineup with no way to take objectives, so they couldn't end the game. I feel like sometimes they outdrafted themselves or just struggled to execute the conditions they laid out. So overall, it's more of like they just need to get good.
Honestly, they were not bad. Like, sure, they lost a lot, but there was a lot of like 2-1, 2-1, 2-1.
Yeah.
Like, they were close to actually cleaning out these series, and now they've had time.
Yeah.
So hopefully they, figured out the right things, and, as Sheep said, take the W that you're still here, and let's go.
Well, we're going to be getting underway indeed. Let's hope that they get another W today as we have the first draft between the 2 squads here. Aster Aries will be playing on the Dire side with 2nd pick, and we have the outsiders from China, Radiant 1st pick. They open up with a silencer. I mean, Kezi, you were talking now about like being comfortable. This is like, if you're a position 5 player, right, you know how to play silencer. That's mega
You do, but
What the hell?
I'm just going to... So, silencer for me, first of all, there's very few teams that can make this hero work, because this hero, people are like, oh, sure, you press R and global and that's all you do. But this hero needs a lot from its team. When you press global, you need other people to go in for you. Otherwise, you're just some R bot who doesn't really do much, because this hero is very volatile. So picking it first, it's not something I'm really a fan of. But if you tailor your draft around it later, it can work.
Well, I'm hoping that it can work. I didn't necessarily see any of these games. To make it a little bit more contextual of how few games some of these players have played from outsiders of China. The 5 position player who I'm assuming is going to play silencer here, Xu Sheng, his most played hero is Warlock, 7 games. Only has 77 games in total. The other support player has 41 games in total. Their mid player has 78 games in total. Chosen One has no professional games on record, and it's only their offlaner Leng Yao who has about 480 games, 471 exactly. But even then, it's like most of them came 3 years ago. In 2019. So Their draft is going to have to be stellar here. I really want to see good stuff from them. And I already kind of like this response from Aster Aries. I love Tree. I think this is one of the best heroes in the game. But Sheep, earlier you were talking about this Marcy hero and how much you wanted to be picked more and want more prevalence out of it. Why is this hero so good, and do you like it in this position?
I liked the idea of it earlier because we were talking about things that were good against Nature's Prophet, and I don't know how she fits into the game outside of that particular matchup. It's another reason why I didn't really like the Silencer pick here. You don't see anything, so it's a bit awkward to make work there. But the Marcy, I think when I saw her looking best was when LGD were playing her with the Pango last tour, because I really liked the use of Sidekick with Swashbuckle. It was like a proper combo that looked good. Mixing it with Tree, it's kind of just, I guess it's nice, but it's nothing like super special.
I mean, maybe you have one of these things again where some teams, they value the enabling your core, like you throw some tree armor, you throw the sidekick on some range core, he's going to be pretty happy, I guess.
Yeah.
Marcy doesn't really care about Silencer. You can just press R, jump in, and it's like, you don't care about global. You buy BKB, you just run him down. So just a solid opening from Aster Aries. In terms of outsiders, they need to show me with their following picks that they really make it work, because Silencer, Doom, it can be a little awkward, and I think also Doom into Tree is something we've seen a lot in the first DPC season. It's not the easiest. You pop your BKB, he roots you. In the lane, he always saves the tower. So for them, they really need to solidify in the next couple picks, like more heroes that go in, because this Doom, he's going to need help.
Yeah, definitely so.
I don't like it. I'll be real. I mean, because you're an unproven team. Unless these guys are like Giga Chad, like rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they're just about to outplay everyone. Doom is way too hard to make work because he's a farmer. He wants to farm, and he wants to hit creeps. And when he's doing that, he's not taking part in the game. And you have to make sure that the rest of your team isn't getting run over. And I feel like if you're playing against Aster Aries, who I would say, they haven't looked the best last tour, but they're still looking pretty good.
Yeah.
I would give them more of the benefit here in this draft. I think Doom is a very shaky hero to play.
It's also one of those very awkward situations where, especially for a new team, you're playing around two massive ultimates with heroes that drop off massively in effectiveness when you don't have those ults ready. So we shall see. We shall see. They still have some time to make this work going deeper into the draft. They do remove the Nature's Prophet. I guess they're afraid of giving away NP and Marcy. They're like, well, all right, get rid of that. Thank God we don't have to ban Lina anymore.
I personally prefer the Marcy more in a core role, and I think the Chinese players, they played really well when it is in this role. Yeah. I could see it as a 4, but then you need like some range offlaner that you like to pick out of phase here for Aster Aries. There's one core to me that looks pretty good that you could pick out of phase for them. It's Centaur. Maybe it makes your lane maybe a little wonky with Marcy Centaur, but you're going to lane into a Silencer. You always have the Stampede against Doom, and potentially if you pop it at the same time as global, people can run away. You have the tree armor. Will be pretty chill.
I was gonna suggest the same thing. So like same brain.
Damn, same brain. Let's go.
And I feel really good about Centaur because that's what we saw at the beginning of China Tour 1.
Yep.
It was Centaur and Rubik were the two main counters against the Doom because it was just like you could lift your teammates out of the Doom into safety. You could Centaur run away. Also, now they've buffed the Ags. I really like that.
Yep.
It reduced the Stampede, I think, to 30 seconds. So that's like super low cooldown, and it gives Stampede buff. So even if you don't want to commit your ult, you can just like hitch a ride your Doomed ally and just like
I haven't seen it yet, but it must be pretty good.
It looks good on paper.
Yeah.
Definitely in a Doom matchup. But then you do have like 3 heroes that are melee, and you have it anyway, I guess, with this Primal.
Okay.
All right.
Do you have this Primal Beast? We saw Primal Beast in action earlier today. It looked really, really good. Always just like being dynamic on the map. Does mean that this is likely going to be the Shaanxi hero? Well, maybe not, because Red Panda sort of made a name for himself playing these sort of off-kilter strength heroes, like your Primal Beast, your Brewmasters. He'd play this in the 5 position, so we actually don't know just yet. Shaanxi plays the Marcy. They play this for Ulu. They've played it for TK. The Treant Protector is the only one that's like guaranteed support. So Aster Aries, so far, very versatile in the draft. For outsiders from CN, what do you want to see as response here, Kezu?
Honestly, I don't care so much about the specific heroes, but rather heroes that can go in and do something. Because right now you have Silencer. He's going to be mainly around the global. Doom is going to do not a lot until like minute 15, 16, 17. And then when he's strong, if his teamfight doesn't work out, their game is going to crumble real quick. So I'm going to want him to have like, sure, you take a range 4 here that's going to help Doom in the lane. What's banned out? Sure, Phoenix is banned. You can take some Snapfire, you can take some Hoodwink, give yourself some team fight, some follow damage, and then another hero that goes in. Like I want to see multiple heroes that when this global is popped, they're going. I don't just want to see some Doom with some BKB waddle in and hope he's gonna Doom the right target.
Yeah, exactly. Like Silencer works in two ways. You either pick it as a response to a bunch of team fight to make sure that your team fight is better or just to cancel out theirs, or you pick it to give yourself an easy way to just always be able to go in and execute your like strategy in a fight. So right now, I'm not seeing that really.
I was hoping for like
Agreed.
some Ember instead of this Morphling here. Like I could take or leave the Crystal Maiden, it's fine, but Morphling has always been this super high risk hero, right? On the bright side, if I'm looking at Aster Ares, their damage output right now, unless you're caught inside the Primal Alt as well as Marcy being on top of you, they don't actually have that much burst, right? So ideally, as the Morphling, you should be able to like play the edges of this fight quite well. But I don't know, it's a very, very confident pick, I think, in a situation like this.
Yeah, I think also that it's a volatile hero in terms of counter picks. Like if you're Aster Ares, insert any range core, you should feel pretty good. You could pick Drow here.
Yeah.
I think you have a pretty free game. You play on range, you have Treant in the lane, you have Primal going in for you, you have Sidekick, you own Morphling, you own Doom. You can also pick Sniper, whatever. So I think here, Aster Ares, they shouldn't care too much about this Morph. I feel like whatever pick they go for, they should be pretty happy.
I agree. Any ranged, like SF, your Drow, I'm pretty happy with any of these heroes. Something that buys a Scotty.
Okay. Well, we're not going to have that yet. Looks like they're going to try and reserve that pick until the very end of the draw for Ulu. For now, we're just going to have to be content with the White Album Leshrac. He sort of made a
that's
name for
good.
himself. It's good.
That's good. Because there's so many heroes that you could pick on
Yeah,
carry.
exactly.
They can't ban them all.
Like, you pick your poison. It's also really good because they have the classic combo. We saw this like half the time with him as well. Treant Protector and Leshrac, very annoying to play against. Once he buys Bloodstone, feels a little bit unkillable because outsiders from China, Morphling takes a while to get online. So when's this damage coming from, Sheep?
I don't know. Kezu, where is it?
Right now, it's not coming from many avenues, I can tell you that much. The other thing with Lesh Tree is just, it helps Lesh to only itemize in like one specific way. Now he doesn't have to like rush a plate mail, whatever, because you get it from your tree. He keeps you topped off. You rush to this Bloodstone, suddenly you have 1600 HP against the CM Silencer Doom. Morph also needs some time. So yeah, this last pick from Outsiders, it really needs to help them like bring this draft together. I don't really know how you can easily do this. I could see some Bad Rider got banned, so that's a very good ban from Aster Ares, and something else, I don't know, some Pangolier type hero. But even then, like your damage is not the easiest to really pump out in these fights.
Yeah. They need so much time. They're so greedy.
Yeah.
I really hate how slow this draft is, and I can't verify how good they are as players to know if they can pull it off. So pretty much entirely on Aster right now. I think they have loads of really good early game skirmish, ability to push towers, the ability to hold their towers, which is going to limit the map space that outsiders can even take because they need map space. They need they need so much space to farm for all these cores. So you take it away by having a Treant. What do you have? No money. Poor.
And unfortunately, they're in the situation where they're playing from Radiant side without like a necessary and easy Roche hitter. So you don't even have that advantage of saying, well, we'll try to take the tier 1 tower top, move into the area. Feels rough. Just pick Ember Spirit.
I need them to have some hero combos. Like, sure, like Ember, Tusk, something that can make the supports go together, but even then, it's not really my cup of tea with like, I would prefer, you have some easy Ember into Snap, Ember with Hood. Now at least you have Tusk with some, I guess, some Crystal Nova and Silencer Curse, so it's okay. It's not like on the top level what I want, and Aster Ares, same last pick as what we kind of talked about earlier. Drow, Sniper, whatever. Pretty free.
They still have no way to take towers on outsiders, so I just feel terrible in general.
Yeah.
I think this tree is going to happily sit top, and it's going to be hard for them to like threaten it. And he's just going to keep that there. And then they can just fight and skirmish around mid with the rest of their heroes, and it's just like super free, I think.
It'll be fine, Sheep. They'll buy 3 Meteor Hammers. It's okay.
Oh,
it's cool.
That's
Stack
a
the
good point.
hammers,
Yeah, I
bros.
love Doom Meteor Hammer. God
It's
damn.
real good.
So nice.
6 seconds, what's it gonna be?
Yeah,
Tide
this makes it
Hunter.
even harder for them to like push or do
Okay.
anything.
So I guess
it's
we're
Marcy
having
carry.
Ulu Marcy, yeah. Okay. Ulu Marcy, we have the offlane Tide Hunter for Shang-Chi. I mean, they also needed a little bit more team fight, right? Makes it a bit easier for them. The lane is, this is not as scary. If I'm looking at like Morphling Silencer / Morphling CN, that's not scary at all if I'm playing Tide. So Sheep, I'm going to give you the hard one. Talk to me about this. Outsiders from CN, we see the odds very heavily stacked against them, both in draft, in experience, and in the physical odds themselves. How do they win game 1 with the draft they have assembled?
They get a free lane off of their Doom. He gets a BKB at 15 minutes. He shows up to some fight, dooms someone, they die, and then they take like a tower off the back of numbers and then open their map up that way, acquire gold, hit some Morphling timing with some Scotty stuff, and then out carries the Marcy.
Easy.
Okay. Easy.
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy.
And for the other side here, Aster Ares, they're of course looking for a first win. They got a new lease on life by being in Div 1. How do they take game number 1 here, Kezu?
I kind of like the Marcy carry. I think it like really takes use of offlaners that are volatile, like Doom with these weird supports. So I think this Marcy is going to have a very good lane. And on top of that, White Album, he should really pop off on Lash. I don't really see him, you know, outsiders putting a stop to him. He's going to have 3 armor. I feel like he's going to pop off and he's going to just make it super easy.
Well, last season, he managed to accrue several amounts of wins on this Leshak hero. He had a 75% win rate across 4 games. We'll see if yet again is capable of doing that. And to find out, we send it to our wonderful casting duo. We have the beautiful B-Cop and the lavish Lacoste. Take it away, boys, for game 1.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Nice compliments coming in, and you are very lavish. You do look great.
Thank you. You are also very, what was the word? Beautiful?
Beautiful.
Beautiful. And I think, speaking of beautiful, this might be some beautiful execution coming out from Team Aster Aries, because outsiders from China, to me, you know, this looks like more of a pub draft, I would say. It tends to get more difficult to execute. They needed something from the mid lane that's going to make stuff happen where you have a hero to play with. So, like, I'm not a big fan of supports Crystal Maiden plus Silencer, because if these heroes fall behind, it gets very difficult to play, I would say. So they need to be active. They need to play with Tusk. Your Morphling, you know that this hero needs like 2-3 items to come online. So definitely going to take a bit more time compared to the Marcy, who can join a fight with just 2 items, whether that's going to be a Battle Fury into BKB, which seems to be the most common one. Also, about Aster Aries draft, this Tidehunter from the off lane, like last pick, doesn't strike me as, you know, kind of gotcha pick. You also picked it into Morphling, so Morphling shouldn't have trouble CSing in that lane, and you also picked it into Doom, one of the better counterers against Tidehunter.
Yeah, so we'll see if Shanxi can do it on this Tide, and the Marcy, you say 2 items. I feel like this hero also just gets involved at level 6. Like, you need to be careful of that power spike that comes in, and already a dispose onto this Doom, and he might even just drop for this first blood. Tries to eat a tango, but the first blood goes to Ulu, the exact opposite person you want to be giving that first blood to.
Oh, that's a bit of a rough one, I would say. He also ate a tank. So, like, all these small things, they do tend to end up, and Ulu, let's see if he's bringing anything. Yeah, he's bringing 6 tangos to his courier, so has some extra regen. Good start for them. Also, Silencer needs to be very careful in this lane. If he gets hit by Nature's Grasp, gets disposed, level 2 extra rebound, and also, Panel did talk about the mid matchup. You do have White Album, who has had, I would say, some good games coming out from the previous DPC tour.
Yeah, White Album's been good on this track. The one thing that I'm interested about in this mid matchup is Chosen One. You know, on the Liquipedia, he is marked as their 1 position, but he's playing the mid. KRY, when he was on Team Wolf, he was the 1 position for that team. So I'm wondering if this is a little bit of that, like, IG situation, where, you know how they used to have Flying Emo, they would swap lanes sometimes for the better matchup, something they were more comfortable with. If this is a little bit of that going on.
Somehow we always go back to Fly.
Yeah.
Fly. Whenever there's a Morphling, there is always some kind of a story.
Oh, gosh. God, that IG iteration was interesting to watch. But now Emo's taking over the safe lane for that team. So it'll be interesting. I'm shocked that this Doom just kind of ran down Red Panda and was able to get that kill. Especially coming off the first blood being given off, that, you know, just being confident enough to walk forward in the lane like that with the lack of regen that he's got going on.
CXQ will deny all the wards. Takes a little bit of time, but yeah, speaking of Aster Aries in the previous DPC tour, they didn't do too bad. Like, in terms of score, they had 1 and 6, which looks kind of rough.
Top
Hold
lane.
that thought.
And Doom in trouble. Ooh, though, hit with the last word, trying to just survive this Arcane Curse and last word combo.
He's going to be okay.
He should be able to eat through it all, and he's got himself another tango to work with, and 1 being shared over by Red Panda. Yeah, going back to your point about Aster Aries, like, this is a team that I think the results weren't exactly indicative of how good the team really was. I think that they were certainly a better team overall.
Yeah, because they did have 6 and 12 in terms of the score, so they did manage to win 6 games, which is pretty impressive. Like, they win against some of the big teams as well, so they didn't look too bad, and now they're back in Division 1, if you want to call it like that. TK is going to make a stack here. We'll try to... Yeah, gonna fail. Never mind. Mid lane, White Album lands a stun. A bit low on mana, so can't keep chasing. But here comes TK. That's definitely gonna be a kill. Even with this rotation from Crystal Maiden, it's not gonna be enough. So, another trade here on the top lane.
Yeah, not exactly what you're looking for if you're the side of outsiders from China. As Aster Aries already with a 1k net worth lead, and they're up 4-1 overall. They're going for mid. The Crystal Maiden in trouble and will fall to the right click of White Album with TK making a rotation. And top again, this Doom. Arcane Curse, it's just not going to be enough, CXK. Or, well, maybe I spoke too soon? No, I spoke too soon about speaking too soon. Ulu gets the killing spree with the Dispose, and they'll take it the Doom again.
This is such a great start for Ulu. He's 3-0 and 1, does have Ring of Health, so a lot of regen. You have Treant Protector, who doesn't even have a point in Living Arbor. White Album will pick up that Water Rune.
Good shards and Snowball. White Album, though, with the Fairy Fire, trying to hit the stun. Misses it on Chosen One, but still has the health to survive with those bottle sips. And a trample on top of Chosen One. They're really making his game difficult, as he is already down to under half health. He just came back too, and CXK, this lane up top has just been so aggressive. Ulu just has not stopped at all. They're still trying to kill Red Panda, and it will end up being a trade. No mana to work with here for Ulu to get like a Dispose and some more damage out there, but mid, White Album falls to this Crystal Maiden.
Outsiders from China, they need to play around this Tusk. Once he hits level 6, they do have enough burst damage, so I want to see two supports rotating, making stuff done. We talked about this Silencer pick, that if he's played from behind, he can't really play the game. He's level 2 right now, so if he shows up on the top lane, gets jumped on from a rebound, he's definitely dead. Gets repositioned, there's no way he's going to be able to protect himself. Very, very difficult situation. So I would prefer if this Silencer kind of becomes position 5 rather than position 4 in this game, considering how things are going.
Now, I'm also worried about this Doom. Like, you look at where his net worth is at. He is 3rd on his team, but that is 6th overall. Well, now 5th overall as I'm finishing this sentence. But, like, you expect more from a Doom overall, but the lane has just been so skirmishy that he hasn't really had the opportunity to farm as much as you'd like him to be able to.
Ulu's pretty much doing 1 versus 2 at this point. Very tanky. Raindrop, Magic Wand, that Ring of Health, the early pickup, and also putting 3 points in Sidekick. So seeing Red Panda hitting people as Treant Protector with that extra damage does really hurt a lot. They can't fight back. Even if they try to punch back, it's still got to be a trade.
Yeah, and you don't really want to be giving up trades the way they have been up in this top lane. White Elm not going to get this double damage, as it seems to be the only rune that exists in our games. It's always
Pretty
double
much.
damage. And Crystal Maiden just getting chased here by TK. So all the way back towards the tier 2 tower. Doesn't quite have the damage, and TK gonna hide behind this tree. I feel like from our viewpoint, that's very obvious that he's standing right there behind a tree. But I'll give it to him, and TK, Onslaught, now needs to get back to the Crystal Maiden, but doesn't quite have the damage to finish him off. Doom again, though, up top. This is a big problem, as they'll get the Dispose, and there's no way for him to really leave. And Red Panda had that Nature's Grass down. That's what they disposed him back into. It's that extra damage when you're fighting like that.
This lane is a complete disaster. They need Tusk to potentially rotate with the double damage to try salvage things, or they can play around the mid lane. So Chosen One uses that DD, punches White Album, but it's not very effective. First of all, it did get nerfed, so less damage on that critical strike, extra 50% level 1. Your shards also got nerfed, so you can't block people as easily. Extra 400 range, you had that in the previous patch. I think that's a huge nerf. Not so much for the mid Tusk, because he relies more on getting in, getting the damage done, rather than play, maybe just keeping the distance and staying away, blocking people off from far away.
CXK gonna go down here to Red Panda, and you can see the damage coming in real fast for him, and they now have this level 6 available on Ulu.
It's time to stop. Stop going to this top lane.
Yeah.
This is just not worth it anymore.
Yeah, you're giving up so much to a Marcy who is probably going Battle Fury, already looking like you've got so much more gold than you should have in a safe lane role at this point in the game. I mean, over 1,000 gold ahead of the Morphling. Like, you're just setting yourself up for disaster by continuing to come up towards the top. Shards, that shorter cast range, but also not blocking him, and he'll pick up the regen. So I will say Chosen One, despite the fact that he is down by a lot in this mid matchup, like, he's still controlling the power runes, and I think that's what's keeping this tower still up over in the mid tier 1. Like, it could be more disastrous if he was controlling the power runes for White Album. They found themselves TK. They've got the Walrus Punch with the Arcane Curse, so Onslaught away. And, well, with that Arcane Curse, it's just level 2, but they have the shards to get the kill on a TK and have the finishing blow. But that means Doom's by himself, and that means Doom is going to die here. So you leave him to die once more, and that's the 5th time he has died in 8 minutes.
Yeah, Coldbird not having a good time.
No.
Like, this top lane has been a complete disaster so far. So they need to play around the mid lane. I don't mind this smoke that they just did. I think they need to keep doing that silencer. There's still extra smoke I see on Crystal Maiden, so try to use it. Shanxi might be a bit too difficult to kill, considering he does have a hood, he does have 11 magic wand charges, Ravage available, also put the point in it, you know, just to have it. We've seen Tidehunters saving it. Let's see, Silencer wants to plant some Deep Observer to see rotations coming out.
Good to do when if you're looking for that gang. They do have 4 heroes in the vicinity, but the question is, do they even want to go for this? And while they're doing, like, all this wondering on whether or not they want to go, Shanxi, he's getting himself close to Headdress, going for the mech. Like, it's still Guardian Greaves with Tidehunter as it stands right now. Unleash use top. Ulu still trying to get in on this, but with the help of this Crystal Maiden, well, Coolbird is going to survive.
Also, an extra rotation. Silencer did TP top. They didn't get anything done. Ulu, this is phase boots, casual gloves of haste on him. Like, so many small items that allow him. Oh, he lands a stun.
Overgrowth is going to come in after that. That means you're just dead here. Chosen One. Oh, he doesn't want to stream that out, that he's going down mid like that. But he'll end up dead. Just for some backstory of that joke, he is a streamer in China. Popular, you know? I don't want to stream when I die like that,
Definitely not.
but I do it all the time.
White Album making his first rotation pretty much. KRY will be able to get out, but it also means that they're gonna take the tower. Oh man, this game's... Oof.
This Doom is just 6 deaths, 2-6-0 right now. He is not finding any space to farm and not enjoying his time, still looking for that recovery Midas. There are Dooms that get aggressive Midases and bonus Midases and farming Midases. But there's a certain point where it does become a recovery Midas.
It's still a very long way from that recovery Midas, so...
So, KRY getting trampled on top of, but they do have the rotation coming in from this Crystal Maiden, Chu Shang, but also outside the province.
Yeah, so many new nicknames. And now they're making a 4-man rotation here, trying to make something happen. Like, even if they kill anyone here, it's only going to be either Red Panda or TK, so both supports. Panel did talk about it, that they don't have much tower damage. You have Doom, Tusk deals none. I guess Morphling has to be that guy that's going to siege the tower. But then again, you're playing into living armor, so that's going to be a difficult one. Red Panda, the lane went really well for him. He's involved in 10 out of 12 kills out of 3 in Protector. What the hell is that?
That is a good game. That's what that is. He's having a lot of fun. He's level 7. He's ahead of the Doom, Silencer, and the Crystal Maiden in terms of levels. Oh, and he's ahead of, well, his own Primal Beast, too. That seems strong. Ooh. Swiping that regen away. Finally, a rune that Chosen One doesn't control. They'll go to the Pulverize. The Global Silence comes in, but I don't think it's going to work out for Chosen One anyway. They've already got the Pulse Nova off. Snowball to extend the inevitable, and I say inevitable, but he gets himself up into the camp. They get slowed down here by this Crystal Maiden, and he's starting to walk away with CXK right behind him. So Chosen One, at the end of the day, Crystal Maiden does die, but he survives and gets behind the Tier 1 tower. They're still looking, though, as TK, as a ward down, sees him, and then, well, goes for the onslaught, tramples on top of him, and, you know, it was inevitable. It just took a little bit longer.
This ward is going to get dewarded. Chosen One immediately pinged it out. I thought it might be a disaster.
Esportsbet.io with the 1-for-1 odds on Aster Aries. But if you're feeling generous, you can go for the 15.17 return on Outsiders from China.
Those are some good odds.
Yeah, I mean, that's value. CXK getting run down by TK. And it is going to be a Pulverize used and a Doom.
Where's the follow-up?
Onto the Primal Beast. They're fighting this Tusk meanwhile. Chosen One on the run. They just don't have any damage to follow up out of this Doom. They are going to start to focus in with the Frostbite, but they go to the Ravage. That lands onto two of these heroes, and they'll look over at the Doom. They finally get TK as Cry comes in from the side, but he doesn't want to fight any further. So Cold Bird will drop. This Doom is dead again, and that is now the 7th time, but 2-7-1 is a lot better than 2-7-0.
Pretty much.
Arcane Curse,
Chosen
Walrus
One.
Punch, and 4 heroes here.
He's a bit too tanky.
Yeah, well, I don't know if his health bar is even ticking down without living armor. Like, they're just hitting him, but nothing's happening.
Shanxi mech could 15 magic one charges is just way too much to deal with. They don't have the heroes. Maybe if this task had more levels and he starts putting points in tag team, then you can bring Tidehunter down when you bring numbers, but this is going to be very difficult. Even puts down Seeds of Serenity, so his
Hit me again.
HP regeneration's pretty nuts right now.
You're just able to taunt like that. One of my favorite taunts, honestly, in the game is that Tidehunter one. Doesn't have, like, music or anything, but you just know when, you know, Tidehunter's hitting the backstroke coming at you. Game's pretty casual for him.
9k gold lead, 15 minutes into the game. Recovery Midas is online. He only needs to use the courier, get the first usage of it.
Hope that he somehow gets multicast, even though he's just a Doom.
Shanxi gonna steal their stacks as well.
Oh, no. The
And
recovery
can't-
stats.
they can't do nothing about it. That's the thing. White Album's gonna show up and steal the stacks from Shanxi, who's stealing the stacks from Outsiders from China.
Okay, so he gets him low and White Album kills him. That seems very unfair to Shanxi, considering the game he's having.
Let's track. Haste Rune available. Bloodstone done.
Chosen One? This is a risky proposition. I don't know if you want to be going for this. Tide also, he's got Ravage in 25. He's tanky, and they're going to try to go for him again. Snowball, Walrus Punch, Nature's Grass is down. They'll look to get the kill into Shanxi as they'll drop the Freezing Field. The Overgrowth comes in, and that's going to land onto 3 of these heroes. They finally drop the Doom. It's all going to be out of Shanxi, but he's still healing up, and I don't know if he's going to die. Global Silence comes in. He's still walking away. They're going to chase these heroes on the side of Outsiders from China. They get the kill into the Crystal Maiden. The onslaught comes in for TK. They land the stuff coming out from White Album. That's onto the Morphling. They'll pulverize him. They've already taken out Colbert. Now here comes the Ravage. You thought you were going to move, Morphling? No, you're just going to die. They've got 4 kills. They lose nothing. Aster Aries will unleash on the Tier 2 tower, and it all goes their way. By the way, Shanxi never dies.
Yeah, they tried to go for a Tidehunter. It just didn't work out. He's way too tanky, living armor. Doom was, maybe if Doom was available immediately, they block him off with the shards, and then they start hitting him. It's still a very difficult task. You know, we talked about Tidehunter being countered by this Doom, but considering how far ahead you are, I don't think he cares anymore. It's just Guardian Greaves having that living armor, extra regeneration. Damage on their side is pretty limited as well. 2 supports, they really don't do much. Once you have that Kraken Shell, you're gonna dispel most of these things. You have the spell of your own with the Guardian Greaves, and we're gonna see that again.
Look at that, just walks away. Oh, I'm doomed. I was hit with Freezing Field, and by the way, he's already turned around at this point. He wants to get back involved. That's exactly what he's gonna do. Ulu disposes CXK, they've got the damage, they'll pulverize, they'll Ravage. They know they don't really need to hold Ravage because they are so far ahead. And, well, they're gonna go for him again. They'll try once more, Seeds of Serenity, he is still healing. They'll go for the pulverize. Shanxi, I don't think he'll die again in this game, even with this Caster's Curse that I am laying down on him right now. Freezing Field, Onslaught, that's right under the Crystal Maiden. Cry's gonna try and get a kill on the TK, which he'll successfully do, but they've got the rebound, it's gonna land on the Morphling, and they'll find their attention onto the Crystal Maiden. So they will take out the CM, they'll go for the Morphling, Overgrowth used, and he's trying to survive, but like you said, out of mana, waveforms up out of the high ground, and he'll find himself just some safety.
Aster Aries, they're not stopping. They want to end this game as quickly as possible, even though they have some longer cooldowns with Ravage, with Overgrowth. even Marcy's ulti, but they are still keeping these fights going. Oh man, looking at this silencer, the lowest.
Oh no.
In terms of net worth,
He never even took glaive, so he has no wisdom. Oh dear.
a bit of a rough one. And every single time the fight happens, you already see White Album having his Pulse Noah. Global Silence comes in late. In the previous fight, he had both Edict and Pulse Noah, plus a Haste Rune.
Another Haste Rune.
Yeah, so he... Oh, okay, speaking of Haste Rune, here we go. It's probably the best rune he can pick up at this point.
You can see the banner of Xinjiang trying to motivate the side of outsiders from China, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. And it's tough. 15k down. I'm trying to find
Give
the
him
right
the thumbs
words.
up. You guys are doing okay.
Thumbs up and same odds. It just
White Album, Arcane Rune, plus a Haste Rune, holding the Nether Shawl, plus a Cloak, so a lot of magic resistance, a lot of survivability. Let's see if he's going to be the one picking it up. Yeah, they're going to give it to him. Ulu, godlike, 907, doesn't feel like he's going to die. And he's like, what do I do with this casual Gloves of Haste that I bought for the lane? You know what? I'll just upgrade it to Armlet.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Midas.
He doesn't need to recover at all.
I was hoping they'd give the Aegis over to Shanxi just so, like, the one time they finally get him past 0 health, he just respawns. Okay, now do it again. Chosen One onslaught. It's there in time. White Album with the kill on the Chosen One, and he's on a mega kill streak. And they've got some good pushing power with a Diabolic Edict. And you can see Shanxi, he doesn't care about really where he stands. He played pretty aggressively. And this Arcane Curse isn't going to do much damage to him. Is he still holding Seeds of Serenity? No, he's actually switched to the Vambrace.
A bit disappointed.
Sad. Best item in the game, Seeds of Serenity.
You just love the word Serenity, don't you?
I do. You know, Team Serenity that used to exist in China, Seeds of Serenity that exist now, the connection's there.
Seinfeld reference, Serenity now.
Yeah.
For all the boomers in the chat. White Album does have a bit of a low mana.
Snowball, Blink, Ravage, that was a new Blink. That's going to land on the 4 of these heroes. They go to the Global Silence, but it's a little bit late with the BKBB popped here by Ulu. They've got the Pulverized inside of the Crystal Maiden. It's affecting Chosen One. They get a kill on the Tusk. They'll look over
They
to the
really
freezing
want
field.
Shanxi.
It's coming through from the Crystal Maiden. Shanxi's never going to die. These Dooms are coming out, but he's not doomed. You're doomed. And you're dead doomed. Red Panda, he's dominating. This is a Treant Protector that is dominating. And I need to learn the ways. I love that hero.
He's
and I love
having
playing bot.
too good of a time, too good of a game for him. Like the way this lane started, he started with the Nature's Grasp level 1. They got a first blood, which did set things up for Ulu. And looking at the hero damage, some of these damage numbers, you know, pretty high. Silencer, actually.
Overgrowth, double stun, and that's going to be Cry and this Crystal Maiden gone. Snowball to extend the inevitable as Chosen One dies, and GG is gone. So Aster Ares will take game number 1 over Outsiders from China in pretty easy and quick fashion. All 3 lanes going their way, and everything else as well.
Kind of expected, you know, streamer stack, as you said. Aster Ares, even though they were supposed to be relegated in the previous DPC tour, they still had really good showing, I would say, and this seems like very one-sided. We might see another Dawn Gaming situation coming out from Outsiders from China, where they're gonna struggle getting a single W. It seems like there's a big difference, you know, in terms of skill, how these teams are playing. Yeah. Aster Ares drafted themselves a very strong draft. Outsiders from China, maybe with a better draft in Game 2 to see a bit more from them, but it seems like, you know, they, as I said before it started, it looks more of a pub-oriented draft.
Right.
You don't have anyone that's going to hit the towers, so you're playing into Treant Protector, so that makes things a lot more difficult. 2 supports who don't scale, like you're supposed to be winning lanes, like you're playing position 4 Silencer. It's something that, in terms of execution, it's very difficult to do. So, kind of difficult game overall. I want to see them pick something more meta-oriented, I would say, to see how that's going to go.
Yeah, so overall, Aster Ares, they take game number 1 over Outsiders from China. And to break it down further, we've got the panel. throw it back to you guys. Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And indeed, game number 1 goes the way of Aster Aries. Outsiders from China just could not find any foothold in that game. It really did feel like from jump, they were being exploited in many ways. From the lane, middle, bottom, weren't so bad, but the top lane, sheep. Whew. Yeah, it's a bad look when your carry Marcy has a mega kill streak 6.5 minutes into the game, when at 10 minutes he's been involved in 10 kills. Probably not going to be a game you're going to win.
That was pathetic.
Yeah, this top lane is more than a disaster. The most disastrous lane I've seen in a while, I think.
Yeah, there's just no humane world where that should ever be happening in a Division 1 professional match. Like, what the hell? They just kept going back up there. They're like, surely they don't kill us 8 times in a row, right?
You kill me 6 times, but 7 and 8, nah.
7's not gonna happen.
Nah.
Yeah, unfortunately, because of the fact that happened, this Doom hero, we spoke about how he needs to be the one that... It's hard to make him work because of how key and critical this Doom spell is, and because we never got to really see this Doom being online, Kezu, I honestly cannot even tell you about a target that died with Doom on them, right?
I don't know if that happened. It happened once to tie it, maybe.
Yeah,
but overall, like, what I'm missing from them is where's the, like, who are you combining? When and where and how? Like, how does Morph help Doom? How does Doom help Silencer? And then what? You have Tusk with like some, I throw Arcane Curse, I throw Crystal Nova, and hopefully someone dies. Against a Treant armor heroes with like over 1,000 HP, your carry Marcy who has what, Battle Fury BKB in minute 17. Yeah, you're not winning this game, my friends.
It was pretty terrible. And it's like, the sad thing is that when Silencer finally realized that he couldn't go top anymore, and he actually went and played with his Tusk, they got a kill.
Yep.
Pretty much instantly. It's like, yeah, go play with the strongest hero on your map. They had no idea. Like, CM also would come mid, get maybe 1 kill. Like, it worked when you combined your spells, and they just refused to do it for so long. And then even when he finally leaves on Silencer, Doom's like, I'm gonna go take a wander through the jungle, and then just explodes to a Leshrac. Like, brother, man, you gotta relax.
Our MVP for the game is going to be Ulu here, and you know, normally people would be like, the dominance in the laning phase not going to come from the Marcy, but Ulu played this really well, skilled it really well as well, where it goes for the 3 points into the sidekick, making sure that himself and Red Panda's tree are doing like 1,000,000 damage a hit, and when you know that they're constantly coming at you, it's like, great, suddenly this is a lot more value than it would be otherwise. Also, this BKB timing with the Battle Fury, if I'm not mistaken, right, my stats website broke, but if I'm not mistaken, this is the fastest. Like, just overall.
I mean, yeah, it's the most...
I wonder why.
It's the most fat Marcy I've ever seen, so whatever records he broke, I believe you.
It's kind of nuts.
That whole thing was such a disaster as well. It was like, you're playing Tusk mid, you're having a decent time getting a kill here and there when your supports come, and suddenly you're just dying because at like 9 minutes 40, a Treant Protector who's level 6 walks up to your lane and just ults you, and it's like, why the fuck did this just happen? Like, what the hell? And it's because they fed so many kills that he got so much XP. Like, he could leave his Marcy alone and he still managed to get the XP for his level 6. I was so upset by that top lane. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My emotions got the better of me.
To be fair, I think this is also a showcase of what happens in Dota 2, right? Sometimes Dota is a game that cascades. One small thing just cascades into another very quickly. And one of the things, not just does Red Panda have this early level 6, right? He has much over-leveled living armor. So it makes it very easy to play Leshrac. White Album is having the most chill game of his entire life because he can push the limits even before Bloodstone, and it's like, sweet, got this maxed out living armor just topping me up, keeping me alive, and they just don't have the tools to deal with it. Morphling didn't get enough farm.
Yeah.
You know, the Tusk was the only one that was doing relatively okay, and the support would come help you out, but you know, Morphling, we spoke about this as well, okay, so this hero takes a long time to come online, and for the most part, honestly, they just ignored him. It was like,
yeah, because they can, and it just goes to show you like how much of a snowball game Dota is, right? You talk about how Treant ends up mid. It's like all these small things. They win top lane, now Marcy can stay alone, now Treant can gank. Now suddenly Tusk is dying when he shouldn't. Lesh has higher levels in living armor, so he dies. He can't really die when maybe he should, and it just starts rolling. And other teams, you don't see them lose lanes like this. Yeah. So it should perhaps make people respect the top teams more, because you don't see a top team bleed like this in the lane, because they know how to, not only to stop when it happens, but to also counteract even before by pulling waves, buying different items, and so on.
And to add even more onto that, it's a matter as well of like, you see outsiders from China going, okay, how can we fix this game now that we are in this position? Let's try stacking our ancients. But because of all of these things you just listed, then it's easy for Aster Aries to just invade the triangle and take their ancients. It's like, oh, thanks for the stacks, guys.
good
And-
times.
Yeah, like there's so many problems all the way leading back to the draft of
Yeah.
like they didn't take a single tower, as well. So there was nothing going for them.
Well, it is only game one. That's the good news. It's only game one, and hopefully we can find ourselves in a situation where they can make it a much more competitive affair going into game two. We do not want a repetition of what we saw at Dawn Gaming last tour, where they weren't able to take even a single map here in Division 1. Let us find out which version of Outsiders from China will show up, a new version sort of trying to find their feet, or if Asta Aries is going to make this a very short day at the office. We find out very shortly after a quick break. Game number 2 will be with us in a moment, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese DPC. We continue the day of action, rounding out our final series of the day with Asta Aries taking on the Outsiders from China. And the way it's looking right now, Outsiders from China don't have much of a foothold, rather. Don't have much of a leg in at this moment in time. However, things can still change. Hopefully they've had a good team talk. They chilled, looked at the draft and said, let's not pick these heroes in this order again. Let's maybe not open a Silence of Doom. Let's not keep feeding the Marcy.
Okay.
And we're going to go into this game. It'll be fine, Kizu. It'll be okay.
Was that 4 things?
Those are four easy steps of
Yeah.
Yeah, very
fix
quick.
your draft, fix your gameplay,
Okay.
do better.
Don't lose.
Yeah.
And try not to tilt. Because I think you could also sense in that game that there came a point where it felt like they had mentally defeated themselves and they were not making the kind of moves that you see a team with a massive desire to win making. So
What possible move could you have seen from them that game that would have made you think that? Just
all
our
of them.
curiosity.
That's yours.
For me, when I was like, really, okay, this feels like very, very over, it's the fight that we actually saw, one of the highlights, right?
Yeah.
Around 16 minutes, the fashion they engaged that fight just felt very weird because they go and doom the Tide, and then the Tide is very clearly going to survive and live, right?
But that's fine. It's
And
to
then-
stop him from using the Ravage.
Ah.
The point is,
And then they
they
all
could
died to
never have
Ravage
won
anyway.
a fight because it was over.
Yeah, the
Fair
game was
point.
over after the lanes. Yeah, so going into game 2, is there any draft change that you want to see make here, Sheep? What's the main thing that you think they should definitely say, okay, that we 100% don't do again in the draft, let alone just the gameplay itself?
Don't open with Silencer. Don't open with Doom. Don't pick greedy heroes. Pick fighting heroes. Make sure your lanes are lanes that you do not feed 18 times.
Which has it's a bit more gameplay related, but heroes can
Yes.
help it, at least the laning part.
Yeah.
Like I would say, make it easier for yourself. Sure, it like sounds simple, but more like have heroes that when you put them together, they can do something. Have a dual lane that helps each other to kill or survive. Same with the safe lane, and then have like, you know, like all these mid pangos when you throw some hoodwink or snapfire on top. You put them together, they can kill anything. You know, do something like this where you naturally want to play together.
There was
Don't
a
do
bright
this
spot.
silencer here and this guy here, and now
Yeah.
you press your ult. No, I don't want to see
He's
that.
spitting facts. He's
On the
spitting facts.
bright side, Chosen One is the one person he didn't really do that badly, right? His laning phase was actually fine against
True.
White Album. He was the one that they connected to a couple of times, so he can maybe play Tusk again, and we'll see if they can enable him more in the second draft, which is now available on our screens. Game number 2, Outsiders of China. They're on Dire side with second pick. Aster Aries have Radiant first pick. They open with the Broodmother. Yay, wonderful. So now we just need to have Outsiders from China find the responses to the very annoying Spider. They have the Crystal Maiden. We saw this throughout the major, that a lot of teams, and even when I spoke to them like off air, they were like, the answer to this is going to be the Crystal Maiden. And it was like Crystal Maiden and Pudge we started to see after like the first few days of the group stage. I don't know if Outsiders from China play the Pudge in that particular way, but at the very least, they are abreast of the meta. They have some idea of how to deal with the Spider.
It's not that good, actually. I think was what the consensus was, because it was back in the DPC Tour 1 that Gaming were playing Pudge CM, and then Liquid took that, and then they were playing Pudge CM, and then they got owned, and they were like, this sucks, actually. And then everyone in the major just kind of collectively decided, we're just going to ban Brood because we can't figure out the answer to it.
I mean, people went away from the Pudge. I feel like it worked like a few games, and then it was like, oh, you need to play, I don't know, you need to play the lane a bit different. You poke, and then you kill him before he gets ring, and then you kill him again before he has Vanguard, where people stepped away from it. I would say the CM itself is good when you pair it with like some of these other heroes. Most predominantly, we see some Slark. Naga can work too, even though obviously all these matchups are swingy. It's not like some, oh, I pick Naga against Brood, game's over. It's because now Brood is going to buff up some other hero. You're going to get different answers against Naga. So it's like I would say it's a good change from Outsiders. Like their opening now gives me a bit more comfort than in the first game.
My only issue is, I feel like some of the Brood players I've spoken to don't mind the Naga matchup so much, just because you sort of just farm away from her and she doesn't really have kill threat, or she has to go like a point in net, and it's whatever. And they've gotten the response here with Leshrac. So Naga's going to want to buy stuff like Mage Slayer to be able to fight into that. But I'm sure they're also thinking in their heads, we want the Radiance because it's now buffed. Or I don't know what they really want, but I feel like he's actually going to struggle a lot more, especially because Brood plus Lesh is, again, this tempo. And they just showed that they're very incapable of holding on to like their timings.
Yeah. I'm mostly just worried about how quickly their map can disappear between these two heroes. And when you have a little space to play with, Naga Sion is not one of these heroes that can be like, well, I'll use a small part of the map, then I'll go fight. No, she needs a lot of time and space as well. So I need to see the rest from Outsiders of China to see where the tempo is going to come from to try and keep this Lesh and the Brood at bay. So they ban out Primal Beast. There's no Snapfire either. No Pango, no Bat Rider. Who do we want to see as the first support for Aster Aries? Because they're going to have to reveal that fairly shortly. What's still here? We've seen Tusk work out. Tree is thankfully gone because it's way too strong with the Leshrac we saw in the last game.
You know what's cool that I liked that was Talon was playing it at the major? I really liked Elder Titan.
Yeah, that's Talon.
I saw it a few
boy,
times. It looked better than I thought it would.
Same.
And he got buffed.
Yeah, I really liked it because it made these Agi heroes feel so weak, and like it pressured a lot as well. I mean, the way Talon were running it reinvigorated my belief of the hero, and into this Naga, I feel like you can make her game impossible.
I mean, I think ET as a hero, he works one of two ways, where either he has purpose because, I don't know, you lane against some hero that has summons where you just like it, or B, you play it like around this like spirit where you have some Zeus, whoever, who just keeps dishing out damage. Something else I could see them pick in the next phase is, I mean, we've seen it before against Naga, like your typical post 4 hero. You can take some Lion who's just going to get fat, help the Brood in the lane, zap some illusions, make the Naga's game a bit harder. And one more thing, you mentioned the Radiance. I feel even though the item got buffed, it's not that good in a lot of games because every offlaner just wants to build pipe, they want to build mech Greaves, and Radiance is the type of item that it only has value in prolonged fights. But it's the same with like pipe and mech, they just completely counteract your fighting timing. And Naga needs so much time, and when you lose like your first 2 Radiance timing fights, you're gonna feel horrible.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I haven't enjoyed seeing Radiance so far when it is picked, even though it's cheaper.
It's way cheaper, and Ulu, funnily enough, on the side of Asteris, plays a lot of the Radiance carries. He plays these Nagas, he plays these Spectres, plays Wraith King as well. He's probably not going to play it in this game. Outsiders, though, they just go for the Rubik. There's some... I'm mixed about this, right? I don't mind the Rubik just by itself in isolation, but Sheep, I don't know, these dual range, somewhat squishy supports, none of them is going to go forward, body for you, and create more interference. I don't know if I like to see that approach from outside of the CN, given how Game 1 went.
If they pick good calls with it, I think it's fine. Because they're still like pretty high nuking damage spellcasters, which is going to get you kills on the map. So as long as their next picks are not like, I don't know, I'm going to pick Enigma. And then I would want to shoot myself instantly.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft. If they don't do that, and they pick something that can play, like, I know the Primal's banned, but just as an example, if they had picked a Primal on the end of this phase, I'd be like, wonderful, perfect, fantastic. Everything is coming together.
Right, so we get some sustain here from the side of Asteris. They can't get it with the Tree and Protector, but they always do this, Kezu. If White Album is playing Leshrac, they will have at least one hero that has a sustain spell to make sure that he doesn't die in the team fights. Now it's going to be the Sunray coming in from the Phoenix. Not as easy as the Tree, so that does leave some opportunities from outsiders from CN. What do you want to see them pair this with to ensure that the team fight aspect of this hero does work out as well?
I don't know if they play this Phoenix as a 4 or 5, but I think anything else that gives you some type of stun, I think is fine. So it's not just this Lesh on its own. Yeah, I would say that this is pretty chill. They're still open whether they're the 4 or 5. But I do think for outsiders, like when you see this, so you have Lesh with, I mean, we've seen it before. Lesh gets enabled with more tankiness, right? He has a Sunray behind him. There's going to be Brood auras. Naga isn't going to deal damage. Rubik CM need other people in front of them in order to do it too. So if they don't respond in the next 2 picks to like kind of break this Lesh from just freely running in, you're going to see a repeat of Game 1 where White Album just A-clicks enemy base, takes hands off keyboard, and kills everyone.
Yeah. Doesn't have to worry that much about it. This is the crucial pick here, the 18th pick. We've seen many, many times in the past that this is a pick that allows you to sort of break what the opponent is doing to you. Anything stand out to you, Sheep, that's going to allow them to fulfill the same role that Kezu was mentioning now?
It's kind of annoying because like my brain instantly just thinks, oh yeah, Mars game, but I really don't want to ever see Mars again at this point. I would be okay.
Congratulations!
You called it.
You did call it.
Unlucky, unlucky. I'm sorry, guys. It's just every game's a good Mars game, especially when you're a bad team, because he just gives you like the most easy to execute team fight in the entire world. I'm sorry.
I mean, the hero, I feel like the hero sometimes baits you. Because the hero itself, like, it makes your draft, it can make your draft feel good. But one of the biggest issues this hero runs into is, like, a lack of damage. And we already talked about it before the pick, that that's something they need to, adjust and deal with. And this hero does not do that. He gives you more control. And so, yeah, I'm not, even against Phoenix alone, like, Sunray and Egg always kind of break your team fight too. So, not the type of hero I would have liked. So unless their last pick really, hits the spot, I'm worried for them.
Here's what's going to happen. They're going to just get this arena, like, all right, time to fight, smoke up with the supports and Mars. They're going to run at someone. Maybe they land the arena. Maybe they get a kill. But meanwhile, like 2 other cores on Aster are like farming, some supports taking mid, everyone's getting money, the net worth is increasing. Suddenly there's a 5k net worth lead. Mars continues to smoke off cooldown on his ult, and then he has nothing. And he has a blink, and he's got half a BKB, and Naga's like, I don't want to fight yet, I can't fight into this. This Lestrak is too powerful, I need something that deals with him. And then they're just sad because they can't fight, and then they lose.
Spoilers!
Sorry.
Spoiler alert.
Everyone
She's gonna
tune
get
out
banned in
now.
chat.
I've seen this, I've watched this happen 100 times now with Mars, and it's so upsetting. The only way I would possibly have any hope for him is if, like, at 10 minutes we tune into his items and he has, like, an armlet or a deso or something.
He's chatting it up.
And he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna carry.
I do think you're definitely right that if he goes the usual Blink BKB route, this is not going to be the kind of game he'll find much success because damage is going to be hard to come by. As the Aries, they now grab themselves the Ember Spirit. It's intriguing that they do this because last season and last tour, a lot of the teams would not pick Ember if there was already Crystal Maiden in the game. So this is them being like quite confident. And it also means, Kezu, that the Leshrac is most likely going into the safe lane for Ulu and then Ember Spirit goes mid. Or is it vice versa? Do you want to see safe lane Ember?
No, I think the carry Lesh is pretty good. It also, once again, it helps your clock to be the 5, which then allows the Brood to have a better lane because it means the Phoenix can be up there to not only help the Brood, but slow down the Naga a bit. So, no, it's good for them. It also then, again, it gives you like this playability together. At some point, the Ember can chain, so the Phoenix deals damage with Sunray. You have the clock 2, another guy off going in. Yeah, solid.
Let's see here. Tiny is going to be the final response coming in from outsiders from China as the 24 pick of the draft. All right, does this give them salvation? Because they are going to be putting this Mars into the offlane, of course, which does slow down his farm, but Tiny will be able to make up some of the difference early on. You were worried about them making moves with only the Mars being in effect. Now you have the Tiny, right? There's some more damage, isn't there, She?
Yeah, no, legit, I think this Tiny pick is really good. I think, like Kezu brought up multiple times, they just didn't have spells that, like, worked together or did anything last game. This game, they have really good, like, that. They can fight together. They have 4 heroes that are really happy to keep skirmishing, low cooldown spells, lots of brawling. If they can actually capitalize on that and run a clinic where Naga's able to hit timings, then yeah, this draft looks like it could work.
Okay. And what's your confidence here, Kezu, in this particular draft? Or rather, what odds would you give to the side of outsiders of China being able to take game number 2?
7.
7?
7%. For them to win.
I was going to say out of 100?
No, like I think what's going to happen is even though their draft is better and they do have more playability, I just see this game at 14, 15, 16 minutes. Brood gets an aura item. Phoenix has 3 levels in Sunray. Lesh goes in. And it's like the same thing. You see people have 3 DP games.
Yeah.
When these heroes aren't stopped, they just demolish the game. And they did not answer Lesh, in my opinion, so he's going to run him over.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe this is just a Tundra situation. Remember when Into the Breach stomped Tundra and made them look like noobs?
Yeah.
Maybe that was first game, but then Tundra came back and won anyway. So maybe they're going to be owning.
There we go.
Yep.
We
Owning.
want outsiders from China to be owning so that we can go to a game 3, the first deciding game of the day. To find out, we send it over to our incredible casting duo. We have the Lush Lacoste. We have the Bushy Beakoff. Take it away, gentlemen, for game 2.
Thank you very much. I'm going to spend some time figuring out what bushy means. But I'm going to see if outsiders from China can take game 2. I don't know if I have the confidence they do to have a game 3. Lacoste, I feel like you may agree with me more so than their end.
Better draft for sure than what they had in the previous game. No cooldowns. They can keep fighting Naga. Gonna do Naga things. Keep farming until she is ready to join. My issue is something that Keza talked about, is this Leshrac is not addressed at all, and then you have Sunray, you have Broodmother with the aura items. It's just gonna be extremely difficult. Like, where's the damage gonna come from? Sure, you have like Rubik with the Fate Bolt, you have Tiny's combo, but I'm not sure if that's gonna be enough to bring down Leshrac. As a carry who comes online extremely fast with the Bloodstone, you buy a casual cloak just to have a little bit more magic resistance. Crystal Maiden needs to be careful here.
I'm interested in the fact that they did give Ulu the Leshrac. I feel like that is very not the Aster Aries way of doing things, but he's got Leshrac and then White Elm on another one of those comfort heroes for him, which is that Ember Spirit. No surprise, and he kind of dominates with these two. Like, those are his top 2 heroes for the most part when it comes to what we see him playing over mid. So we'll see what he could do. This Broodmother as well. That'll be interesting to see as, well, Shanxi, I don't think he died in the last game. Don't think he'll die in this game unless he finds himself out of
That's
position.
a bold
really.
statement. I like his item build. Double slippers, double circlet.
That's still not enough slippers. He has 8 legs.
Yes.
So you need 2 more slippers purchases so you can have yourself 8 total slippers. I think that should really be it. Double Wraith Band, though. Is this, like, going to be the thing to be looking out for as we drive through the second tour?
Sometimes 1, sometimes 2, but I like this
Cold Bird?
bottom lane from Aster Aries. You have setup for Leshrac stun, especially once you hit that level 2. Even though there is lift from Rubik, you're still most likely gonna die, and we already see Mars struggling to get anything done in this lane.
Yeah, just getting zoned out by TK on this Clockwork, not enjoying his time, while CXK, well, he'll use the Fade Bolt to grab himself a couple CS. So do what he can, but he dominated in the first game, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more of that, especially as now
Mars
they've got
is
themselves
dead.
the Lightning Storm. They have the lockdown, they should have the right clicks, and they'll give first blood to TK. Thought maybe Ulu would grab it for the second game in a row, but it is Aster Aries who do it overall both games.
TK now level 2. Probably thinking, do I need power cogs? Do I want to have Rocket, a bit more extra damage to finish them off? Coldbird, a bit of a rough one. Same goes as the previous game when he played Doom.
Oh, Red Panda, he died early in the first game, giving up that second kill after first blood, and he does it again, but that means that there's going to be a trade for Shang-Chi, and this is kind of how he started getting rolling in the first game, where Red Panda would die, he'd get a trade, and all of a sudden, well, he's level 3, 4, 5, and just starts rolling out of control. Mid as well, White Album up against Chosen One once more. A matchup I could see White Album dominate quite a bit.
It just hero-to-hero matchup. I've seen teams picking Tiny into Ember, so you have like always a burst damage. It's Tiny from the mid lane is like cheap damage. You have everything. You have good scaling. You have control early on, and now we see Crystal Maiden gonna refill Tiny's bottle on the mid lane. In terms of CS, he's doing good. 14-6 against 12-4 on Ember Spirit, but Ember still has a full creep wave to work with.
Not great for TK losing those boots on the Courier. And as you can see, he's trying to run up, catch up with this battery assault, but there is that CXK telekinesis immediately. So he'll have to wait on those boots, which means maybe his aggression's not going to be as consistent. The White Album was under the tower, has himself the Water Rune, picks himself up a Blightstone, so just trying to lower that armor of Chosen One.
Very effective against Tiny. Tiny sitting at 0 armor when he's not close to the tower until he gets his level 6. So once you go to minus, it's a lot of damage. You talked about Shang-Chi. He's the one that is having a really good time as Broodmother. Same goes as in the previous game. Double rate band, boots of speed. Not really effective. Even with all these nerfs to Broodmother, she still is a strong off-lane hero. I don't think the nerfs
were enough.
Hit her, yeah, because you have what, max movement speed has been decreased, charges restore time, and the Spiderling's lifetime decreased. So, nothing too crazy. You still build into Guardian Greaves, but as a hero in terms of laning, you're extremely strong. You're looking to get that level 6, then you push people out of the lane, you get solo kills, you can collapse on a mid tower easily once that tier 1 tower from the offlane falls.
It's interesting, though, that Guardian Greaves, despite the nerfs, is still that, like, off-lane standard from what we've been seeing.
Crystal Maiden got a drop top, doesn't have anything left in the tank.
Yeah, no way to get away from Shang-Chi, and again, that's another kill for him. He really has not stopped coming from game 1 to 2, and immediately puts his attention back on the creeps, back on a Cry, and back into dominating this lane. A little bit rough for them up top again. And a 1K lead so far for Aster Aries. Nothing too out of control, but
Chu Sheng might have just keep doing this. Die, repeat, refill the bottle on a mid lane for Chosen One. Chosen One with those 2 bottle refills doing pretty good. Trying to put more pressure on Ember Spirit. White Album needs to be a bit more careful. Only 1 point in Flame Guard.
stun landing onto the Mars. They have the cogs, they have the control. They might lose TK, but it should result in a trade. God's Rebuke and well, he'll get the kill, landing the stun on to the Mars once more. So Coldbird in trouble as they've got Shang-Chi chasing Cry, who's going after Red Panda, but just does not have the damage to get the kill there onto the Phoenix.
Broodmother already level 5. So that's going to be very difficult. If Phoenix stays away from XP and Red Panda is going for the rune, let's see which one it's going to be. It's going to be bottom, Arcane, White Album.
Not a double damage or a haste. Chosen One, battery assault, cogs, tosses him away from the tower, so a free escape for TK. Meanwhile, the Crystal Maiden.
Double
no!
rune.
Oh,
He got
gets one. Okay. Only half as bad as it could have been. That would have been awful. Die in front of 2 bounties.
Things are falling apart again for outsiders from China. 2 supports not making a rotation on time. Also 1 support dying. They also killed enemy mid laner. So Tiny TPing mid, White Album.
They've got the Crystal Maiden bottom. They're looking for Uwu. Well, Crystal Nova doesn't land, and they stop the TP because they're going mid again on the Chosen One. They're looking to get this kill into the Tiny a little bit back-to-back if they can. They'll TP in the Rubik. They've got the Fire Spirits as well as the Icarus dive. The Rocket comes in. The Fade Bolt's there. White Album with the Sleight of Fist. Chosen One still on the run.
White Album might die here.
And Avalanche, Sunray with a toss. They get the kill on a White Album instead. Chosen One still running, but eventually dying to Red Panda as TK comes into CXK under the tower and should be able to run down this Rubik, but well, with the battery assault hitting these creeps, it gives Rubik a chance to survive and
Phoenix is
get
on
out of
cooldown
damage.
for another 5 seconds. Rocket will scout things out.
Dire's middle tower is under
Let's see if
attack.
they can make something happen out of this. Way too greedy from White Album. Like, he wanted to... He was chasing Tiny for such a long time, had the Arcane Rune, did not want to use another... I think Fire Remnant could have finished him off. Just Fire Remnant and another right-click. But waited for too long. Cry. Now in trouble.
TP attempt, TP successful. Not even going to try and stop it. They're back over mid once again. And the Rubik ends up surviving too because he gets inside the creep wave, and with the battery assault going, it's not just focusing him. But now they're on the Crystal Maiden. Not the same case this time. Chosen One will drop a ward, but really, I don't know if that's going to be worth it. It'll try to get a kill on a TK who survives the Avalanche Toss combo. Remnant back and forth. A Fade Bolt from CXK to get the kill. They've got the Searing Chains as well as the Spiderwings coming in on the Chosen One. Sleight of Fist. Remnant forward gets the kill on the 1 and 2. CXK drops as well.
Aster Ares controlling all the power runes, 6 minute, 8 minute, 2 big ones, and this is what we talked about. Broodmother taking an early tier 1 tower top, moving to the mid lane, they get a double kill from it, they get the tower. So rotation-wise, so far, Aster Ares has been on point. Shanxi, this is going to be some insane timing on the Max/Guardian Greaves, something that we did mention, and Panel also talked about it, that we still haven't seen Leshrac in action. He's been farming. This is carry Leshrac we're talking about. So that means that he's going to come online, doesn't want to join as much as mid Leshrac, so going to wait for his Bloodstone to come and then start joining fights. 2 towers already gone. Cry looks very dead here. Level 6, no point in Song.
Ooh, and Fire Spirit Sleight of Fist with the Spiderwings, but Red Panda is going to be the one who gets the kill, and it's 11-4 already, so this is looking all Aster Ares.
I'm looking at the way they can come back into the game.
Yeah.
Again, it's pretty similar to what happened in the previous one, where they need to start playing a bit more active, bring the numbers, maybe even bring an extra hero.
That too. White Album dying gets a quick killing spree after he died over mid. Like, he's right back on it.
Got that double kill from the mid lane. Double phase boots on both mid laners right now. This cheap damage from Ember Spirits. Sleight of Fist maxed out. Orb of Corrosion, phase boots. Crystal Maiden not gonna have a good time. Chosen One holding the high ground. Trying to see maybe if Red Panda wants to get there. While they're also protecting the stairs, so Cry can get some farm.
TK about to be level 6. That means they'll have hook shot. A little bit of a long-range initiation. CXK, he'll steal the Pulse Nova, but they'll steal his life. And there is really nowhere for him to go as Ooh gets a kill. Hook shot was just picked up as he hits level 6. They go to the arena, they land the spear, but the damage coming into the Crystal Maiden means Ooh's got a double kill. And with that, they should be able to push into the tier 1 tower and get a last tier 1 with these heroes down here.
I swear, I have not seen a good Mars performance in last 6 months.
Yeah.
This hero is just felt so lackluster, doesn't have damage. Whether played from the off lane, whether played from the mid lane, he always needs like an extra half, like even a full item to be as efficient as some other mid
Avalanche toss,
laners.
Red Panda's dead immediately. Was set up in a position where he might have been able to get himself into a supernova, but died too quick. Telekinesis Remnant away. They won't be able to catch White Album. Meanwhile, Shanxi's taking the tier 2 tower up in the top lane.
They got a kill on position 5, and they lost the tier 2 tower. Not a good trade in my opinion. I'm no expert by any means.
Yeah, the economics of that may outweigh your process of the brain. Not sure. 7K lead, Aster Ares. I mean, it's more just the game 1 plan, right?
Pretty much. This time around, they need to get inside the... I'm not sure where they're supposed to farm. The way I've seen teams, like top-tier teams, play against the Broodmother, because once she takes over your jungle, you need to push her out, because you need to bring numbers. You need to have 3-4 heroes. They do have decent amount of control, a lot of stuns. Tiny.
Avalanche toss. TK, though, hook shot to the creeps. And this is something we can't...
Wait, what?
Crystal Maiden's dead. Okay. He just kind of like slided and got a kill onto the Crystal Maiden. I don't know if I just didn't see that they were low or...
No, I was watching Clockwork because they were making a move on him, and then one slide, Crystal Maiden suddenly
just dead.
Okay. So this is the big timing. Guardian Greaves about to be finished in 100 gold. Bloodstone as well on Leshrac. You can expect them to kill tier 2 towers. They can also open up the Roche if they feel like it.
I will say it's still 7K lead, so maybe they're starting to get enough gold to kind of sustain the net worth lead at where it's at. But that being said, we've been talking about it. Ooh, finally off the bottom lane as he's farming top. He's got that Bloodstone. Crystal Maiden's still level 5. That is not great. One more creep to be level 6.
You're just a hater. Yeah, I was about to say 1 CS away from level 6.
Where will it come from? That's the ultimate question.
Steal it from your carry. It's fine.
Of course. That's the way it's done. Hook shot through on the mid. Chosen One throwing up the avalanche as well as the toss. CK taking a lot of damage real quick. The freezing field is down. They're trying to get the kill on the Chosen One. As CXK, he's still in the remnants. And now he's got the searing chains. Whiteout needs to be careful.
Dodges
For the spear. And the chase is on as they do get the kill on the White Album. A little bit discombobulated there from Aster Ares.
White Album, this is the second time. It seems like Arcane Rune is his nemesis. Every single time he picks it up, dies.
He dies, yeah. Oh, I've got lower cooldowns. Let me just force my way in. And then die.
Maybe he thinks it also lowers the cooldown on Death Timer by 30%.
That would be a cool rune. The Necrotic Ring, rune.
DK?
Okay. So telekinesis coming through as well as the arena, but there are no competitors in it right now. Icarus dive, White Album back into the fray, Sunray, and a Fade Bolt which won't do enough. They get the kill on the CXK, they look over at the Crystal Maiden, the chase is on, the Crystal Nova's down with the Sleight of Fist, the damage out onto the CM is more than enough to get the kill, and Red Panda's got a double.
I guess they thought they need to fall back immediately. Losing only 2 supports, it's fine. Arena doesn't connect, so they don't kill anyone. Mars?
He's got hook shot. If he can
Let's
find
have a hook shot, but no sentries.
What's Uu doing right now? Oh, farming the triangle still. Okay. Going BKB. Chosen One. He's fine. We'll TP out.
I love that DK has Radiance queued up on his Clockwork. Probably not gonna go for it. Maybe eventually, if this game lasts for another 30 minutes. But seems like he wants to build pipe. There's a ton of magical damage on their side. One pipe also being built by Shanxi, so not sure.
Guys gotta communicate this.
Yeah, he should be the one getting the Radiance, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't buy any more team items.
Hook shot. And Cogs toss on a spider. So that means Chosen One's gonna die to TK. That's more gold for the Radiance. I think he maybe sees that Broodmother's building his own pipe, hopefully.
Radiant's courier has
Ooh, Red Panda losing that shard. That means no Sunray during Supernova. Freezing Field once again. White Album, Remnant, damage, and there's the kill. The look for Coldbird as well as Spear connects, but the Sunray and the Fire Spirits burning away the life of this Mars. Top lane, tier 3 being taken. I've seen these odds before. brought to you by esportsbet.io. I feel like they're almost the same as they ever were.
Pretty much. I don't want to be a downer, but I don't see them making a comeback play. They have 2 good heroes. It's all about the execution. Toss back, spear, push them into tier 4 towers.
And then?
Plus a lift as well, so...
Okay. And then?
Make it a fountain. And then the fountain does the job.
Fountain's not that strong. I wish it was. Fountain should have True Strike and some very high
pure damage.
Yes. Hook shot, Crystal Maiden. Well, TK trying to farm that gold for the Radiant, so he needs to get this kill, but won't be able to do so with CXK telekinesing and throwing him away.
Tiny still doesn't have a Blink Dagger. That's a big one for me. 17 minutes into the game. 200 gold away. Just use it. Yeah, get some gold. And this is the 2nd game in a row where they don't manage to kill tier 1 safe lane enemy tower.
Yet. Ooh, they might get it this time. I will say Astro Ares could have rotated for this, I think. But they'll let it fall. I think that's the first tower they've lost all series. Meanwhile, they're taking Roche. These trades are not equivalent. I don't know if outsiders from China ever watched Full Metal Alchemist, but it's about equivalent exchange. And they are not making any of that.
Last trade that I remember is they traded tier 2 tower for position 5. In my book, not good. And now they're trading tier 1 tower for Roche. Ulu will pick it up. Yeah, you said Shanxi, he's not gonna die. Ulu as well. Same goes for the previous game. They're having pretty much a perfect game. White Album, the only core that died. Cry? Ooh, he's in trouble. No song.
Hookshot. Oh!
No way.
What?
Hookshot did not connect.
And
no battery assault, and also
either.
Cox didn't push him.
Yeah. Avalanche toss. Red Panda has the Guardian Greaves coming out from Shanxi. Freezing Field. Supernova. Sunray stun. Landing from Uwu. That's going to be 1. Make it a 2nd. And they seem to come in pairs when they get these kills. And maybe even a trio. Good Remnant to avoid that spear. Still trying to get the kill here as the max move speed may be lowered. But here comes the Brood into your tier 3 area. Going to get a kill on a CXK. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, burning them out while the Spiderlings are there to make more. And they get themselves a mega kill streak for Red Panda.
I'm still thinking about Clockwork. It's pretty impressive that he was not able to cancel this. So Hookshot onto the creeps, battery assault, and he catches him inside the cogs and doesn't get hit by battery, which is pretty insane timing overall.
Skill. Hookshot on the Mars with the stun follow-up from Uwu and the Sunray burn from Red Panda, who's unstoppable. When was the last time, and I know, I mean, when was the last time you saw a support get godlike or beyond godlike? Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, there's a kill for TK and White Album. Uwu has Aegis, so he doesn't care if he dies. Full mana will always be nice to have as well.
This seems like it might be it. They did pull off the combo that we talked about, tossed underneath the tier 4 tower, so they do get a kill.
But he had an Aegis.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
So he came back right away.
Dire's middle barracks
I would almost
is
say
under
he
attack.
died on purpose.
Dire's middle barracks has
Still
fallen.
gonna respect it.
Yeah, they're trying to set up another fight so Red Panda could go beyond godlike.
Radiant's
Is obviously
bottom
the reason they're
tower is under
backing up
attack.
here.
That's the big brain play.
Sometimes I don't even know how my head holds this big brain. Red Panda. Oh man, he's got this really expensive item queued up. Salve. It is I don't know when he's gonna get this.
If
though.
your position 4 has Radiance queued up, someone needs to buy some salves.
He's actually changed it to Boots of Bearing. That's
Of course,
disappointing, TK.
of course he did. He wants to end the game as soon as possible. Does not want to farm for another
Avalanche,
40 minutes.
Toss, and they're also going to take out his drum, so that Boots of Bearing's going to be slowed down quite a bit. They'll go to the arena, they'll try to run. Hookshot from TK, still surviving. Freezing Field, Sunray, and TK!
Still alive!
Hit Avalanche, and the damage isn't there. Red Panda gets another kill. He's wicked sick. And a dominating spree and a GG call and it will be a 2-0 for Aster Aries.
Aster Aries, they feel, they did stick together as a team, even though the results were not the greatest. But this team has potential. This team, I could see them causing some upsets as well. It's all about playing together, making that bond with the rest of the team. Having some hiccups right now, and Aster Aries finishes off the game, so it doesn't get too awkward.
Yeah, well, you know who's really having some hiccups in their game? Outsiders from China.
Okay.
They're hiccuping, and you know how you get rid of hiccups? You get scared. And they're scared of potentially being relegated this early on.
Let me take a quick look at the Broodmother set. Oh, yeah. And
the pumpkin one is the real scary one, where the Brood doesn't really have a torso. But yeah, I don't know. For outsiders from China, might just be happy to be here. I have no idea what's going on right now. That game was for a team in which almost did get relegated to the Division 2 and then came back up. It's very interesting to see outsiders from China also struggle with them, because every team from here on out, to me, feels like it's just going to be stronger.
It's going to be way more difficult for them.
So that's going to be tough. We've got Aster Aries taking the 2 over outsiders from China. We've got the panel to break it down. Back over to you guys. Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And indeed, outsiders from China off to a very rocky start at the beginning of their tour here in Division 1, as they find themselves going down to Aster Aries 0-2. And unfortunately, Sheep, like what Costas mentioned there at the end, these are the boys, right? Aster Aries, probably one of the weaker teams. They were not even really supposed to be here.
Nope.
So if you're getting crushed by them, it's going to be a rough road.
Let me at him. Let me at him. I hate this team. On God. 5 minutes into the game, Mars had 9 last hits compared to Lustrax 30. Not only that, I think his Rubik had more last hits than him.
He did?
They had the same net worth. I'm losing my mind, guys. I was saying this in the green room, and I'm standing by it now. I think the only way this team will win games is if they get a stand-in for their offlane.
All right, Kezu, you're an offlane player yourself, so talk to us about what is he not doing that he was supposed to be doing in a game like this? Actually across both games here in this series. How would you have played this yourself in order to make sure it doesn't go this badly?
I mean, you can't let lanes get into this position, like where you're making some misplays early on. You go to 10% HP at like the 30-second mark. Now you can't re-enter the lane. You don't have a salve. You're constantly low HP against some clock lash. So yeah, Rubik is going to be like, okay, I don't know what the hell this guy is doing. He can't really lane. So I'll just take the CS. I'll be the core. But these are situations that you cannot put yourself into. You need to know beforehand that this stuff is illegal. I can't let this happen to myself, and therefore you don't let it happen. But then when it does, it's just hard to bounce back. And once again, you don't see top teams like this doesn't happen to them, and it's for a reason. They're just not as good as their opposition, quite simply put.
And unfortunately, even though there are some positives here, the game was not nearly as bad as game number 1 was. Chosen One actually did fairly well in the laning phase yet again. There were a couple of moments where people came to him in order to try and facilitate some kills. But when one part of the puzzle is really as gimped as it was, I think, Sheep, you were mentioning in the green room that if we just compared what was happening at 15 minutes, Shangse, he's there taking it here too.
You're stealing my point. You're stealing my point.
Okay, hit us.
Oh, God, what the hell?
Everyone just steals your points.
I just gave him my point. You just started listening back to me. Holy... Set me up for what? You were just going to steal it. All right, so 15 minutes into the game.
Hold up.
15 minutes into the game, we pan bot, and Mars is there dying with like a bracer and an ogre club or something. Doesn't have a finished BKB. He never finished it even to the end of the game. And then the camera pans top to the base of outsiders from China, where Brood is like taking half health off of the tier 3 tower.
Normal stuff.
Actually just insanity. And I want to point out, not only is that just, offlane comparison aside, I feel like this team never took any trades on the map in like any efficient way. How did you lose your tier 2 tower without getting anything back? You take the tier 1 tower like 17 minutes and you're trading Roshan for it.
Yeah.
So the things that you're getting for what you're getting is just, for what you're losing is just way too bad.
Ultimately, they do end up going down in that situation. Oh, by the way, our Broodmother, the offlaner, second fastest mech all time on the hero. So good stuff. Fastest Battle Fury in game 1, second fastest mech. Red Panda gets the MVP award for this one. What I find also fairly intriguing about how they draft this game here, Kezu, is the fact that as the Ares, they very clearly felt they could experiment a little bit, right? The first game that we saw Ulu play the Marcy was only a second ever Marcy game of all time. This is only the fifth Marcy
The
game.
second Marcy game of all time?
Oh,
no,
for
his?
His, yeah.
I was like,
His one, hold on.
Where you been?
His one.
Sorry, Garrett.
And Shangxi generally does not play that much Broodmother. Played it 3 times in the last tour. It's only the 4th game now. And I kind of thought they're like, well, if we're going to be playing up against a somewhat lighter opposition, we can try and expand our own hero pool. And it feels nice when you have that kind of latitude and that leverage, even though it doesn't feel great being the team on the other side of that, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, these are obviously some of the heroes that you need to play. Like Brood, if your offlaner doesn't play it yet, I don't know what he's been doing the past, 1 year. Marcy, I think, is a cool one because it's like an up-and-coming hero. I still don't know why it's not branched out into other regions. I feel like it's nearly a China exclusive. I mean, I've seen Yatoro play it and like some random people here and there, but yeah, they just know how to make this hero work, so it's good to see them like branch out a little bit, and then, you know, keeping some fundamentals with, we have Lash, we want to enable him this way, and yeah, just get the ball going.
Yep, they got the ball going in very good fashion, and as you all can see, we have the results of this day of action posted up right now. YBB went down 2-0 up against Vici Gaming, and on the other side, As the Ares have just gotten a very clean, very fair 2-0, and that means that they're also now jumping to the top of the leaderboard. They have displaced Vici Gaming.
Let's
it's
go.
over, Sheep. We're done. As the Ares, best team in the division.
To the major! Yeah, sure. I mean, they did a really good job this game. At least, you know, they could convince me that they're major ready. I like the fact that, you know, you said Chosen One is like the best player on that team. Well, they did a really nice job this game of focusing him. Red Panda came in quite often on the Phoenix. They took top fairly quickly with the Broodmother, and then connected the webs over to mid and helped force a kill there onto Tiny again, took the tower. So overall, the pressure that they exerted this game, very nice.
Yeah, it was a nice clean performance coming in from As the Ares. I liked as well that every single time that they took a fight, you knew exactly what they were trying to accomplish. Even though every now and then there'd be an overextension from White Album, it is what it is. You're playing this Ember Spirit hero, you can create that space, you know that the Leshrac will carry the game for you. However, Kezu, that was their easy game out of the way. I'm looking at this leaderboard, right? I have to play Vici, I have to play IG, I have to play Extreme Gaming, I have to play Asta, I have to play LGD. Things do not really get much easier than this. So they kind of had to not just win this game, it required them to be very dominant to start building some confidence for the rest of the season.
I mean, it's good for them to start off with a win. I would say that this type of win isn't gonna like do too much to you because you feel like that this was way too free. It's like, I don't know, they queued a party game in a pub and won. But it's still good to like win, maybe try some stuff and just like get the morale up. But for them, I just hope moving forward that they fix some of the things that they had last season and that they don't get overconfident from this game. Because I'm sure they know that this is not the opposition that is to come. This was a way different game.
I mean, to be fair, you do not expect to be able to have uber dominant 10-kill lanes in every single game. So for the most part, As the Ares will take this win, but they'll also take it with a grain of salt, as this will not be representative of what the rest of the region looks like in the future. And speaking of the future, let's take a look at what games are coming up in the next day of a broadcast action that we have here in the China DPC. It's some pretty hype games, you know. Outsiders from China, unfortunately, they have to play Team Master. That's going to be...
Ooh.
Yeah,
Wait,
good
when?
luck.
Is that the first game?
Yeah.
First game, yeah.
Sad.
That's the first game. But the game I think that's going to be really intriguing to watch. The Invictus Gaming versus Extreme Gaming matchup.
Yeah.
Kaka having returned to Extreme Gaming, back in competitive action. And in Invictus Gaming, they got PYW in their support. And they also took Shangye from LGD last season, who was sort of like this up-and-coming player. The thing that I really want to focus on, though, I remember once, Sheep, you mentioned about Extreme Gaming, the fact that it really frustrates you to see this team never really be able to get past themselves. You know, they keep getting close to the limit, almost qualifying for a major, almost doing really well, but then they fall off.
Yep.
Kaka is definitely a player that can help you change that. He's a serial winner, and generally speaking, the team he joins becomes extremely solid very, very quickly.
I agree completely. I feel very confident about Kako joining that team because they're just so frustrating. I mean, if you're a fan of this team, then you know that at the last chance qualifiers for last TI, they just failed to win the qualifiers. Like, everyone rated them at like number 1. Yeah. They looked so good going into it and then choked it. They go into tiebreakers for the major, you know, just gone for Peru, and they choke it again. And like we even had an interview with Zhao 8, and he said, based on our scrims and what we've seen, we expect Extreme to win this tiebreaker, and they didn't. And, like, this is such a disappointment for them. I think Kaka is great change.
Yeah. Kaka, really an amazing player. On the other side for IG, they of course have also had a bit of a roster shuffle, but they were still acclimating Emo into playing a different role than he did in the previous successful iteration of IG. So that series is certainly going to be interesting to watch. Both of these teams, their future in the DPC and probably their future as a cohesive unit might largely depend on the outcome of this and some other close games coming up in the rest of the tour. With that though, we're going to be closing out the show. Myself and the Kezu and Sheepstick say good morning, good night, wherever in the world you are, goodbye, and make sure that you join us in a couple of days to continue the DPC action and see where the road to TI leads us. Good night, see you later, have some water, and remember to have a positive mental attitude. Say I love you to someone that you love, and see you.
I love you,
I love you too,
I love
Snap.
you, Snap. Yay.
I'll break the headset.
Oh, God.
Don't break headsets. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good.